This is the 2C Veep. All right, you ready to see the Eiffel Tower?
Do you know where you're going?
I feel confident that we are going to see the outside of the Eiffel Tower.
I'm ready. I would like to see it.
We're just gonna have to go by smell. Have you ever navigated by smell before?
No, can't say I have.
You just have to smell
the Eiffel Tower?
Le Tour de Eiffel. Okay, wait 1 second. Okay, I think we're getting closer. Either that or it's the catacombs. I didn't do that. That'll buff out. That'll buff out.
I went to a cathedral today. Apparently the crown of thorns is there. I didn't get to see it, but.
From Game of Thrones?
From Jesus.
As we're actually navigating some of this traffic, here, will you take the wheel for a second? Let me just, go ahead, take the wheel.
I don't know how to drive stick.
I have something back here. It's okay, you'll figure it out. 1 second.
Are you still operating the pedals?
Okay.
Do you know when to brake?
I got it. Yeah, no, I could feel it. Okay, here we go. All right.
Please take the wheel. Am I still holding the wheel?
Oh, no, I can. Here, wait, I got my knee on it. There we go. You're good. How long is the Paris sewer system?
I can't measure distance, so 20 miles.
20 miles? That's pretty far.
2 miles.
It's actually over 1,304 miles long, and much of it is big enough to drive a train through.
Whoa, it's a lot of
It is. It's quite literally
crazy.
A lot of The Eiffel Tower is 330 meters tall, or 1,083 feet if you're American. How much does it grow or shrink based on the temperature?
This thing's growing?
I mean, we know that things tend to grow or shrink based on temperature.
Can I have a hint?
Yes, it's in inches.
3.
Double it.
6.
6 inches.
First try, again.
6 inches? I mean, that's kind of crazy.
That is crazy.
Yes, there's a band that did a JoJo opening.
I'm gonna think that you don't know so much about Paris, so.
I'm an expert in Paris. I've been here for like 2 weeks now at this point.
Well, what can
Regardez la rue! That means watch the road.
Where's the part?
There we go.
Just that le. True or false? There are no stop signs in Paris.
Haha, true, because I'm just going.
That is so true. Actually true, the city uses yields, traffic lights, and right-of-way, all of which have been disregarded on this drive.
Bonjour, bonjour.
Oui.
Oh,
wait.
She did not like it.
Wait.
She did not like it. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait. Wait.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Excuse me, should we a gauche?
Should we? Well, I think we're a droite. No, wait, I need to a gauche this.
We did a droite.
Let me a gauche this. Let me a gauche this.
Ah, so cute! Oh.
Très belle, Sean.
Hey, watch the road!
What? Oh. Okay, that was their fault. We only need a couple more gauches and we're there.
Maybe I should just take an Uber or like a taxi.
Well, no. That's me. I am your Uber and taxi. I've got a lot of student loan debt.
Another one.
No! Well, I feel like I'm the safest Uber or taxi that you could ask for.
Sure.
Check out my 5-star rating.
Is that the Eiffel Tower?
I think
that's not the Eiffel Tower.
No,
that's a crane.
I think maybe you can't see the Eiffel Tower because it shrunk 6 inches.
Ah, right. That must be it.
But also because this freaking grandpa is on the road in front of me.
Oh my God, he dropped his croissant.
I have GPS built into my brain. You know, like those pigeons? Those pigeons that always know how to go home?
Yes.
I know how to go to the Eiffel Tower.
Do you? We're still making the, what's the other one?
A droite?
A droite. We're droiting.
That was pretty a gauche.
We're droiting.
We're droiting?
We're droiting.
We're droiting.
You know, maybe I should walk. I'm just gonna get out here. I'm just gonna get out.
Right here?
Yeah,
it's not.
But I can walk, stretch my legs, breathe the Parisian Paris, you know, the air, and just, you know,
I can take you the rest of the way.
No, you know what? It's really nice out, and I just think
I know that
it'll be a great walk.
It's just one more gauche. Can I have 5 stars at least? Merci.
Hello everyone, it's your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Dofu. I'm with Blacklist International today. We have our 4 players. Right now, we will play a game of who's most likely to. Let's start with the first question. Who takes the longest to get ready to go out? Oh, okay. Share me one. Why?
Because I'm not decisive to when pick my outfits.
Well, he wants to look good in case of emergency.
Who's the most likely to use a hero that is not from their lane to play in their lane?
Okay, me.
Give us the example first.
Dharma support.
Dharma support.
Yeah.
You guys did that, right? One of the
In
games?
PKL.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you all win?
Yeah. We win
Dharma support?
Begin.
Next up, who is the most likely to buy a new skin when it's launched? That was pretty quick. You have like all the skins in the game?
In my role, yes. But sometimes when I see a good skin, like it's definitely worth buying.
Okay.
I always buy it. Like even though I didn't use the hero.
Okay, so favorite skin?
Crimson Rider of Guan Yu.
Oh, okay. We're gonna end it with the last one. Who's the most likely to oversleep and miss practice?
Two of them.
Two of you. Okay. So give me the story. We start with Chemi first.
There's time when screams, like he oversleep.
How late was he for the practice?
20 minutes.
Okay, 20 minutes. Okay, not bad. Okay, now we go to chat.
Typically, Chelsea's like sometimes he tend to forget that we have screams. So maybe that's the only time that.
That's even worse.
That's even worse. Bad memory.
So that's it for the short segment with Blacklist International. We'll be back with more.
Hi everyone, welcome to HIωρίN, where we will put teamwork to the test. There are 3 players and here are the rules. First, only the player who can see can touch the board and show one answer. And only the player who can hear can see and communicate the hints. And only the player who can speak has the answer and can use gestures. They only have 90 seconds for this. Will they succeed? Let's find out.
ยากปะโอ้โหยากมากเฮียแล้ว ไม่รู้เลยเฮียแล้วเป็นยังไงถือดาบมีผ้าปิดตาไหมถือธนูไม่มีถือดาบมันจะไม่ถือดาบหน้าต้องเป็นไฟเตอร์ชุดดำไหมชุดดำไม่ใช่ชุดดำด้วยไม่ใช่ชุดดำเอาแถวแรกออกไปก่อนเลยแถวแรกแถว4อะลงไปอีกแถวหนึ่งลงไปอีกแถวหนึ่งเนี่ย1เอาไป1 2 3อันนี้ผู้ชายอันนี้ผู้หญิงผู้ชายหรือผู้หญิงผู้ชายเอาตัวผู้หญิงออกไปก่อนเอาแถวหนึ่งลงไปเลยแถวหนึ่งลงให้หมดเลยแถว1 2 ตัวลงไปให้หมดเลยปึ๊บถือดาบข้างไหนซ้ายหรือขวานาฬิกาจะหมดแล้วเลือกแล้วว่าตัวนี้แถว2ตัวแรกที่เหลือหุบให้หมดเลยกูเดาแล้วแถว2ตัวแรกถือไม่ใช่ไม่ถือดาบไม่ถือดาบเอาไม่รู้ผมนึกว่ามันถือดาบข้างด้วยไอ้เนี่ย自分の大切な友達を行くぜやだこれがターボババアの力かよなえるぜ
てめえはよ。やれやれ、本気出すぜ。ももちゃん、会いたかったぜ。
強くならなきゃ、もっと強く。
そういうことかよ。おっと悪い。
器は我のものじゃ。わしのじゃ。強い。楽しいのう、呪いの家。爽快じゃの。見つけた。わしのじゃ。楽しいのう。強い。呪いの家。早く戦うぞ。待ちくたびれたわ。無駄じゃ。これから人間にとっての地獄を見せてやるからの。早くしろ。我は待たされるのが嫌いじゃ。なんじゃ貴様、ぶち殺されたいのか。
目指していこうドキドキしようよ準備快適早もう止まらないこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill.
The group stage has begun, but nothing is settled in yet. Some teams are building momentum, and some others are just fighting to keep their hopes to stay in the KWC 2026 for a little bit longer. We're live from Paris, France. I'm your host, Isaac Peña, and today is gonna be day 2 of our group stage. Kin, Nora, how are you?
Well, I would say I'm really thrilled today because, personally, for me, it's the debut for KPL team. So definitely, I'm really thrilled about today's matchup.
Super excited as well. I think everyone has been waiting. In the comments for the past few days, everyone has been asking, where are the KPL teams? Well, they are here today. And this one is going to be an exciting one because we are going to have our first ever global against KPL team matchup. And of course, it has to be our new boys coming in from the side of Revenant X Spark. So I'm curious how to see whether this is going to be a good lesson learning experience and how strong will the KPL teams look.
All right, Ken, I'm going to bring you back a little bit because you're actually running a little bit too fast for my taste. We need to talk a little bit about what happened yesterday. Yesterday, we had the group stage day 1. The highlights are right over here. We've had amazing performances. We got over there top of the top. Break it down for us.
Well, yesterday's matchup, actually, we've seen several different players, especially I want to highlight this Luna player by Yulong, and he really showcased a lot. And also, we've got 2 teams, I guess, just got their spot into the playoff, which is ROC Esports and also GK Esports.
Yes, it's a very important one because there were kind of some surprises, right? We were expecting, example, Aurora. When they first showed up, they were touted as the #1 MKL team. They were the champions. And it was supposed to be a stock standard result going up against ROC Esports. But ROC surprised every single person across the globe, getting a comeback and making their way into the top 8 slot.
It's not easy, actually. It's definitely not easy for them to do so. But after they seal the deal, actually they got the priority to pick the opponents that they want to play against through a draw in the playoffs. So that's what we talk about, right? During this group stage, the most important part is not only to get the ticket into the playoff, but also trying to vie for the first place.
Yes, you definitely want to use all the advantages you have because this is a competition, right? So you want to have a strong team, but you also want to have strong benefits going into the later parts of this competition.
And also during the group stage, you can see different teams have their different understanding towards the patch. So you can see, like, for example, this one, right? Nemesis CC, he played Devara as a farm lane, which is quite a nice flex pick and unique one, actually.
Yes, and one more thing we can expect today is I think we'll get even more creative drafts. The coaches have been through the boot camps. We have a lot of teams that have gone through the boot camps as well. They have learned quite a few things. So I'm curious to see what else they can offer in this second day of our group stages.
That's also something I want to see about, and also like for KPL teams, because the patch is slightly different, right?
Yes.
So a lot of composition which they are really good at playing with is absent in EWC. So definitely that's gonna be some problem for them to deal with.
20 teams began this journey, and right now as we move into the group stages, as you remember, we had the play-ins, then right now we're in group stages, best of 3s, best of 7s. This whole tournament has a very specific way how it's going to work out. So what about if we look at this video just to see how the trophy is going to unfold?
Welcome to the Honor of Kings World Cup, happening right here at the Esports World Cup 2026. Before we get into the action, here's how the tournament works. The global ban pick system will be implemented, and there will be 3 stages: the play-ins, the group stage, and the playoffs. The 8 qualified teams have been split into Group A and B and drawn their placements on the bracket. The play-ins will have best of 3 matches, where the top 2 of each group advance to the group stage. The 4 teams who advanced from play-ins will be joined by 12 teams that qualified from their respective leagues, forming a total of 16 teams for the group stage. The 16 teams are split into 4 pools based on their performance, with teams in Pool 1 being the top-seeded team in each group. The rest of the teams will be drawn into the groups, with each group having a team from each pool. The group stage will once again have best of 3 matches in a double elimination format, where the top 2 of each group advance to the playoffs. Teams that advance through the upper bracket will have an advantage, so placement matters. The playoffs is where things get interesting. The team who advanced through the upper bracket in the group stage will first draw their selection order. Then, they each get to pick one from the other 4 second-place teams to play against. When all teams are picked, the stage is set for the playoffs. The playoffs will have best of 7 matches, and where teams tie 3-3, the ultimate battle will be the deciding factor. No second chances, no room for mistakes, and only one team will be crowned the champion of KWC at EWC 2026.
There you have it. You already saw that group stages started yesterday. ROK Esports took in the first place, sending Aurora Gaming down to the lower bracket. And on the other side, GK Esports sold the ticket by just taking 2 very dominant victories yesterday.
Yes, and as a common denominator, these are our MKL representatives, right? One of the strongest regions in the other parts of the world. Now, today, we're going to see what else they have to offer to us on the other sides of the groups and the players.
Well, what about if we take a look at the brackets? Bracket A is going to be in action today. For this Group A, we're going to have 2 matches, AG.AL against Team Vitality, MIBR loss against Blacklist International.
And AG.AL being the champion of KWC 2025. So I would say they definitely want to grant their title this time as well. So it's going to be a tough game for Team Vitality for today.
I mean, the story of this is so funny because last year at KWC, when we did the draw, Vitality went up against AG. And you know, their jungler, their captain, Zhangqiu, was kind of in a different state after knowing of the result. But this year, they get to go up against them again. So this will be very exciting. But heading into Group B, this is where the story has unfolded yesterday, right? Aurora Gaming against ROK Esports. ROK Esports made it all the way to the playoffs. Titan Esports Club will have to go against Influence Rage. This one will define the history for the year because they will be going up against Aurora Gaming.
And it's not going to be an easy one.
It's a difficult journey, but this is what the tournament is supposed to be like. So Group C as well, we have our first matchup today. That's going to be Quasho Gaming going up against Revenant X Spark. This one, I think we're going to see some interesting thought processes from the coaches and also the players in the game as well.
And because of the features that both teams share, which is their playstyle, is very aggressive. So I'm looking for a very head-to-head matchup for today's day one.
Yeah, and following that, we have the Virtus Pro against Buriram United Esports. HOK and AOV once again share the stage. This one is another banger to watch out for as we progress throughout the games of the day. Now let's head over to Group D. This one, we already have our winners, which is going to be DK Esports heading to the playoffs from their performance yesterday, beating Team Nemesis. And if you voted, right, in-game, for the longest time of the game itself, more than 25 minutes, you won. High five, because it was 28 minutes.
But here's one more thing that I want to highlight about our schedule, right? Because it's quite tight, and which also means if you can win game one, 2 wins in a row, then you can seal the spot into the playoffs. So you can finish all your schedule in one day, which Rock and also DK did yesterday. So that's the thing. If you can save one more day for yourself, you can actually get well prepared for your playoffs.
And then just standing there for a little bit longer not only is going to make their way in the KWC to have a lot more meaning, in the bigger picture, in the Esports World Cup, that club championship rankings keep moving and moving and moving. And then there's a lot of clubs that they're ranking and stacking up a lot more points.
Yes, this one was so nice to watch. We were in the back room yesterday. Team Falcons got another trophy, meaning they got 1,000 points coming in. So this is going to be important for Team Falcons. But for the rest of us on the other side, if you take a look at the rest of the table, NHemNG as well as GK Esports, these are some of the teams that are in our roster of HOK. MIBR lost as well. So it will mean the world to them if they can win this entire segment of KWC.
Exactly. I mean, overall, it's going to be a worldwide tournament. So, each game or each project matters a lot.
Yes, there's a lot of money on the line. And there's something else that money rarely can buy. And that is the pride and the success, the satisfaction of having that #1 placement, along with the huge prize money that you're going to get.
And actually, speak of the money, there's a unique reward in KWC, which is when you're playing up against a team from KPL, you will get extra bonus, which is the King's Moment reward. So this is for example, Revenant today, right?
Yes.
If you want to play up against KSG, and one match or one game for different bonus.
Incentives, right? And that is important. It's not only about just being there and just the honor and the pride. Sometimes in life, you cannot just live out of honor and pride. You still need to put food on the table. And what a better way than just to keep packing up in there some of the prizes.
So true. And also, just check the prize pool. It's dazzling for this project. So it's very a big achievement if you can do with this kind of prize pool.
7 figures, right? I don't think we will get to see that much money in our lives if we take it day to day. But one day, one
Talk
day,
about yourself.
you might have 6 figures in your bank account. Top prize gets 600,000 USD. This is a lot of money.
That's a lot.
All right. What about if we start moving towards the games for today? Today we're going to have a packed schedule. We're going to have best of 3s. We're going to have the action of Group B and Group A and Group C. It's going to be 6 best of 3s.
Yes, it is.
6
a long day ahead. So we'll take a look. First up, we're going to be opening with the Kuaishou Gaming going up against Revenant X Spark. We're going to follow that with the Virtus Pro and Buriram United Esports games as well. This is going to be really interesting.
Yes, and for the rest of the game, it's going to be AG.AL play against Team Vitality, and also MIBR Lost play against Blacklist International. And just like what we said, we still have 2 more upper brackets games to go at the rest of the day. So it's going to be in favor of teams who think that they can win upper hand.
I want to see how the performance of the winners bracket is going to be like, because this one defines the rest of your journey. If you win, you have a couple days rest. You also have time to prepare and take a look at the research you can do on your opponents moving towards the top 8 positions.
This is very important, because the format actually had kind of a gap between best of 3 and best of 7, because we're doing best of 7 in the playoff, right? So just think about it. If you can win the upper bracket and got your ticket, get into the playoff, you can save at least 1 more day prepare for the best of 7.
Yes, and 24 hours of research makes the world's difference down here. And you know what? There is more research to be done on your side, because if you want to figure out how do you play Princess Frost specifically, we have a beautiful skin for you to try her with. This is our EWC special, KWC special as well. Fortune Honor, crowned by Honor, the heaven beacon for Princess Frost. Already showcased in-game, unfortunately did not get the win in the series, but nonetheless, you will lose in style.
I do like it. You know, there's a saying about every player in HOK has their own destined hero, designated hero, and for me personally, it's Princess Frost.
Wow, okay.
I'm a big fan of Princess Frost.
I'm gonna share the stage with you on that, because Princess Frost is also one of my favorite heroes. And it's something that the other talents know me as, because I like to play in the mid, but she can also operate as a roam. Maybe not for professional games, but in your ranked games, you can give it a try as well.
Yes, and it's stunning skin. Love it.
So moving on from this is gonna be an interesting day, because I think arguably our first series of the day, Kuaishou Gaming against Revenant X Spark. This is a monumentous challenge for Revenant X Spark, right? They have only been in the global space for roughly about 4 months. So this is going to be a huge lesson in HOK.
I mean, definitely the experience towards global tournaments gonna matters a lot. And also, actually speaking to global experience, Kuaishou is like, because they are the new champion in spring season back in KPL. So this is actually their first time as well to play in such a global tournament.
So these are rising stars. It's going to be like the first time that we're going to have KSG, and the first time that we're going to have right over here Revenant X Spark. Kane, what do they bring to the table?
I think they will show you how proficiency is so important in this game, but also how to handle the pressure. Because behind the scenes, Kuaishou Gaming, they're not only competing in this international tournament as well, they have their home games that they have to play. So there's a lot of pressure for them to show up. They want to impress their fans.
Jumping onto that, like they have been having difficult days recently because they need to be working on so many different metas, right, Nora?
Yes, at least 2 metas at the same time. So actually you can see like they had a really tight schedule. They just finished their KPL games back maybe like 2 or 3 days ago. And then they just directly fly into Paris. And for yesterday, they got their rehearsal, the shooting day, the media day. So a lot of things for them to deal with in the recent days. So actually, the patch is also different.
The Thursday was a bad day for them, right? It was actually pretty difficult. They were playing against EDGM, and then they had a 2-0 advantage. And then after that, they just dropped the back and then made it a 2-3. And that was their last game right over there at KPL before flying all the way here to Paris.
Yes, it's a difficult journey, right? And there's also things like the jet lag because of the time difference. So things might not be as straightforward as it seems on camera.
Yes, but that's something that I really want to see them to pull themselves together because I know that they are known for their resilience. Back into KPL spring, right? They are considering at the underdog because that championship they granted, that was their first ever championship in their team's history.
Yes, and
no one could ever thought that they can beat Wolves back in spring season because Wolves was known for like 10th. Now already made it into 11 right now championship.
KSG at that moment in spring, right? Like it was like the top of the top. It was their peak moment. Now we go in front of us and we go to the other side of the street. Revenant X Spark right now coming in here. They had a 4-1 victory over SAUL over there in the King Arise India tournament. Talking a little bit about that game, Ken. How much information can we get out of that match that is going to show us something of what they can actually do today?
I think the one thing we take a look at Revenant X Spark will have to be Jing Tian, right? Because he's the main core of the team. Now, the rest of the players, they have already entered the other scenes of HOK Global Esports, which is things like the ENC and the Asian Games. They have garnered quite a bit of experience. So now the big question is, how fast can you learn? Because you're going up against one of the biggest teams from KPL. Yes, this is their first time on the international stage, but they are all proficient with a lot of the heroes that are available in this patch.
And I feel like it's gonna be a little bit stressed when you're putting under spotlight, right? And also, you know that you're gonna face against KPL teams, and this is the first game we see a non-KPL team play against a KPL team in KWC this year. So a lot of pressures on Revenant, actually.
I think that King right now just touched onto a very interesting topic that most likely people at home want to know a little bit more. For Revenant, like they need to come up with something different. They need to come up with something nice. In terms of the hero picks, what do they have right over there in their arsenal that they could actually toss at KSG for them to catch them by surprise?
I think catching them by surprise is going to be really difficult, but the usual assassin jungles are definitely what you can will be looking for, right? At the same time, now Jingtian brings something else to Revenant X Spark that I think not a lot of people might know. So he has switched up in many different teams in HOK Global. He has been in the MENA region, he has been in IKL as well. So he's taken bits and pieces of information and playstyles from these different regions and brought them over to this side of Revenant X Spark. So I want to see if that's going to be enough to compete, put a good fight against Kuaishou Gaming.
But I mean, like, he's played against Zhuhao, like the jungler from KSG, and Zhuhao is like, I would say he's one of the most popular rising stars so far in KPL because he got his first championship in spring, and also when he made his debut in KPL, he was known for his like getting the first place in the boot camp and getting the first place, being the first place to be selected by the teams and started his journey in KPL.
Yes, it's going to be really interesting. So we need to see this first BP, right? Normally this first BP will set the stage, especially in a short series like a best of 3. First one to get 2 points wins. So you want to make sure that you get off on the right foot here. Take one game first and we can start talking about maybe potentially taking the series.
Yeah, game 1 is definitely very important, and there's one thing I want to highlight about is about the patch difference, right? Because we mentioned that KSG need to deal with 2 different patches at the same time. So actually a lot of heroes that they can't use right now so far, even though they're really good at playing it. So speaking of best of 3, I would highlight one hero that they can use, and they definitely well use, is Byron, because Byron is one of their signature hero of their playstyle back in KPL, and also Byron is still available, and not only for them but also for like all HOK teams. It's so popular for that Byron pick.
Yes, now if you are wondering, you are new to HOK, you're wondering why is Byron such a good pick. It's because he has so much utility, right?
Yeah.
With his second skill, it's a knock-up stun. With his ultimate as well, it generates a shield for him. So when that happens, he actually can put himself in situations like 1v3s, 1v4s. And that's going to be very critical when you're talking about flanks coming in from your opponents. But we'll take a look at what the idea of the BP will be like from the different coaches. The My and Pay. This has been a standard ban structure from all the different teams so far, right?
Yeah.
This is going to be from the side of RNT.
Just trying to slow down the tempo. They're targeting at Zhuhao and also Liu Long at the same time. But on the side of KSG, they're banning away this early and also Flowborn Marksman. I feel like they're targeting at the marksman on the side of RNT, as you can see, right? Both heroes have been banned away, and just give that feeling that they want to go for the all-in pick on the side of KSG.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like RNT, they're going to play a completely different game, right? They're going to put the farm lane, at least on the backseat for the start. Yeah. First pick for the side of RNT is going to be the Jing. This is one of the biggest assassin heroes you can play. If you play it flawlessly, you're going to have a beautiful game. But the challenge is pretty difficult.
Yeah, I mean, like, speak of flawlessly, I mean, like, confidence is what I can see on the side of RNT, right? No more operation, no more microing, just go it hat to hat.
Yes, you definitely need to take a big step forward. This is an important milestone for you, right? So right off the bat, in the laning phase for the farm lane, I think this is pretty good from the side of RNT. They've taken up the channel going up against the AOV, the Long, right? Yes. So multi-targets with the Soul of the Wolves. This is going to be important to help them aid, at least to try and win that laning phase first.
And here's the fun part, you know, usually when heroes, in that case, they will go for that Zhang Fei pick for the third one. But as for KSG, this time they go for this in, try to highlight Zhuhao in this game. So definitely Zhang Fei is going to be unavailable if RNT sees that, right? They definitely need to take Zhang Fei away.
I'll be very surprised if they don't ban that. Right?
Yeah.
Because that is the 1-for-1 combination. You get a Lapu, means the opponent has to pick up a Zhang Fei to balance out the ultimates when it's used.
Yeah.
A Bridal Outburst pushes everyone to the back, mini stun, and then you get a beautiful setup. Same could be said for the Lapu Raging Sea with the ultimate as well. But interestingly, RNT says, okay, we will allow the Zhang Fei.
Exactly, they just let Zhang Fei as an open choice, so I guess they will just take it, easy peasy. And also, like, for both mid lanes that they have banned away, this Miwa and Lorian is trying to prioritize this higher, which I think so far it's so well rounded on the side of KSG's draft.
Yes. So for the newer players, why hire such a prio pick is because number one, she has excellent wave clear. Very few people can win her in the laning phase.
Yeah.
That first wave, by the time you're done, Haya is already in another lane, putting pressure on your other teammates.
And not even mentioned to actually Liu Lang was the FMVP of KPL Spring when they got the championship.
Yes, so this is, difficulty added on difficulty. We'll see how RNT is going to play this one. They pick up the Garuda in the mid lane, trying to play the long range poke, as well as the Florentino. Now, Florentino, I'm kind of like on the fence because we know the hero to be really strong, right? But the win rate hasn't exactly been the most impressive so far in KWC.
Yeah, I mean, people will go for Florentino all the time, like thinking that Florentino might be the hero to save, to rescue the rest of the team. But the thing is that the laning phase can be kind of decent. But the thing is that this hero needs time to scale up. But the way that how they pick this Florentino with this Jing just show like pure mechanics and pure confidence on the top side of the map.
So this is looking more like an individual showcase, right?
Exactly.
And hopefully that comes in great synergy during the team fights. But here's one of the things they need to consider, right? A Jing as well as a Florentino. How do you beat these people? Because if you're new, you're constantly losing to these heroes in rank. It's about the 2v1s, 3v1s. Just get more people, the numbers advantage, and you should be able to swing the fight in your favor.
So actually you mentioned about the importance about 2-2 or 3-3 battles, right? And speaking of that, actually just check KSG's composition. You can see like all of the members or all of those heroes that they selected has the survivability, right?
Yes.
The ultis, the flash were like some tiny skills that they can use just trying to dodge Jing's ulti or Florentino's chasing down. So that's the mechanics that we're talking about, and that's the mechanics we're looking forward to seeing in game 1.
Yeah, so game 1 is very important. We need your help. We need you to do us a favor. We have a voting system going on, as you saw in the Overlord's pit as well. KSG currently leading in the votes for the Overlord pit. So when they take the Overlord, you will see a reward in the form of this sigil.
Oh, Jingtian is doing something. Sneak into the red buff side, and Zhao just use his smite.
Oh no,
so
not looking
it's
good.
gonna be a 1-1.
Oh, he got it. He stole it. So Jingtian actually gets that initial one. But here comes the second part. Sure, you stole it. Can you survive though? Because 3 members on the side of KSG are here. And they're going to open up this first part of the game with the first blood onto Jingtian. And that's not what you want to see if you're an RNT fan.
And like first blood goes over to Silence. I mean, nice try by Jingtian. But the thing is that you can see the coordination on the top side of the map, on the side of KSG, right? They just rotate so fast and in close. That kind of thing.
And I love this. Right on the dot, hyper roll. Silence always brings the confidence, and you absolutely shine on stage. Keep going for that championship. With that first blood going into the hands of Silence, this means the Clash lane is looking a little bit spicy for Deadshot. I'm not sure he's going to be able to hold it on his own unless help comes.
And here's some backstories about Silence and also Yu, because both Silence on the side of KSG. This year is their debut, and this season was their debut, and they got the championship. That's what we're talking about.
I mean, that's super impressive, right?
Exactly.
Rarely do you get a performance where you come out in your first debut, you win the entire thing, come to the international stage. Once again, they're looking pretty good at this point, right? So the assist going in for Chihao as well as for Liu Lang as well. This is all gold advantage. At 2 minutes in the game, we're already 1,000 ahead for KSG.
That's a lot.
It really is a lot. And right now, this means the rotations will be a lot faster for the side of KHorszáG Gaming as well. And this means at the 4-minute mark, you could expect that RNT might entirely just give up the attempt and try to look for something else across the map.
And the ulti has been broken by Liu Lang. Just drag this Lapu in, and everyone just guarding around him. It's not gonna be a kill inside, but outside there's 3 members waiting for this Lapu coming out.
Yep, Crowley takes a fall here with the flash by Deadshot. He's gone as well, right? There's no way it's gonna happen. Chihao gets that finishing blow. It's 3 kills to nothing on the side of KSG. Nothing less we expect from the #1 team in KPL previously.
And the way that how it goes so far is pretty much like RNTX is trying to make a lot of things happen, right? They make a lot of things move in groups, but KSG, they just guard there, just wait for it, and just doing those pushbacks.
Yes, and the timing has been already super clean from KSG, right? So LFF actually giving vision to the side of KSG. It might not seem like much, but at this point, now they know what to do during their rotations. Crowley, he's going to try and set up something on the side.
The flash, the ulti already been broken, so KSG, they are on their way, getting down, try to rotate, and just force out the flash on the side of RNTX. So a lot of trades happening, and after that, it's up to 2,000 gold lead right now.
And it will start to get more difficult, right? Because a flash at this stage means you don't have it for that 4-minute Tyrant fight. So, any ideas of going for that Tyrant becomes more and more risky. And RNT, if they make the fatal mistake of losing not just the Tyrant, but giving more kills to KSG at the 4-minute mark, I think they might regret it.
So they're actually trying to pressure on at the bottom, trying to do something on Yu, but you can see like Yu is just being very patient. But at this place, you can see like the ulti broke out and Candy just being killed instantly. That's gonna be something to deal with on the side of RNTX.
Yep, Candy already taken out, so there is no way they can contest this. KSG take the first timer of the game, and there is more to come. Jingtian couldn't even go close because the Moonscape Mirage from the side of Liu Lang actually pushed him back. So at this point, KSG, look, I think this is a well worth effort. They're gonna put themselves right smack in the middle of the jungle on the bottom side and put more pressure on Senpai as well as Crowley. I don't think you want to contest this, but they will still give it a try. Jingtian goes in for the 1v3. Now it becomes a 1v1, but he should be long and gone. The damage is too much, and Liu Lang shows him what's up.
Even make it as a solo kill, and here comes Juhao. They are just torturing the game. You can see like the certification that KSG has, right? They're just totally reading RNT as a book.
And this is what it means to play against a KPL team, right? The pressure is immense. T1 now under pressure as well. I don't think they can defend this. In fact, they have to give it. And a couple of free hits coming in on the lifelines of Crowley. This means they don't get to defend. The Azure buff goes to the side of KSG as well.
I mean, like, everything just happened so fast. Like, RNTX, they are trying to be aggressive, but the thing is that once they failed, you can see everything just collapsed after that.
Yes.
Like, one small mistake, the other side of the team will just make it to be a snowball.
And it feels like there's no more space for RNTX to try anything, right? Look, they're trying to farm in the top lane 4 different members. Ideally, we're looking for a 3-man goal sharing effort, but at this point, because you're so far behind, 4,000 gold behind, KSG might be looking for more. Senpai gets caught out by Liu Lang. Does get the Moonscape Mirage. This is a 1v1 that is completely unfair. Even with the leader stance, he's going to be taken out, and KSG have all the advantage in the world.
Killing spree it is. I mean, like 303 KDA, Liu Lang is having 100% killing participation.
Yeah, we need to take a look step by step, right? RNT, can they get a kill over to their side? Right now, they have nothing to offer against KSG, and KSG knows that they have this advantage. They will start approaching the Crimson camp again.
I feel like they are just being really dominating, and you can see like RNTX, they are too busy to guard all those resources that they had.
Yep, and it's very difficult because ideally you want to isolate singular members on the side of KSG, but nobody can hold a 1v1 with any member on the side of KHOK Gaming at this point. So RNT, they have to figure something out in the sense of a 4v1, 3v1 numbers advantage.
But to be honest, like with a 5,000 gold deficit, it can be really hard. The only thing that RNTX can do right now is just let Candy to guard all those waves and just trying to clear the waves and buy more time for Channel and also the Jing.
Yes, and time is definitely not on their side because while Yu on this Aowen is doing well for himself, the silent killer on the other side of KSG is silenced. I mean, no pun intended. But when the Davara comes online, you have essentially 2 marksmen and damage dealers, and here we go, Jingtian. He's gonna be caught in the middle of no man's land. 4 different members tries for the movements with his mirror image. Not gonna work out. A rampage for the side of Liu Lang.
I mean, like, it's just being so devastating. They are trying to do the splat push, let Jingtian to have more gold shell. But the thing is that KSG already read that, right? So it's gonna be a group movement at the bottom.
Yes, and you can see Liu Lang already at 4-0-3. What's scary is not the ocean, it's the undertow. And the currents by this guy are too strong. Now the 1v1 silence against Deadshot. He's going to give it a try. Tries to put down the pedals as well, but Yu is here to help him out. And this will be the end of Deadshot. What at the same time, we also have Crowley. The tank is gone, so the squishies are left. Just Senpai, Candy, as well as Jingtian. They can't do much here. It's 4 different members on the side of KSG, all across on the other side of the map.
It hasn't been 9 minutes, but already 9 kills in favor of KSG, and you can see like they can go whatever they want, take whatever they want. It just seems like this game is already be in their hand.
Yep, and if you take a look at the gold chart, Juhao on this Ying, close to 1,000 gold per minute at this point, 8.5 minutes. It's looking a little bit dire for the side of RNT. They're gonna have to make a last stand here. That T2 at the top is very important, but the biggest challenge is you have about 1.5 minutes left, more or less, at the 10-minute mark when the shadow variants of the objectives come out. How do you defend that?
I mean, like, to be honest, it seems to be impossible for RNT to contest with the Dragon at the 10 minutes mark against KSG in this kind of case. The only thing, I mean, they can do is trying to guide their high ground tower as long as possible.
Yeah, because it looks pretty difficult. Okay, one more Moonscape Mirage. This one is going to catch Crowley out, which means there is potentially no more tanks for the side of RNT once the damage is done. Liu Lang will let him live, giving the last of the silence as well. They will give it a try, but this is not looking good. The Radiance comes in with the Unbridled Outburst as well. They're going to end this game with an ace at this point, just waiting for the minions to come in. A triple kill for silence. The T3 in the mid is the entry point, and KSG are looking so good.
They just aced RNT, and it hasn't been 10 minutes yet. KSG looking for the victory. Everything went so optimistic to them, and game 1 goes to KSG.
A very steady performance. This is what we expected. So what if there is jet lag? So what if there is 2 different patches? We have the upper hand.
I feel like it's pretty solid, you know. Not only the draft that we mentioned is very well-rounded, but also the play that they did in-game. I feel like it's just being flawless.
Yes, and it's quite difficult. But, Isaac, what do you feel about that game number 1?
I believe that RNTX came in with a clear idea of what they wanted to do. They wanted just to start the first 1 minute just making a statement, right? Like just showing that they were not gonna just stand there and just protect their base. They wanted to go and get something. The Jin comes in, tries to invade onto the red buff, does not work out, and then everything just fell apart in the 40 seconds of the game.
Yes, I do like the design that they did in the early game where I tried to steal away the red buff.
Yeah.
Because if you want to compete KSG, you can't just go for those operations. It's impossible, right? So you need to make something like out of your expectation, and that's something they're trying to do.
It's a very big gamble, right? It's like you are actually, either you're gonna win big, or it's gonna end up just exploding in your face, and for them, just ended up just exploding in their face.
Yes, it is like you said, 40 seconds, right? That's not a lot of time, and you are forced to play this way because KHország Gaming, like you said before, Nora, they are a very aggressive team.
Very,
These are
very
young
aggressive.
and up-and-coming talents as well. Jihao down here, 306 with 9,000 gold in his pocket. He was far ahead on anyone else on the side of Revenant X Spark. And this is one of the cleanest gold graphs you will ever see. At the point of the 9-minute mark, they were up by 12,000. This is more than 1,000 GPM.
It's pretty just go in kind of like a one-way game because like 14 against 0, and also KHország Gaming just accelerating their pace. They're already being, I guess, like 2,000 goal lead being built, right? And that was 6 minutes,
Yes.
around 6 minutes.
And this is where it gets even more terrifying, right? Because if you take a look at what the sequence of the draft is from the side of KSG, this is not even the full power of the draft yet. The composition, Silence was not 100% online. This was not a 6-slotted Liu Lang, 6-slotted Silence, 6-slotted Yu as well. And they were already struggling to keep up. So the big question here, if you're on the side of RNTX, is now we tried the Assassin jungle. We tried the aggressive maneuvers in invading level 1. Do we, number 1, take a different role for the jungler now? Does Jingtian play more of a tank jungle and we try to defend against the aggression of KHország Gaming, or do we try it again?
I feel like try again might be better because if you well, trying to make some tankiness brought into your composition, which means you will play in a passive way. I don't think play passive is going to be a good solution when you play against KSG.
Okay, so they need to be cleaner, right, on the side of RNTX. I mean, to be honest, Jingtian did get like a decent start, but it was just for a moment. Right? He stole the buff. That was good, but the punish, you know, this is KSG. This is how fast they are. At the same time, you know, following that, Crowley not being able to follow up, and you know, one by one, they stepped into the jaws of KSG. This gave them the best possible scenario on the side of Crush Game.
And I mean, like, if you want to do the invasion, you need to do it thoroughly, right? Because actually, before the 4 minutes mark, we didn't see like KSG is looking for something. This is like far beyond after they got those gap about their goal difference. I mean, like before 4 minutes mark, KSG is just trying to farm up in a peaceful way. But the thing is that they are just doing those pushing backs when the other team is doing the invasion.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difficult position to be in, right? Because right off the bat, Liu Lang, level 1, already as a higher, has insane wave clear. So the immediate reaction towards the attempted steal on the Crimson buff, you would have to expect that Liu Lang will be able to accompany Jihao on the Gorge and, you know, get the punish in as well.
And I mean, speaking of that, if they still want Liu Lang to be the shot caller, then might well be the hero for Game 2.
Well, let's wait and see what's going to happen in that Game 2. Game 1 came in, KSG took it in less than 10 minutes, sending us straight into Game 2. What about if we go for a break, and when we come back, we're going to bring you the action of Game 2 of this match number 1.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half a pump and blow the house down.
For RNTX, this is going to be their first international tournament. So having a little bit of nerves and not being able to settle in immediately is extremely normal. So it's totally fine. Right now, we start thinking about like what they have in front. They have KSG, the KPL Spring Champions. Let's be realistic and not think about like, wow, let's go and try to beat them. What do you guys think is an achievable goal for RNTX in this match right now?
I think let's try and get the pacing under control first, right? Yeah. I think the idea of invading is great. That's what you need to do to match against an aggressive team. Yeah. But I think they need to have a composition. We were talking about this just before we came on. They need to have a draft that if you want to invade level 1, it needs to be able to be done, right? Because a Garuda and a Florentino, if you're behind, there's no way you come back into the game.
And speaking of that, I think draft also matters a lot because we mentioned about actually KSG is trying to prioritize the jungler, right? Let Zhuhao to have that in. So Zhongfei should be banned away on the side of RNTX, right? couldn't just let a well-played team to use such a well-played combo. So that's the thing. And also speak of the draft, maybe it can be better for them just targeting at one row, I guess.
Yeah, you know what?
One row to shred down those initiations.
Let's first and foremost, let's not pick the Florentino game 1. Right?
Yeah.
It's a difficult one. I mean, Florentino's a really strong hero, but we already saw one of the ways to beat the Florentino pick, right? When there's a numbers advantage, especially when you're behind on farm and EXP, it's not going to be a simple game at all. So RNTX, like you said, this time, I believe they should be going for first pick again, right? Because if you lose a game, you get to be in a position to pick your sides.
The better to pick some heroes with initiation. For example, this time, Zhang Fei is still available for them, but they will stay the same as this My Ban and also that pay, because you won't just let KSG to be really aggressive in like before 4 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. The first 4 minutes are really important, as we have already, or rather, KSG has already showcased to you what a lead within the first 60 seconds can do for you. And we are going with the stock standard bans once again. No pay, no my, coming from the side of RNT. But this time, the Guan Yu and the Chicha coming in as the bans for KSG. So they're looking for a snowball. They want to go in face first. No flanks allowed.
And that kind of gives me a feeling about maybe they will go for like a Yangjin Dolia pick or like some marksman like Channel, I guess, because of this Chicha and also Guan Yu ban.
Yep, and we start to see Senpai. I mean, they pick up the Arlie, and Arlie is one of the strong heroes, right? But once again, very mechanical.
Very mechanical it is, and also the idea is an open choice on the side of RNTX, right? It's gonna be quite decent, and also maybe with this Zhang Fei pick, they should just prioritize Senpai at the bottom, because you can see like how aggressively he was during the laning, right? Try to keep pressuring on you.
I like that you bring that up, because we never really got to see the farm lane, right? It was always action in the mid and the top, but simply because they understood that, hey, we have an advantage in the clash lane, let's push that advantage over there. Yeah. Now, RNT, they're gonna pick up the Dharma along the Princess Frost. So maybe, you know what, they could even play the Liang as a roam and go for the traditional Frost Liang. Do you like that combo?
Well, I mean, I do like the combo, especially I'm looking forward to seeing KSG or AG.AL to play that combo. But as for RNTX, I feel like they might be better to go for a composition with more tolerance, because Zhang and Liang, you really need to use your ulti precisely, and it is very hard to execute it in game.
Yes, high risk, high reward. And this risk is even higher now because they have Fatih in the hands of KSG. Fatih, if you didn't know, when he activates his ultimate, he cleanses himself of all crowd control, which means he might even say, you know what, Candy, if you want to use your second skill, Frigid Prison, freeze me, and I'll use my ulti, I'll come out, I'll start slashing. And it's not going to be a fun place to be at. Now, on the side of KSG, we talked about the Zhang Fei roam, right? It's not going to be allowed. The KSG don't even want to give them a chance.
Yeah, but as for Lapu Lapu, it's available for KSG. So this time, well, RNTX banned it away or let Zhang Fei let Lapu Lapu to be an open choice, because KSG, they are already capable of doing a lot of damage, but the thing is that their lack of controllability.
Yes, and also tankiness, right? I mean, yes, they have quite a bit of lifesteal when the side of Yu as well as the side of Silence, once they get the equipment up, they do have quite a bit of lifesteal available when they land the auto attacks.
Yeah.
But right now, they just need a shield in front. Someone who's able to soak in all the damage, or maybe even eat all of the CC coming in from the side of RNT.
Lapu Lapu it is, and maybe like Yangjin for Zhuhao this time, I guess. And also for RNTX, because of the Dharma pick and also the Princess Frost, the control is definitely there. The CC is completed, so they might need some hero to do the split push in the middle game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Split push, actually in this case, on the side of RNT, wave clear isn't their biggest strength, right? And we will go for the traditional pairing here. So the couple that is in play, Ogren as well as the Dia. They are a couple, but there's a second couple here that is going to be the Dia and the Arlie. This is one of the traditional picks you'll see in any professional league in HOK.
And I would consider that bottom duo as maybe the most, like the strongest duo right now. So in this patch at the bottom, So I feel like this time RNTX is trying to highlight their marksman senpai, trying to, you know, be more aggressive during the laning and try to take the tier 1 tower at bottom first, then KSG.
But Chihao, he gets a Agudo. And it's one of the natural counters against an Ogren. I'm not sure this game is going to go any easier for the side of RNTX. Like, we've seen the power of KSG, Kuaishou Gaming. Now, if you don't understand Chinese, Kuai means fast. And they were playing extremely fast.
And Shou means hand, means like fast-handed.
Yes.
Yes.
So I think we can expect a very fast rotation. One of the fastest jungle camp clearers is the Agudo. And this is going to, hopefully, I think the Ogren pick for the side of Jingtian, he needs to invade. Ball camp definitely a prior here. If he can get away with robbery in this level 1 invade, that would be great. Because if you don't do that, we're going to see a repeat of game number 1.
But I mean, like, if you want to do some invasion happening before 4 minutes mark, I mean, like, around level 1, the only thing that Ogren can do is steal away the small monster, the piggies, around the camp on the side of KSG. That's the only thing that you need to do, or you can do. But after that, the mid lane clarity might be the main focus in game 2. Because not only Ogren, but also this Agudo can be a great help to their mid lanes in this clarity.
Yes, they can actually hit multiple targets and also a very fast wave clear from the side of Chihao on the Agudo, right?
That's true.
For Jingtian on the second skill, the Death's Precipice, the one where he does a swipe, the targets that hit by that will be available for him to get multi-hits. And Jingtian, he tries again! Oh no! Okay, we'll see how this works out, right?
Just take it personal, like...
yeah, like, okay, you know
what?
what?
Game 1 invasion, game 2 invasion. I like it, actually.
I like this because actually you can stop the passive of Chihao. He actually is successful. Now, the rest of the cavalry comes up. Straight away, it's a 3v2. The life bars are falling low on the side of KSG, but they don't have enough damage, and Liu Lang gets the first blood. Yes, it is onto Crowley, but here we go. Jingtian, your Ogren, the jungler, the core. He is down right from the get-go, right before the 60-second mark.
I mean, like, same strategy, same tactics that RNTX trying to make, but the story just be remade again on the side of KSG. Like, it's like the deja vu of game 1.
Almost. So, I mean, they did send Senpai down to mid lane, try to get that mid first wave and rotate to the top or the bottom to get more EXP, but it's not working now because they have to waste time clearing that first initial wave. And this is all of the timers on the side of RNT put and push back.
Just watch the replay, right? Actually, they did quite nice at first hand, but as you can see, Ollie just hold back. So the rest of the team member is not that capable of dealing with the early power on the side of KSG. So that's a problem. If you want to take one execution, you need to make sure that you can do it in a quite thorough way.
Yeah, and in quick fashion as well, right?
Yeah.
This is the risk of taking a big fight before you hit level 4, because as an Ogren, you only get one chance of your first and second skills. If you don't get a kill or exchange off of that, you are in a dangerous spot, right? Level 4, yes, you have your ultimate as an Ogren to get back some life that is lost. You also get the insta-kill with the Seer State. But once again, okay, I like this. Jingtian says, let's give it a go again. They will go. This time it's a 3v2 with the roll and a tumble from Chihao. He makes it out safely. But once again, this is time wasted. I don't know if this is the correct answer. 4 members on the side of KHG have answered the call of Chihao in the jungle.
Yes, the waste of time, that's exactly the point. Because when you're trying to do the invasion, but you didn't take anything from your enemy, that will just lower your own farming pace against your opponents. Just check the gold difference, right? 2,000 gold already in favor of KSG, and that's the thing.
And in the middle of that exchange, you also got a solo 1v1 kill against Candy. Now, Candy losing to the side of you, I think that's to be expected. But the problem here is you're giving farm to the channel, which is not supposed to happen. He is going to be so big at the 4-minute mark, probably even at the 10-minute enhanced variants.
The thing that KSG is trying to highlight the top side of the map. They are just letting you to have his own good time. But out of expectation, he did that solo kill for himself. So definitely everything just went so optimistic to KSG in this game.
Yep, and pre-4 minutes, yes, you do have a little bit of a backdoor defense, the yellow bar on the towers. That's the extra health of recovery. But once it hits 4 minutes, that is going to be gone. So right off the bat, even before we touch the Tyrant, KSG has an advantage in damage on turrets already.
And speak of the gold difference, speak of the gold lead, just check silence. This man just keeps silence, but with 600 gold lead.
Yes, that's quite a lot, which means he probably will get a big advantage coming in. But here we go, the launch coming in. Once again, two-man knockup. The jungler is gone. Jingtian, today is not your day. And KSG right at the 4-minute mark, they kickstart the Tyrant. There is no steal unless Deadshot can do something spectacular. Not gonna happen as well. And as we already said, T1 at the bottom, looking so shaky.
Just secure the Tyrant at the bottom. You know, like one thing that I do want to highlight is that Lorian is quite like a new hero to Liu, but just check like how smooth he is using all those combos. It's like pure mechanics, but like pure talent with great effort.
I mean, this is one of the reasons why they are champions, right? They learn so fast, even if it's a hero that is new to them. The mechanics are already there, the foundations are already there. And the foundations of their victory start with RNT's T1 on the Clash lane taking a fall. So KSG has a little bit more space to operate around the gorge at this point. Top side is going to be very dark.
Lapu Lapu find a nice spot, trying to get in at the back.
Red team.
Yeah, this is so good, right? Like, okay, he's just standing there, but that is a lot of value for the side of KSG.
Yes, the value is that gain the vision control and open a door for them to maybe make the tower dive possible, and at the same time just let the people to do the split push at the bottom. So you can just, you know, throw one rock and you can hit two birds.
Yep, they will get the double knockup once again. Deadshot, no return fire. Jingtian's gonna be taken down as well. KSG are looking so strong, they're too far ahead. Crowley falls solo. It just took 3 hits from the side of KSG to get it down. All the T1s are gone. T2s are next on the menu. They still have a minion wave in the middle lane. This means Chi-Hao can go to work, and then Agudo takes and eats towers for breakfast.
KSG is just snowballing the game, and look at the pushing efficiency with this Agudo, with this channel. Actually, this composition allowing them even close out the game before 10 minutes.
Yep, I don't think we'll even hit the 10 minutes if this situation continues on. And you know for a fact, KSG, they know what an advantage is like, and they know how far to push it as well. We'll see how this is like for the side. Jingtian, he's gonna give it a try again. Radiant's gonna be dropped down. Oh, 3-man knockup. This is all over for the side of RNT. A beautiful piece of work from the side of KHÅNG Gaming. Deadshot's gonna try, but all that's left is Candy. And this truly is taking Candy from a child. He's gonna be taken out of the picture for the time being. T3 open up, and the wave is approaching KSG. They are done with this series. They want to do more research on the other teams. And with the crystal being taken down, Candy, the last one, the end is with an ace.
A clean 2-0 win goes over to KSG. Just check the composure that it has, right? Just check the coordination that it has. That's what we're talking about. Everyone is amazed about the power that KPL team has, but when you're really like actually looking at it, you'll be overwhelmed by their mechanics and also certification.
Yeah, so this is like the legends, right? You hear stories, okay, this team's really, really strong, but now you actually get to see it. This is what you need to do. When you have an advantage, you need to find the different angles of where to put pressure and put pain on your opponents. Now, for RNTX, I don't think they should be too discouraged. This is their first international against a KPL prodigy team. These are the strong ones. So KHÅNG Gaming will be the winners of this first series, and what a performance to start the day.
And I mean, like, they can actually learn a lot from those matchups when they're playing against KSG, right? Because KSG, actually, they're pulling all their efforts in. They're not saving anything. Just whatever they can play well with, the cards, they're just taking it out, and also check out the pace. They're pulling all the things that they have to their opponents, showing their respect.
That is very commendable, right? Because for KSG, they could have actually just come in and they just take this with a little bit of like more calm, right? But just out of respect to your opponents, you come in with 100%. And for RNTX, I'm telling you, I do believe that they're going to go home actually feeling like they learned something. It's not every day that you get the chance to play against the KPL champions. So they're actually very lucky that they had this opportunity. They need to go back, look at the video, and then understand exactly what they can do in order to improve.
Well, I feel like they can just continuing being aggressive in the early game, but maybe will polish it a little bit more. For example, if you want to steal with a red buff, you need to make sure that everyone's there for you, coming up with all those damage you got.
You need to have a way in the same as you need to have a way out, right? Like, so if you understand how to come in, yeah, that's totally fine, but you need to have a plan on how you can actually go back home with the gold.
Yes, safety is very important, right? The exit plan, exit strategy is definitely one thing that I think RNT is going to take away from this series. And I love that you pointed this out. Respect is shown from the side of Kuaishou Gaming. Now, RNT gets the best chance to learn because the gaps were pretty clear. They did make the right move of trying to be aggressive, but it's still not clean enough, like you guys said.
Yeah.
Right? And punishment will have to be dished out. This is a literal classroom. You have to take notes and you have to take the reviews. And if you take a look at the damage coming in, Liu Lang this game, once again with the Lauren, I love that he highlights this hero from AOV.
I do like how Liu Lang played in this game, you know, because the first game, Haya showing his game knowledge about this game, and for game 2 with this first blood, you know, like Lauren is pretty like a new hero to KPL teams and also to Liu Lang, but just check his smooth mechanics. It's really flawless, you know. A lot of efforts that we can see back his mechanics, and also like you can see the talent from this player.
Yes, and of course, across the caster desk, we all play different roles in the game. And I want to point out LFF, some of the things that he has been doing in this game, you definitely need to learn from it. Just standing in the brush is also one important factor. Giving them the information that, hey, actually, RNTX are around this area, and with a Lapu Lapu pick in a tight corner, there's no way you run away from the Raging Sea, right? Yes, you can see it, but can you run? I don't think so.
I think that Kin made a very interesting and very smart comment saying that KWC is a classroom. It is out there for everyone who wants to learn to become better at what they do. So every single person that comes in all the way here to Paris, France, as long as you are willing to take in information and try to become better, we'll see you next year in KWC 2027, man. It is just a road. And it might not be right now for RNTX for them to show that they are the best of the best. But if they take the notes in, I know that one day they're going to be able to really bring it in to KSG one more time. Well, let's go on stage and let's talk to Mara to see exactly what the players have to say about this match.
Here we are with Liu Lang. Congratulations on this first matchup. You came in here as a champion of KPL spring season and you showed exactly why. You finished the game very fast. It was very clean that your opponent didn't have a chance against you, basically. Do you expect all matches here in KWC to be this one-sided?
流浪，你们作为 KPL 春季赛的冠军进入到这个比赛，感觉确实也证明了你们这个实力。每一场都是像刚刚那场就是完全是2比0输空了对手。那你认为就是这种实力差距，你们是否后面的几场可能都会是如此碾压性的去获得胜利吗？
如果自己打的没啥问题的话，应该都是这样的，输退了。
As long as we can perform at this level, I think there's no issues with crushing everyone 2-0 just like this.
What you showed today would definitely scare everybody in your group. Now, the meta in the global is different from KPL, especially with the new AOV heroes. Earlier, we saw your team use the Lorian. What was the preparation like, especially because you're in the middle of your summer season right now in KPL? Was it a bit challenging for you?
在国际舞台上面，他们的主流打法可能跟国内的 KPL 也都非常的不一样因为这里也有那些像什么AOV 的英雄，比方说你们刚才拿出那首那个 Lorian。那你们从 KPL 的夏季赛来到这个国际舞台上面，做出了哪些方面的调整呢？
可能大家都是职业选手吧，都多花点时间练一下这边的英雄吧。可能国内都没有，就大家多花点时间练习一下。
Well, we are professional players after all, so it came down to just practice. Like when there's a new hero, we gotta practice it. We gotta devote time learning the ins and outs of the hero and be able to deliver a performance with it at the highest level on the stage.
And we're really excited to see what else you have to show. What about a message to the world, everyone that's watching right now?
那有没有什么话想跟现在所有在看的观众和粉丝呢？
希望大家都能看得精彩吧，看得尽兴。
I hope everyone can enjoy the show and watch us win.
Once again, congratulations. We're gonna break that down a little bit more and head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Lelang, for coming in here, spreading the good word of top-level honor of Kings. I love that he came here. He has the confidence that they're going to make it all the way through as long as they perform as they should. Match 1 is done. Match 2 is waiting for us. Let's go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to bring you all the action.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. KHapplity, powered by play.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026 Group Stage Day 2. We just saw the performance from KSG taking a 2-0 victory and moving forward to today afternoon's performances. But then we need to see exactly who they're going to be playing against, and that is going to be our next match. To break it down to you, we have brought Kin and Blam for this match.
Hello.
One more time.
I'm showing some homage to VP, you know, there we saw Clue with his lovely little... I'm assuming it's a HIliwon impression, right?
It's looking good, right? Because at this point, this is going to be a very important match. Now we shift from one side of KWC to the other side, and this time we're looking at the HOK AOV matchup. Virtus Pro going up against Buriram United Esports. This one is going to be interesting because we have quite a bit of history with VP.
Oh, absolutely.
KML champions against playing survivors. This is going to be Virtus Pro against Buriram United Esports. The KML Spring 2026 first place against the RPL Summer 2026 first. Blam, who's coming on top out of this one?
Is that even a question? I mean, I'm a representative from the KML, man. Like, Virtus Pro has my vote all the way. I mean, Buriram United showed a very promising play-in stage, but Virtus Pro is that next notch in HOK.
All right, so Virtus Pro makes it over here after winning their title. When looking at the way that they made it right over here, their destiny with Nongshim Red Force had been just intertwined in such an interesting way that they had to beat them multiple times in order to make it right over here. Blam, what happened in there?
With that one, I mean, obviously, Nongshim Red Force got up against KML's champion now, Virtus Pro. Obviously, it was a bit of a tight series.
Yeah.
Obviously, after the reform of Nongshim Red Force, they still wasn't enough to take down this VP, this new kind of like all-star roster within Europe.
It went all the way until 4-3 in that grand final of the KML, the Spring 2026, man. So we can see a lot of the people that you can see on the screens. These are not new faces for anyone. These are players that have been with us through these years. They have been carrying the flag of different teams. They are experienced. Blam, what are the best moments that you remember from HIểN, from 90, from Clue in the road to KWC 2026?
I mean, for KWC 2026, obviously, we saw that HIểN has kind of been shifting since 2024's EWC, right? Obviously, this is a guy that kind of left the composition very early, very emotional, but now, last year, he got top 4, and that's what they're going to be going towards now.
Top 4 is always in the past because we know that they did really well in the past, but what they have today is going to be a completely new challenge. Buriram United Esports, since play-ins in day 1 up until right now, they have been doing really well. We've already had a lot of performances by them. We already know exactly what they can bring to the table, as we're always saying. Is that going to work in their favor because they already know the stage? Or that's going to be a disadvantage since for Virtus Pro, they already know what they can do?
It's going to work in my favor because I love this mid lane matchup. I like that you highlight the HIểN from the side of Virtus Pro, right? Because coming in, we get to see this comparison between him and Nunu. Nunu is this all-star player coming in from the side of Buriram United Esports. And HIểN is also a decorated player from the side of HOK.
I think that that's going to be one of the best matchups in this game, right? Like just the mid lane fight. Nunu, we've been talking about Nunu so much in these days just because he has been setting the real standard for DeLorean, right?
He is the gold star, right? If you think of Lorion, you think of Nunu right at this stage of KWC. And this is going to be a very interesting matchup because the wave clear ability from both sides is equivalent at this point before we start the performance, right? HIểN is also known as one of those very flashy mid lane players. We might see, I mean, we probably wouldn't see it today, but Shangguan and Mai, these are two of his favorite heroes in the mid lane as well. We haven't seen Nunu move away from too much from the Lorion pick because he has found so much success that, to be honest, I don't think Buriram United has been tested yet.
But well, if he's already been given this option so many times and we already know that this is going to be one of his main picks, Blam, would you use one of the bans just to say like, okay, we're not allowing Nunu for that Lori pick?
No, you know what? If I'm Virtus Pro, I'm going to be like, you know what? I want to take that challenge in game number 1 because it's something you don't allow in maybe like game 2 or game 3, right? Because that could be the potential turnaround and loss of the series for VP. So for me, I feel like you test it in game number 1. If you beat it, that's even better for Virtus Pro.
I like the idea of that, right? Because this is something that you can expect. This is something we have seen before, and this is something you might have done homework before, right? So if you are able to use that information to your advantage, get the win, right now that will kind of shake the confidence of Buriram United Esports. At the same time, it also opens up the questions, what more do you have?
Exactly, I think that's the obviously question we're going to be seeing here as well, right? But I mean, I want to go and harp back onto that Lorian point as well. Like, I feel like with a team like Virtus Pro going up against Buriram United, you have to play, you have to be on the front foot, right? Like, you have to be leading that game for Lorian to have the impact that he needs. You can't play Lorian from behind. That's a very difficult hero to play when you are 2K, 3K gold.
Okay, so I'm going to put you in the camp of Virtus Pro. I'm going to be on the side of Buriram United. And it's looking good, right? So the rotations are going to be very important. But we have to talk about the synergy of the teams as well. And the two players I want to add on in this scuffle are the roamers. Tao's going up against Clue. Yes. Clue is one of my favorite players. I mean, he is a lot of fun. And he is one of the most consistent players throughout the history of HOK. But going up against Tao's has been really consistent so far.
Very consistent, but I mean, Clue has home ground buff.
Okay, true.
You know,
true.
like he is from France. He is here to be like, you know what, I can't lose at home. Like any football team that loses at home, it's even a sorer loss here. So I feel like for Clue, he has something not only to prove to obviously his teammates 90 and Highland that got to top 4, but he also needs to prove it at home that he is the top dog in that roam.
Well, I like the struggle because both roamers, they play really well in the setup roam, right? The Chang Feis, the Lapu Lapus, even the Lianpos. These are the heroes that we're very well versed with. On the other hand, if we are talking about the utility roams where the Diadias, the Sakias coming in, it might be a slightly different story because we have not explored that concept with either of these teams right yet.
Correct.
And then, you know, that growth will then go into the goal lane. For you, T-Gold, for me, Licky, what do you think?
I mean, T-Gold, I feel like he's still one of like the newer players onto the Gorge here for the side of Virtus Pro, right? Obviously, it's somebody that was a little bit newer to the roster. Had a bit of a promising start, promising performance within KML. I feel like maybe from KML, because we haven't seen them play since then, there's got to be a clear shift in how his performance is now.
All right, I'm going to be putting quite a bit of scrutiny here. I feel T-Gold has not hit his peak performance yet.
Okay.
Right? But I feel like Licky is already in the groove of things. So to me, in that farm lane matchup, besides the BP, it's also about how confident you are. Are you really smooth with your movements? Because based on what I've seen of Licky's performance so far in KWC, I think he has just one step ahead of T-Gold.
Yeah, but you got to look at the performance of Virtus Pro, right? Like, you know Highland doesn't have to rotate top side of the map. He's got 90 locking down that clash lane as usual. Highland is going to be going down, helping T-Gold into the farm lane, putting a little bit of a stunt of growth on Licky here. So I am not worried about my boys on Virtus Pro.
Okay, I like the confidence, and I hold the same confidence for the side of Buriram United Esports as well. I'm curious to see how this first exchange is going to be like, because normally in a best of 3, the first game sets the tone, right? If you get a win, there's a lot less pressure coming into the second game of the series. You could just potentially go for the killing blow there.
Yeah, I mean, you always obviously want to, right? Obviously, game 1, what we saw yesterday, obviously, HOK be able to get a victory from the MKL teams, right? That shows that game 1 is a big motivator in that series. So if that is the case, it's brilliant. But you can't underestimate your opponent like the HOK BR team did yesterday in Influence Rage.
Okay, so we covered quite a few members on the side of both teams. Let's talk a little bit about the junglers, because that's another matchup that's going to be very important, right? In the previous series we were watching, we saw that a good jungler really defines a game, right? And the mistakes of a jungler could also define how the rest of the game goes from the get-go. But before we jump into that, I mean, we'll take a look at the BP. Jiabao is new. He is on your side, Virtus Pro. He's taking over Rock.
Yes.
And I don't know how I feel about it, because this guy, he is also decorated. This guy started from what do we call it?
Started from the bottom.
Yeah, this guy started from the bottom, right?
He went the Drake, you know?
Yeah, National Championships, KGL, went to KPL. He's on loan from TTG.
Exactly, yeah. So he has the accolades, but the thing is, you have like the clear accomplishments, but the problem is, does he have that bond? Because obviously we used to see from like Rock and Clue, they were very sort of like solid as a unit anyway. So it's going to be seen if that identity has been formed here for Virtus Pro. Because I think for me, if I was kind of like on the opposite side of this argument, it'd be like, what is the identity for Virtus Pro? Because it's not going to be the same as the one from KML.
For sure. The synergy is definitely something that we need to talk about for both of these teams. And you know what? I was so surprised at the Buriram interview the other day, because they said they formed this team in, what, 5 days? They have like 5 days of experience together, but it doesn't feel like they're playing as though they've practiced for 5 days only. This guy seems pretty in sync with each other. So I'm curious to see if VP has this same formula in their bag.
And as well, like obviously back to that interview point that he was making when there was on about obviously Yusung being put into the clash lane as well. It's just like, oh, if he wants to play, he wants to play. But they can't have that mistake. They can't underestimate 90 into the clash lane, right? That's where I feel like if Buriram United kind of go for that blasé kind of attitude, it could mean the downfall of this series for them, right?
I mean, if you're new to VP and new to 90, he puts you to sleep, and not in the way that you would like. If you're on if you're on the opponent's side, on the side of Buriram here, if 90 gets his way, you're not going to have a fun time in the 1v1 in the clash lane. And he is famous in the KML for those massive flanks that have net Virtus Pro a number of big wins as well.
Yeah, massive flanks, 1v1s. I mean, we go back to when obviously they were a part of Twisted Minds, right? Obviously, when we saw that massive Byron outplay from this guy, it was just like, he is him with the capital H. So once again, I feel like Buriram United, that kind of Clash Lane matchup, they have to have done some serious homework against 90 to try and kind of like dismantle this player.
I mean, that's one, right? The second one I think that's really curious is how many of the AOV heroes do we get? Do we get the Florentino again? And curious point, I think yes, Lorian is a great pick. Nunu is definitely very well versed with that hero as well. But I'm thinking that Virtus Pro might not take the risk and actually ban out the Lorian.
They might do. I mean, we'll have to see what obviously goes on in game one. I feel like if they don't ban it in game one and allow it to come through, I feel like that is going to be kind of what they need to do. Obviously, it's global ban pick, right? Yep. Those at home, if they pick this hero once, if you're new to the stream, they cannot pick it again. So it's not like Buriram United can just go 3 series with this Lorian. They have to choose which game is going to be the key moment, or which draft against Virtus Pro is going to be the key moment that they lock in the Lorian pick. Because if they do the wrong one, that's one of Nunu's trump cards gone. But it's not to say that he doesn't have other great picks. We saw great performance on the Xiao Xiao as well.
Yes, and so, you know, the first few bans will define the kind of the direction we're going with. So far, the stock standard bans, we have seen the Haya ban, we've seen the Pei ban, we've seen the Mai ban, maybe even the Guan Yu at some times.
True.
So right now, the consideration is some of the teams, they actually prior their jungler first. The rest of the usual ones, they take up the farm lane first. So RNTX is actually has been one of the prior picks for a lot of the teams coming in.
I mean, he's not even having the recent changes that's happened, obviously, in game recently as well, right? Like, but I feel like that's the good thing about obviously RNTX. He's able to just be an independent farm lane, right? He has infinite vastness. It means he's able to just kind of like, okay, if they do die for me, it's not the end of the world. But some of these teams know how to play against that hero in when they can exhaust that ultimate at the right time, right? Like if they're able to pop that off before the 4-minute mark, it makes kind of any kind of neutral objective team fight harder for you.
I love that you said that, right? Because for the RNTX, it really comes down to the 4th minute.
Yep.
And more or less, level 4 too. If you don't have the infinite vastness, that is the best time to catch you. And that will definitely put you in advantage, not just in lane, but for the team fight as well. So we'll see the stock standard bans coming in, at least from the side of Buriram, right? So no Mai and no Haya, but the Pei is open. It looks like Buriram wants to get that first.
Oh, there we go. The Dolly again banned out here for VP. They're really, like you said, locking down those support picks. But if we look at the meta over the past few days, were these really going to be prior picks for Buriram United?
I mean, I think maybe they're scared of the Yangqian Dolia combination, right?
Okay.
But the Lorian comes in.
Here we go.
So this is going to be the Nunu special. How special is the Lorian performance today? I'm curious because VP has been watching since day number 1, even in the play-ins. What kind of homework did you do?
I don't know, but I mean, that's a meaty farm lane duo down there to the bot side of the map. We have RNTX, as we just recently speaking about there. T-Gold does get one of, obviously, like we're saying, one of the most prestigious farm lanes there as well. So, like Clue, we know is able to be free to roam the map, help mid lane, help jungle advance or accelerate their farm. And he knows that it's going to be T-Gold after level 4. He's going to be fine.
And if there's any hero that is synonymous with Clue, it's the Zhang
Fei,
right?
Fei, yeah.
He is one of the best, most consistent Zhang Fei players out there. But here comes the pain. You know what? We're not going to split the series to give you, one by one. We're going to have both of the AOV heroes coming in. And we're going to have the Florentino come in. This is going to be in the hands of Yishong. Now, Yishong is also the secondary class player for the side of Buriram. But here is the real pain. Valdez with the Pei.
I mean, that's a crazy 3 starter picks, right? Like, for the whole series, we were like, man, you got to watch out for Lorian. Man, you got to watch out for Pei. Florentino, I haven't seen the greatest performance on.
No,
but this team being from Arena of Valor, if there's anybody that's going to be able to pilot this, it's going to be Clash Laners from that game, Whereas the Pei, that's also surprised me on teams like Buriram United. This is not a hero that has any kind of equivalent, right? It's different, but they are able to be precise with it. And we know Valdez. He loves those early to mid-game junglers, like his Pei is a Gudo. That's when he's had his best performance.
Okay, so let's talk about their opponents at this point. But because we brought this up earlier, right? The Byron coming in. This is 90's bread and butter. So he has it now on the Byron. Good shields. And with the pick on the Zhang Fei, one of the immediate answers we see from teams is, okay, we're going to pick up the Lapu Lapu for the Raging Seed. But that has been banned out. No Lianpo as well. So the big 3 in terms of tanks for the roam, that is gone. You are forced now to consider the utility roams. Diadea, Sakir, Tien. Oh no, the idea is banned as well.
Yeah,
Oh
exactly,
no. So
yeah.
what are you left with, man?
Left with, like you said, Sakia's banned. He can't be picked, you know? Like, so when we look down to the bot side of the map, is it going to be kind of forcing them to go for something like a HIliwon, right? Go something with a little bit more sustain there, able to obviously use them, use him to use that AOE to obviously check rushes, do everything like that before you walk into it, but also kind of like try and stop these big engages. So obviously if Zhongfei pops the Unbridled Outburst and you have your Unending Sorrow, you can kind of mitigate that CC at that moment in time.
Okay, so they have picked up the pages from the textbook of Buriram here, right? So taking the Xiao Xiao in the mid lane for Hailang. Hailang hasn't really shown too many times of the Xiao Xiao, but you can be sure it's a guarantee that he will play well on this hero. How well, though, against Nunu on this Lauren? He is the gold star, gold standard of this mid lane hero. I'm just curious to see. They're leaving the jungler for the last counter pick against the side of Buriram.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting what these last two picks are going to be here, right? Obviously, we're looking for the jungle and we're looking for marksman. Obviously, we know that Ali has not been taken off of the gorge here for them, but they're going to go and lock in the Chano here as well.
Okay. And
certain kind of flavor matchups. It is going to be the HIliwon, like I said earlier, just to give them a bit of sustainability. Because if you look at their draft, in terms of frontline, it's only going to be HIliwon that's really going to be like a pseudo. It's not the greatest kind of substitute for a tank roam. So we'll have to see how they do. Obviously, Chano is going to be a bit of a late game assurance here for the side of Buriram United, but the Xiao Xiao, I feel like, complements AOV, right? Obviously, AOV, mid-range hero. We know that we can get the poke potential here with Xiao Xiao. It's also a good counter, not lane counter, but for the AOV. So I think that's a good pick here for Virtus.pro to be taken.
I mean, it's a risky draft if you're looking at it from a Honor of Kings perspective, because they're so squishy on the side of Buriram. But they know how to play these heroes to the absolute limit. At the same time, I like this understanding of the game from the side of VP. VP, they have a lot of control, and with the Nerza pick as the final one, not only do you dilute the heal values, you're also able to reposition yourself in the middle of fights. It's gonna get a lot messier for Nunu here.
Yeah, it is going to get very, very, very messy, but like you were saying about the nerds as well, right? Like, you could be using that Skyfall to get rid of the Unending Sorrow before you go into a team fight, right? Because if you're able to force that out, there is no real mitigation of damage control. It's no longer a mitigation of it. It's a damage control point when you are trying to make sure that less of your players are getting CC'd, because once 3-4 men get CC'd by that Zhongfei, you know Knight is going to be in the wing by, you know that Xiao Xiao is going to go in, use that AoE just to do a lot of damage, and then obviously burst potential here from Lung is going to be exponential if he gets the lead here. So T-Gold, I feel like if he gets focused, then that could be the means of victory here for Buriram United.
So if you take a look at the draft, these are two completely flow states coming in. The draft on the side of Buriram is more like water. They want to flow. There's a lot of mobility involved, a lot of mechanical skills. On the other hand, if you take a look at VP, it is looking like a container. They want to contain the roster of Buriram. So once again, help us out. Give us the votes in the Overlord pit. We have a voting system. Vote for your favorite team. It is now dominated, I believe, by Virtus.pro.
Yes, at least 4/5, right? If we're looking at mathematical equations there for you. But definitely a big vote here for the KML teams. Obviously showing some respect here. Showing the AOV gameplay. Can't wait to see Buriram United playing Brew Blood, but into the mid lane. Double knock up here from Hailang. Is that the Brew Blood that they're looking for?
I think this aggression is definitely necessary at this point, and with the help of Taos as well, they should be able to get a decent wave clear. Now, bear in mind that Taos, as a Yuan, will be able to give you back a little bit of health, but potential first blood here.
Oh, potential. I mean, top side of the map as well. We are seeing a bit of a scuffle in there. We have a lane swap as well for both the marksman and the clash lane. So Byron going head-to-head against the Chano. Chano obviously outranges Lung level 1 because of his soaring shot as well.
Yeah, I like this rotation coming in, right? Because for Yuxiong, he can't do a 2v1. The specialty of a Florentino pick is the ability to take one-on-ones with great precision as well. But VP, the faster rotation wins, and they have made that first move in the Crimson buff.
Yeah, trying to invade at the Crimson buff here. It's going to be actually not...
They got it. They stole it.
Got it the way. Okay, they did get it the way there. So well played to Virtus.pro. Very good start here for this game number 1 between themselves. But they're just looking to dominate, obviously, the early game, right? They know, obviously, the way you kind of counter the pay is you have to kind of invite yourself in, right? You have to slow him down.
Yes. And when a pay isn't in a position to be able to do damage or tank damage in the first place, this game becomes a lot more straightforward for the side of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I mean, we normally see kind of like the pays nowadays. They like to go for like the Frost Guard's Embrace, go for something that's going to give them a little bit more defense in that regard, because if it has to go past the mid game, you kind of wanted something that's going to be able to kind of sustain a little bit more damage, and I feel like HIliwoN's going to be able to aid that goal here for Buriram United.
Right, I mean, the silver lining is Taos is close to level 4. He will have his unending sorrows soon. And on the flip side, it's not the same for Clue, right? He does manage to catch up a little bit more in EXP and farm. But T Gold, we're talking about this just now, he is not having a fun time. The moment Clue leaves him alone, he is at risk.
Yes, and the fact that he's used the Infinite Bastards, right? You've seen Tao's already rotate. He's like, guys, okay, ultimate's off the gorge now. If we're going to strike onto T Gold, this is your moment. But we do see a good equal rotation here from VP Clue as well as HIliwoN. Just keeping good buddy help there, forcing out the flash there from Taos. I mean, that's going to be a bit of a expensive use of that common skill.
Yep, this is way past 2 minutes, right? If you use your flash pre-2 minutes, it's okay.
Yes.
You will have it in time for the 4-minute Tyrant fight. But at this point, at close to 3 minutes in the game, having it burnt out, not ideal. Now, Taos wants to be able to either reposition with his Unending Sorrow to heal or to damage the likes of VP during this 4-minute skirmish and exchange at the Tyrant Pit. Not looking good for them at this point, though.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, though, like, he is level 7 before Valdus was even level 7, right? Like, so having a Nurtser that's actually been able to outscale in terms of XP level, I mean, that's a problem here for Buriram United, right? That really shows that the jungler for Virtus Pro, he knows the clear rotations, he knows how to make those resources count.
Yeah. That's why junglers get angry when you take their camp, right? Because one camp, it was literally just the Crimson Golem going into the hands of Jiabao, and it made the world's difference. Now, a half a level EXP lead, he's also going to be able to jump on the backlines. And with the level difference, it's so hard to fight against him.
Yep, and we all know obviously Nurtser is a scaling hero as well, right? So if he's able to scale a little bit faster there, it's going to mean that it's going to be a little bit more frightful for the side of Buriram United. Top side of the map here, we're looking for a potential takedown. It is going to be Yu-Song who's going to be the first blood here, but it is going to be Buriram United looking to try to be a bit of a clean-up Clue. There it is. We see jungle fall for Clash Lane, but Virtus Pro are not done yet. Unbridled outburst onto the back line, takedown onto Nunu. 3-for-1 trade. Virtus Pro very clean.
That's why we say it's a team game. Valdus here in the middle of a 2v1. They don't really have the resources to go and wrestle for the Tyrant, and they know it on the side of VP, so they will make life difficult for Valdus. He does secure his Azure Golem at this point, but the damage has been done. This is a T1 at the top, 1,000 gold going to the side of VP, and Clue, I mean, that last Unbridled outburst to finish up, make sure they get the finishing blow as well. In this particular exchange,
I mean,
it was the right decision for Valdus to not go in. But it was unfortunate. They had to spend a little bit more time to get Jiabao. They did get him in the end, but this is the value of the Nurtser. He buys time for you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what when we see that it's come through, buying time is the whole point of the game. But this vengeful outburst, that was personal, right? It's like, you know what? I'm not going to get everybody, but I'm going to get one person in particular, and it's Nunu that I'm going to get the takedown onto as well. But you were saying it really good there, Kin. Obviously, it's starting to fall apart. The early game, T1 top side of the map has gone. The Tyrant now being procured by the side of Virtus Pro. And I mean, I don't want Buriram fans to kind of look top side of the scoreboard here as well. Obviously, the gold is definitely into the favor of Virtus Pro.
The biggest challenge now is we haven't seen the 90 exchange yet, right? This Byron has yet to pull out any value for the team fights simply because he's not needed at this point. Now, they will start to jump on Valdus. He is low.
Uh-oh. Yep, very low there. I mean, not too low, but he's able to pounce out that one there using his Tiger form. And then we see Yu-Song just kind of patching up the wound, saying, guys, I'm going to push him away. You can get safe. But at the same time, they're not even safe in their own jungle because that T1 takedown, top side of the map, means that it's easy access here for Virtus Pro. Has been replicated in bot side of the map there as well. The Lorien ult onto the backline is not going to get followed up there. The flash from Lecky is a problem. They know that Chano is a sitting duck at this point.
Yo, HIliwoN, he's so good. That was a big save. Tigo got caught. He was open for the taking, but simply because of the knockup from HIliwoN, there was no other option. Now, they will try to go on 90, but he has a lot of shields to work with, and the team is backing him up. I don't think they want to do this. Buriram, this is a distraction play. They want to try and get the T1 at the bottom, but here comes a potential trade in mid.
Looking for a potential trade here in mid. Obviously, shield potential, like you were saying there, are about 90. Not only does he have Byron's utility, the kit of that shield, he has the Stampede, the Leaping Savior from Clue as well. Just means it's going to be even harder, especially when you are playing from behind, like Buriram United right now, to melt down that Byron.
Yeah, and it gives you a lot more access. Like, let's focus on Clue for a little bit, right? Instead of going for Redemption, this guy actually goes for Radiance. And that deals damage and slows you down. So everything is set up so that VP can play even better as a team. This is a team effort here.
Well, it's because they know they're going to get to an AOV team, right? They love to scrap in these team fights, so don't blame them. The knock-up there onto Valdez is obviously very lethal here, but it's going to be Lecky that's going to be aimed into the backline there. The Unbridled Airburst does catch onto Lecky as well. Takedown of the farm lane is going to be the aim of the game here for the side of Virtus Pro. We did see a nice 3-man elevation there from the side of Buriram United, but it's not going to be enough to actually claim anything here for them. They stopped the assault onto their base. I think that's the best that they can hope for right now.
It's just a better composition at this point, right? You can start to see the value of VP's comp. Why is it so hard to find? Because they have so many shields. Just 90 alone has a one-man army shield, and this is aided on by Clue with his Leaping Savior as well. And with the gold lead, EXP differential, VP now is not the biggest. It's what, 1,500 gold. But every team fight is structured and goes in their direction because they get the knockups and they finish the job.
Exactly, the knockup, as you just said there, on point. It's going to force out that ulti there from Taos. Now is the time for Virtus Pro to try and calculate some kind of strike here. They don't have a minion wave, so I can't imagine them going to aggress here unless the Nerds decides to fly in and put some pressure on. However, bot side of the map, they do have availability.
I mean, the palms on the side of VP are so big.
Oh, double knockup, knockup after knockup. Poor Lecky had more airtime than Tony Hawk there in that engage into the brush, but it's going to be bot side of the map here. The T2 takedown potentially for Virtus Pro, just using Lori and just clear up that minion wave.
We talked about the container play from the side of VP, right? They're containing them. There's too much CC. They can't do anything. They don't have the damage to deal with Clue as well. And this BP, everything started from there. No big tanks in a row. You can't do anything.
It was pretty much destined to be a bit of a failure, right? Because obviously what we've used to be seeing from Buriram United, like you were saying there, the tank support meta is huge. And in a best of 3, why not abuse that, right? Like, don't let your opponents take away these tanks, take away these vital supports. So if we look at, like, Virtus Pro's bans, right, in game number 1, they're all support bans. So the fact is they know how strong Taos is as the backbone of Buriram United. Just shows that they're playing like a 4D chess game here.
Yes, limiting your options and, you know, adding on more of your own. T-Gold, he can be so greedy this game. It doesn't matter whether Valdez gets a couple of licks on him. Fine, he does have his infinite fastness. He can take the disguise as a dragon. And every single advantage now is going to the way of VP. Look, they even forced the Azure Golem to go into the hands of Taos. You want that on Valdez. He needs the gold.
Exactly. He needs anything he can get right now. I mean, he has no kills. He has 1 assist. He hasn't died yet. I feel like that's kind of like the silver lining here for Buriram United, is the fact that they haven't actually been able to catch boulders, which is a good job, especially how brutal VP have been in diving onto the enemy team.
Yeah, man, and this is a bait. They don't want to take this now. They're inviting Buriram for a fight. And, you know, this is where things get a little bit dicey. Do you want to contest? You are behind on gold. And at this point, one fatal mistake could cost you the game.
Yeah, behind on gold. You don't quite have your Crimson Golem, but you might not even have Lecky in a moment's time. Obviously, using the frigid charge there onto the side of VP means a claim and drive away Buriram United from that Tyrant Pit. But it's going to be Usung into the backline there. The Infinite Vast has been brought through just to being a bit of fear here and force the flash out from Buriram United. They are running scared.
Yeah, both Clash laners doing really well to isolate the rest of the team, split the fight. They want to get the farm laners, but both teams know how to play this game. They will be successful in fending each other off, and the reset happens. But is it a fair trade? No, it's definitely not. VP still very much in control.
Yeah, like you said, obviously defend each other off, but are you defending that minion wave that just literally took the T2 to the mid, right? Like, that's not a really good defense, but it's the best defense option Buriram United had.
Okay, I like the urgency. Oh, nice knockup.
Nice double man knockup there. Beautiful access onto 90, but can they get a bit more? The Splendor has bought a bit of time, but in the wrong means, that is going to be an extra kill going over to Buriram United. They are looking for a little bit more here. T-Gold is going to be the only damage dealer here onto the side of VP, but it doesn't matter. He's into the back line. Lecky gets taken down. Triple kill from the DOT onto Nunu, and now they are looking for a bit of a brawl. 2v1. It's going to be Usong as well as Voldus. They are both on the run. They are scared.
Oh, you can't do it!
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. This guy is him.
Yeah, 4 kills in a row. I mean, for the team, VP now, they have a 3-kill advantage, but that's not even the biggest pain point. The differential, close to 4,000 gold in advantage to Virtus Pro. And they also have now an opportunity to take the Shadow Overlord, right? Yes, just now they had the Primal Bond, they couldn't risk it. And I like the idea that Buriram had.
Yep.
Okay, you know what? Let's make the immediate trade. This is a very AOV trade. They want to make the exchange as fast as possible. But they know this on VP, and what a way to make them pay for it.
Wait, the fact that this guy on the nerd set, he's like, you know what? Just keep bringing it. I'm taking it. I'm being generous. Just keep punching me. I'm going to keep getting back up. 613 KDA here. That's, like, I think probably the best nerd set performance we've seen so far within KWC, and this replay is going to show it.
Yep, so this is the main difference here. It looked pretty good for the side of Buriram because they finally got the lockdown and stun. This came from the Tao's second skill on the Yuan as well. And it looked good for a pretty moment. But when you don't have your frontliners trying to defend and deter the rest of VP on attacking, that's really one big problem. Second problem is that Jiabao is already level 15. He is the guy with 6 different kills. He is perfect itemization. Went for the frigid charge as well to slow down, give him more time to get damage over time.
I mean, you look at here, right? Obviously, Bruce trying to be... He is levels of notches ahead about them, but what's the point having damage if you have no effect onto the enemy team fight, right? T3 down bot side of the map has been pressured and taken down here as well. We have the Vanguard slowly approaching. Buriram United trying to form some kind of defense.
Yeah, they can flow like water. Water can cut through rocks, but you need a lot of time to do that. And time is something they don't have. VP already knocking on the door. They don't have to over-aggress. The Shadow Overlord has already done its job. They have opened up access into the T3 at the bottom. Mega Minion splash from Cows.
Oh my goodness, such an aggressive flash there, but Jiba was like, no, what? That's my green light onto the back line. You leave Lecky open when you flash in with 2 heroes. That is your problem. We are seeing trades across the gorge here, so this could be the saving grace for Buriram United into the back line. He's going to use Song with a triple kill, but now he has to run and hide. 90 is like the Shining. Here's Johnny.
That could have been the game-saving play there. Yishong, if he did not wipe out the backline on the side of VP, this game definitely would have been over. And this is the value of the Florentino. CC immunity and huge dive. Now, Buriram, they don't really have a lot of time, but we'll take a look at this. Nice setup from the side of Nunu. But here's the big problem. Jiabao is already on your backlines. Licky, he's so used to having so much space in all the games he's played to get the free damage in. So what does VP do? They just go straight for the source of the problem. And on the backlines, very good work on the side of Yishong to try and deter the rest of the team from coming in. Successful. That is 1 point of success, but can he do it again?
Exactly. I mean, like we were saying, Virtus Pro, best performance so far within KWC. I have to give it up to Usong here. That Florentino was a masterpiece, and it was the means that stopped them losing this game number 1, forcing it into around about a 15-minute game now. And obviously, that gold lead is still not too far behind, right? It's only 2k gold at this point, which isn't like any kind of means of like, oh, we can't come back in this one, but we are looking for the takedown to steal onto the side of Virtus Pro. Gets the Tyrant. It's going to be the triple man knockup onto the side of Buriram United, but that's not going to be enough. Not the stopping force here that they need. It's going to be T-Gold taken to the sky, crashing down. We see a 3-1 trade here for the side of Virtus Pro, and they're looking for an ace. Voldus has turned into a kitty cat. Meow. He has to get out.
Yep. Clue as well as 90, all right? This is so hard to defend. You are a one-man. This is not even an army. This is a tiger against the Tamers at this point, and he will be tamed. Valdez tries to push them back, but here we go. Game number 1 should go to Virtus Pro. They push him back one more time, and VP are the winners in game 1.
Very well played from Virtus Pro. Did I expect anything but less from KML? Nah, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it was a good effort, and this is where we start to see, right, the different styles when we clash. We want a more fluid movement from the side of Buriram. It does work, but it's very hard to execute, especially when you don't have the goalie, you don't have the EXP. The jungle role is so important. You need to have success within the first 4 minutes.
And especially the fact, like we saw with that last play of the base, right? Obviously, Taos flashes in, Nunu flashes in. Lecky's kind of like, guys, I've got no one to protect me. Like, what's going on? And obviously, the aggressive play really worked there. Able to obviously save off Virtus Pro, but unfortunately, it did spell the means of the end there for game 1.
Virtus.pro takes 1-0 lead on top of Buriram United Esports. That was a very leveled match. It was not those one-sided. It was just coming and going. The beautiful thing about just having teams with different understanding of the patch. The Florentinos coming in, the Lorians coming in. That is the main idea about our KWC 2026, man. Just the variety. How can we make the ecosystem so much stronger, so much better by just having players that know these two heroes?
I mean, this is why we're sharing the stage, right? With the two different games.
Yep.
And at this point, this shows the understanding of Virtus.pro for the draft of Buriram United, right? This is a very scary draft, by the way. This is 3 big monsters, the Pei, Florentino, and the Lorian. This is meant to create space for Licky so he can get the free hits in. But here's what's lacking, the stun. And Taos only can offer you that stun every couple seconds. So VP said, you know what? Let me make life difficult for you. With the Nerza pick, I'm going to split the fight in half. Who are you going to choose to defend?
And I think that is the main idea of what Virtus.pro, why they're the champions of their whole region, right? Because they see these openings and they can really just capitalize from the hero picks.
Yeah, make Buriram United choose whatever you are. You a top bun kind of guy or a bottom bun kind of guy? Because it was just completely split. The filling fell out the sandwich. What do you go for? It's literally carbs left on that one. But speaking of what's been left here onto the Gorge, there's so much damage here coming from the side of Virtus.pro. And even the fact that Jibao here on that 29% damage dealt on a tank, on a Nerza, like, this is really a good masterclass for teams watching this game to be like, right, okay, I need to up my Nerza game.
This is exactly what you should be doing as a Nerza, right? Split the fight. Make sure that you have to be the focal point of the opponent team. And while that happens, if you are able to take down the farm lane on the side, which in this case for Buriram United Esports is Licky, then you give a lot more space for the side of Tigo. And I like the way that Hailang played this game as the Xiao Xiao. He wasn't looking for just engages. He was also a safety net, right? Every single time Buriram was able to allow Yushong to come in to the backlines, that was Hailang's responsibility. I will break your combo up. And once that momentum is stopped, this is where 90 shines, Clue shines, Tigo comes in. And suddenly you find yourselves in a horrendous situation, 1v5.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you have to give props over to Nunu, right? Like, I think like this is the most 3-man knockups I've ever seen on a Lorian this far. And it's very impressive, but it's also a good counter towards, obviously, the way that Virtus.pro is playing. When you've got so many players, so many heroes diving in on you, Lorian CC Ultimate is going to be the best means to kind of just drive them away.
And I want to just highlight Tigo. This time, I've seen the growth. We've seen him in KML, and I think this is wonderful. But Isaac, I want to know what you want to think.
You know what? I do believe that Hailang over there on that Xiao Xiao pick was actually, for me, the best player in the field. We saw him how the last Tyrant fight, they already, like Buriram United already started the Tyrant. And it's Hailang, the one that through his stun allows his team to come in and just claim that one. We're going to give you more action of these two teams after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Esports World Cup.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. KHapplC, powered by play.
Virtus Pro 1-0 on top of Buriram United Esports. Right over here, if they win their next game, they're going to seal their ticket to today's upper bracket final against KSG. But before we can start thinking about this afternoon, we need to think about the game in front of us. Because Buriram United already spent the Florentino, already spent the Lorion. Two of the picks that might have given them an advantage. Are we gonna see a weaker or stronger BRU coming in?
Okay, so this is what I like about this stage of the competition. Every team that has made it here is a champion.
Yep.
So this is where champions are forged. Now you're in a very difficult position. Like you said, the big picks are gone. What else do you have to offer? Are you going to go for Assassin Jungle once again? And Valdez, yes, he is good. He has come from the experience of PKL. Now, mixing the two games together where we have the AOV heroes now taken out of the picture, what else does Valdez bring to the table, right?
I think that one of the beautiful things that Valdez did right over there was the fact that he's always trying to jump in and try to find the jungle, but VP, they have already done their homework, man. Like, they came in, the first thing they did was to protect the resources, not allowing Valdez. When Valdez jumped into the jungle, there was nothing for him to take.
Yes, and I will bring this point over to you, Blam. Yep. Remember when we were watching the East versus West battle? This is exactly what they did to Haku, right? They didn't allow him to play in the game. He was either the isolated target or he was the last one to join the fight, of which neither ones were the proper position he wanted to be in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've always been discussing this since the play-ins, right? Obviously, some of these matchups where it becomes like, who is the main composure of the teams? And a lot of the times it's the jungle, right? And obviously, like you said there, they kind of forced Valdez to kind of play a kitty cat kind of strat, right? Like, he was always on the run, barely had any kills. He was 0-0-1 for Lord knows how long. And the fact is, back to the point that all those AOV heroes have gone. Obviously, they do have a net if they really want to go for that one, but really, has it been a playstyle of Buriram United? Unless they get forced into the same situation when they have no tank, maybe the Annette does come out.
You can consider the butterfly as well. This is one of the AOV specialties, right? At the same time. But it's also a very high risk, high reward hero because if you don't get the assist, you don't get the kills, it's very hard to get your damage reduction on point. And that's the whole point of playing a butterfly, to reset, go into the fights once again. And VP now, this is another one of the specialties of Clue. Not, to me, his best, but it's something that he has provided with consistency. The Dire Deer. So do we see a potential Ogren pick or the Arlie pick coming in for the side of VP?
I think I'm edging more towards the Arlie pick, right? Because obviously here with the first two picks, we do have Buriram United. They could have gone for the Lung actually, but they surprised me. They're going to go for the Flowborn Marksman here for Lecky. I mean, it does kind of give you a little bit more of extra space, right? That Arrow Storm is going to cover a little bit more range for you than what Lung could ever actually do. But it's actually going to be the Chano here they're going to pick up, and then they're going to go for the Angela here into the mid lane, anti-tank specialist.
Yes, lesson number 2, anti-tank. I love the Angela pick. It's one of the most straightforward heroes in the mid lane, able to shred the towers and shred the life points and shield points of your tank roams or even your tank clash laners, junglers, whatsoever. Biggest thing you will pick up is that when you use her ultimate, Blazing Brilliance, you also are CC immune until your shield value falls. So this is something that I think they will play really focus on the side of VP.
Yeah, and it also means that you got to kind of like check those brushes, right? Like if you are somebody that's going to be solo rotating, right? Especially if they go for something like, I don't know, an assassin hero that's going to be particularly squishy. If Highline's in the right bush at the right time and gets that 2-1-3 combo, he's going to get annihilated. But I feel like the Angela against the Guan Yu, if you're using the Blazing Brilliance, to your point, he's not going to be able to kind of bully this this hero around. So really, the focus for Guan Yu, I think, is still yet to be seen onto the side of Virtus Pro.
I mean, we've seen so many great Guan Yu plays in the past few days, right? Players like Clean, all the different clash lanes that have picked up this Guan Yu have been fantastic. The flanks have been spectacular, but it needs to be followed up. You can have that catch from the Guan Yu, but someone needs to finish the job. And right now, it's looking pretty good. Licky, this time with Flowborn Marksman, he's going to be able to position himself much further away, use the arrow shower to his advantage.
And he also has that kind of like means of escape as well, right? The enhanced second skill, right? Use your puppy first, use your second skill, kind of like shove it away, but you're also doing damage. It's also a great bit of tool to actually get the takedowns onto some like weaker turrets, right? Like if you've already done the damage, use the Flowborn Marksman just to get that. But they're going to ban out the Xiao Xiao here as well, really kind of putting a homage onto Nunu and his hero pool thus far within KWC 2026.
I think that's the biggest sign of respect, and also showing that they have done a lot of research on you, right? Knowing that Nunu, number one, he has shown you how to play Xiao Qiao, but not only that, but show you how to counter the Lorion.
Yes.
But Lorion, of course, has been banned in this game. In fact, no other AOV heroes aside from Annette, which is no longer an option for the side of Virtus Pro. I don't think you want to pick an Annette or the Butterfly down here. It's a little bit too risky. You're too squishy at this point.
Oh, very, very squishy. We need some kind of front line, right? I feel like it's going to either come in the form of the jungle, Clash Lane. It has to be right. Onto the side of BLCK United, they're going to go for the newer here as well. Obviously, not only have they got to watch out for Guan Yu, the creation blocks is also going to create some big obstacles here for the side of Virtus Pro into these team fights. And if we look at anything from last game, they like to be all clumped into these team fights. So I feel like if you have creation blocks, if you're stuck between a horse, it's kind of really hard to either escape or actually make any kind of means of an engage. It means like it needs a second thought.
And the outrange potential is pretty huge as well, right?
Yes.
Nuwa is a hero that you can play from afar. When you use the creation blocks skill 1, there is a plus sign, and the full extent of the plus sign still gives you damage. So it's really hard to play. And this is also a late game insurance for the side of Buriram. If this series goes late, this game too goes late, there is a chance they can turn this around. But here we go. I was thinking of this, right? Game 1, one of the reasons why they won so hard was because they had the dive potential from Nerza. What's the other hero that does this really well? It's the Jing.
And obviously you could shove, right? Like if there's a hero in that Jing's ultimate, right? You shove them, you get a little bit of a CC. It's like only a second, but it's enough to do a lot of damage here. And it's going to be so nice to see GBao on this assassin pick. We saw him on the Nerza. He kind of played him like an assassin, just a bit of a tankier one, damage over time. Whereas this is going to be burst, burst, burst.
I'm pretty concerned here because look, this is another one of 90 specials, right? In HOK, if you're new to us, the Dharma, this is one of the most potent heroes you will see. Because once he gets the catch on you, that slam against the wall of the truth mantra, essentially you might be out of the game for a very long time. But I like the response. BRU, they're going for the Ying pick. Good sustain, good damage as well, high mobility.
Very high mobility. And as well, I feel like I made this point yesterday when we saw the Ying go up against the Chano counterpoint. You can kind of use those Spirit Wolves to kind of like amp up your combos, right? Like just get those hits off, use your combos, and then obviously you're able to get that set up for the team fight, that long range kind of like slam that we see from Ying as well from the ultimate.
So does this Chano pick aid VP, or does it inevitably aid the Ying in the team fights? That's something that we need to really take a closer look at as we head into the second game. Now this, ladies and gentlemen, is series point. Who is it for? It's for Virtus Pro.
Yep. It is for Virtus Pro, but it means this is the pinnacle point for, or especially the penultimate point for BLCK United to come back, right? Like, if they don't do it here, then sorry, you go to the lower bracket. You go and meet Revenant Esports, right? Like, that's going to be a potential matchup there.
Well, I think for BRU, the concern isn't about the later parts of the stages of this tournament. Right now, it's in their face. They want to come back. They want to show the resilience. They are champions of their own league for a reason. And champions never shy away from a challenge.
They never shy away. Absolutely not. But the votes are definitely going over to the side of VP once again into that Overlord pit. The confidence of the online community is with the KML.
Yeah, and I like this idea coming in from this side of Buriram. You know what? Let's not care about the mid lane. The wave clear is pretty slow. Ooh, house though. Wow, that's a lot of damage right from the get-go.
It's like, guys, you know what? I've missed playing a tank. Okay, nice takeaway there for HIliwong into the mid lane. He's able to steer away those pigs away from Buriram, but he's got to be careful. He doesn't quite have level 4 yet. He does have a flash. He's able to get out of there. The creation blocks are a little bit too slow from Nunu.
How important was that second skill stun coming in from the side of HIliwong, man? If he did not, he was going to be first blood.
I don't think VP would have been too happy with that. Neither would HIliwong. HIliwong, we know, is a very emotional player. Keeps himself to high standards. And I mean, that kind of pays off with the attitude that he has because he has reached incredible heights within KWC alone, right?
Yes, and this is going to be a very important portion, right?
Yep.
Keeping calm, keeping your composure. Yes, this is an ideal situation for VP where you're leading the series 1-0 in a best of 3, but you don't count out BRU. Now, they're going to start looking for an opening here. Valdez does have his fall, but this is a potential 2v3. I don't think they want to fight this here.
No, absolutely not. Using the space right there just to make the rotation a bit faster and a bit more safe here for GBao as well. Oh, okay. Buriram is actually taking the lead in the votes here. It seems like their region's got online and for you. We can't have that. We can't have that disrespect. Let's ball some points into that one. Let's give the boys a bit of influence with On the Gorge. They are not at home. They are in a different destination.
Yeah, they definitely need all the support they can get, right? At this point, this is one of the more stressful situations to be in. Yes, you have the lower bracket as a safety net, but ideally you want to be in position 1. You want to be top of the group so that you get to choose your opponents in the next stage of this game. Now, with that being said, Buriram, I think they've been holding on well. They're keeping close in the gold department. About 300 gold that sets them apart. I think this will be the chance. First Blood is definitely going to be the one that swings things in favor.
But they've got to really sort of like stop these takeovers of these little points, right? Obviously, Clue gets caught out there, has to force the flash onto the Diadea. Usong is all over Clue. He's able to get escaped there. Once again, that second skill from HIliwong is such a safety net. He's saving his support. It should be the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, this is aided on the fact that there is a rare miss from Taos on that Unbridled Albus. So you definitely can tell the nerves are getting to the side of BRU.
Absolutely. Because, I mean, realistically, this could be a matchup in the lower brackets finals, right? Like, we have KSG within this one. It's going to be a scary, hairy group to actually ride that upper bracket here for any team. But right now, Buriram United just using Nunu's emergence there just to see if there's anybody in the lung brush, catch his eyes onto Clue there. They know that it's only one member. It's fine.
It is very important because finally on this time, in this second game of the series, BRU actually have some decent CC. So they won't be able to be contained as they were in game number 1. But right now, Clue, he's going to be very important. They catch out Towns. It's not the biggest moment just yet. He does have the Unbridled Albus. Game plan probably is, can we get him to waste it?
I love how they're playing the idea here, though, right? They're always going to have somebody nearby so we can use the heart link to get out. I feel like a lot of teams, they never really use that mechanic to the way it should be. Top side of the map here from Bruce, we have Usong as well as Voldus just trying to put pressure onto 90's lane because we know if 90 gets a lead, he's able to be so free from that clash lane and create such gravitational plays.
Well, but that's not the case right now. BRU are faster in the rotations and clash laners are rushing, making their way into the Tyrant Pit. This is going to be a standoff at the moment because Voldus is looking at his Azure Golem. Falling low though.
I mean, how can you outsmite a Jing? You basically have 2 smites into the backline. It's going to be the Mirror Domain as well. We see Voldus looking low. He gets taken down there. It's actually going to be Clue with the first blood there, helping Jiabao, as well as HIliwong getting a takedown onto Towers, but it's going to be Usong trying to dictate the favor of Buriram United into this team fight 2 for 2. Can they get a little bit more here? The emergence does come through here from Nunu. We do see the creation blocks coming through as well. Oh, forcing the flash was a lifeline for Buriram United.
This one has been brewing for quite a little bit, but here's the biggest exchange. Both teams, the jungle and the roam fall. This 1v1 between Jiabao as well as Voldus, that was so exciting. But the heals coming in. Clue, obviously, he wanted to give that kill over to his jungler Jiabao, but he had to give the heals first. Unfortunately, they could not get the last hit from Jiabao, so he did not get that kill. This is not looking good, but Voldus is also in the same position.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good even further, right? Obviously, yes, you trade both jungle and support for each other, but you lose the Tyrant, you lose that T1 down bot side of the map where that whole team fight was going for. Virtus Pro, I love how they're playing. They're playing like some of the bigger teams within Honor of Kings, right? They're not just going for a team fight, they're making sure they're getting something more from it.
Yeah, so it's up to BRU at this point, right? The pressure's on you. You're down behind by 1 game in the series, and I feel like Usong is going to be very important, along with Taos. They need to have the perfect synergy in both of their catches. When you land the Unbridled Outburst, not just slam them against the wall, you need to fish for T-Go or Jiabao to be singular target so that the rest of BRU can get you.
Exactly. It's going to be a little bit easier to kind of fish for T-Go as well, right? He doesn't have the infinite vastness this time around. He's really going to be kind of like holding on to that flash, the common skill here. But at the same time, HIliwong with these second skills is probably been the biggest denier of any access onto T-Cole thus far. And we need to get him to the late game for him to do some real damage.
This is such a different HIliwong from my memory, right? HIliwong has always been very aggressive, flashy plays, one-on-ones. And this time, he really has transitioned into an even stronger team player. The saves coming in, he's making sure that T-Go gets all of the space and the safety that he needs.
Not only the safety, is literally gathering like all these extra little bit of resources as well, right? Like that's slowly forming into a 2k gold lead at this moment in time. The kills are even Steven right now between these two teams, but as we know within HOK, kills aren't always the biggest metric of success, right?
It's not. It definitely is not, right? It's about what you do after it. Sure, you can get the kills, but if you don't get the turrets, you don't get the neutral objectives, then all of those kills are going to waste because you're not maximizing the value. Right now, talking about value, they have gotten a T1 on the top. Clue is just pushing XUİNG away. And I like this a lot, right? One of the biggest things that happen is when you don't have an idea where the clash is.
Exactly. If you're not man-checking something like Wonyu, you're probably setting yourself for a bit of disaster there within those team fights, right? If it's not Clue, it's Joubao here as well onto the Jing. We are seeing a bit of a TP from the side of Baldus just to make sure they're able to kind of just keep away this minion. So they're not going to get that T1 takedown potentially here. But VP's like, you know what? No, we're going to go for the T2 down bot side of the map here. We're opening that pressure. We're going to create more need for them to be apart from that mid lane.
It's one simple decision, right? The choice from Jiapo to actually go onto XUİNG forces out the sprint as well as the charge. They're going to try.
Catches onto T-Gold. Can they get that follow-up here as well? No, it's going to be into the back line. G-Bao is like, you know what? When you lead the charge, you leave your members behind. And unfortunately there for the side of Buriram United, they are going to drop 3 for 1. But Baldus is looking for some more revenge here for his fallen boy. And Nunu into the back line with the emergence so well here. He's just single-handedly, with the help of Baldus, turned around that team fight.
That could have gone into a disastrous moment for the side of BRU if Nunu did not get that finish there. But he did. Yes, they gave 4 lives for the cost of 3 at this point. But Baldus is still alive. And this is important in the recovery. They will manage to successfully defend the T1. But let's take a look at this fight here. Very nice catch from Taos onto the side of T-Go. But this is where the value of a utility roam comes in. And also, that follow-up truth mantra from 90. This is why this guy is so scary in the KML. And right now, putting his talents to the KWC stages at this point of time, it is so spectacular. But Nunu, what a recovery. Did not hit the annihilation, by the way, but with that emergence, did save some time and go back into the pockets of BRU, but it's still not enough.
It is not enough, though, but at the same time, you can kind of see the potential here of Buriram United, right? Like, if these two teams meet in the lower bracket, there has been a lot of vital information being given over that they can work with within that meantime. But right now, that T2 top side of the map here is looking to be potentially barraged here, but it's going to be the Arrow Storm that keeps them away, which is just a beautiful use of the flowball marksman. But into the backline is Baldus. He's taking the bait right now. It's going to be Angela as well as Clue here, just trying to keep T-Gold safe.
It's just always so close. They get T-Gold down low, but here comes XUİNG here. He wants to try and defend the T1. I don't think they will allow that to happen. T1 will go into the hands of Virtus.pro from the mid side of BRU's side of the map.
The mid lane game state is definitely not safe here for the side of Buriram United, and obviously now this just means, obviously, yes, bot side was already opened up, but now it's a clear ownage of their enemy's jungle, right? That Azure Golem was deleted.
Okay, silver lining though, Licky, yes, he did fall once, but T-Gold has also felt once in this game, and Licky has been consistently farming, right? So I think he's keeping pace while he is like half a level behind T-Gold. This 10-minute mark is what defines it. Do we get the steal or not? Annihilation ready for the go?
Yes, he obviously has the insight there that they're at the tyrant, but he's like, you know what? A little bit too late there. Just like British Transport, that is like, they always come up once. 2 come at once, but never do they hit the mark. You are late for work here for the side of Buriram United for that comeback. 76 seconds left on the Tyrant here. They do have a steady hand in this one, not in terms of gold, but VP have the extra damage.
Oh, Hailang, what a flash!
Oh my goodness, that was almost a 2-hit combo.
Yeah, I mean, he did force the flash from Licky. This means they can't really defend. Licky can't come into the fight without taking a huge risk. And this is a huge play. Did not get the kill, but it's not about the kills at this point. It's about getting the resources out of their hands. There is no more common spell available. And here we go. Another quick ultimate from Hailang. You know, when you have the Angela, maximum cooldown, she takes about 20 seconds before her ultimate comes up again.
Exactly. I mean, the amount of, obviously, aid and support you get from the ultimate as well, just the pure rate of interest is so crazy on that hero. I don't understand why many other people don't pick it, especially when we're seeing this kind of like tank meta come through within Honor lately. And there it is. We do try and land the combo there. It's been enough to slow down.
He's gone!
But he's taking too much damage. He gets taken down by T-Gold as well. Brew are a little bit slow with that rotation to help their buddy.
You can't blame them. It's so hard. I mean, they expected XUİNG to be able to survive. He does have the second skill to cleanse himself, but there's too many members on the side of VP.
Too many men, too many men right now. The T3 here for the side of Buriram United. That's going to be the takedown of the bot side. Mid lane has a minion wave crashing through here as well. Baldus is going to have enough minion wave clear to get that one solid.
How many lives do they get? VP, look at the damage. Licky is actually doing quite a bit of damage onto the lineup entirety of VP, but every time they fall low, one heal from Clue, one redemption from Clue as well. It's all back to gold state. And with that, Jiabao actually secures the Shadow Overlord and Taos.
He does get low. He has to force the Unbridled Outburst there as well just to get him to escape. And I feel like that's going to be another scary metric here for the side of Borough United, right? Like, they don't have that means of disengage for a very long time. We know that Virtus Pro has the Shadow Overlord as well. That's just made securing these top two T3s left alone even harder.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at Nunu, yes, he just got the Savant's Wrath. There is damage, there is wave clear available, and Licky actually does really well in the wave clear department as well. But right now, it's not about the wave clear, it's about the team fights, because that's what VP is fishing for. Right now, you know, 90, he's just looking for them to be close enough to the walls, but he wants as many BRU members as possible.
He's looking greedy, right? He wants the full meal. He definitely doesn't want just a starter. He wants the whole course. He wants the dessert on top of that. The dessert being the crystal there at the enemy base of Borough United right now. We have the Vanguard rocking through here. Top side of the map. Is this going to be the Hail Mary play here for Borough?
Yeah, last stand for them on the side of BRU. They will be able to successfully defend this, but 90, I think he's looking for a perfect angle. Right now, BRU is not allowing that. If you want to take that combination of true mantra, it will have to be just two members. It will start to jump in. Valdez is looking for an opening.
Yeah, Valdez is definitely looking for an opening. The Unbridled Outburst is actually going to catch on to T-Gold into the backline there. Yusuf as well with a nice flank, but it's going to be an opening of that backline for the side of Borough United. It looks like they may have to go into the back room and have a couple of brewskis. The Quadra kill came through. Is it going to be the Penta here for the side of Virtus Pro to finish that game off and bring them to the upper brackets?
If we're not wrong, this is the first ever Penta in KWC, and this one goes into the hands of Jiabao. What a play from Virtus Pro.
Beautiful, beautiful play there. Obviously, game number one looked like it was going to be a little bit tighter, right? But this game number two, the way that VP's draft synergized there, the capture, the securing of T-Gold was beautifully done by HIjourdN.
Virtus Pro is going to move into the upper bracket. That pentakill right over there. Beautiful, beautiful performance by Virtus Pro. Right now, we're going to be looking at the stage. Look at that. They are the winners, the players that came in. The first game, closer. Second game, it was just one-sided, I would say.
I mean, we were looking and asking the question, synergy, right? Jiabao coming in. He comes from all the way at the bottom, reached the top of the stage with the team of TTG from KPL. Can he fit into the play style of Virtus Pro? And boy, did he fit. And he was leading the charge on the side of Virtus Pro. That last dive, getting Nunu out of the way. Nunu was a big problem, but once he was gone, there is no more fight back.
No, and as the time would pass, like that Nunu would just keep going bigger and bigger and bigger. So they needed just to solve that problem.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, like you were saying there, obviously with the KPL player coming into the roster, trying to find that identity. I feel like as well, you have to give props to the four of the members of the side of Virtus Pro. They rose to his expectations, you believe there, especially with that solid gameplay that we just saw.
Yeah, I would give the props for teamwork. Like, they allowed the pentakill, right? In most cases, we would be like, no, 4-4 quadra. No, I'm going to get your last one for your teamwork.
I think that he was really looking for that. Since game number one, in game number one, he was looking for it as well. I saw him a couple times, but then this second game, he really wanted it and he grabbed it.
So let's take a look at the scoreboard. What points out to you at this point?
I mean, it's this one right now, obviously. The Jing,
Jing, my
exactly.
Goodness.
It's so beautiful. It was like we saw a masterclass on the Nerdser as well. And he kind of just played this one with just a bit more ferocity, right? Like he was like, okay, Brew made the same mistake as they did in the last game. They would always go in, commit so much of the front line, they'd leave open Nunu. Valdez would be left to the walls, as well as Lecky.
Yeah, but VP shows you exactly what you need to do to beat BRU.
Yeah.
This is one of the series where Licky had no space. He was constantly under pressure. And this is why the big picks, Nerza in game 1, Jing in game number 2. Look, they always were rising in value because they never allowed Licky to be comfortable farming. And if you wanted to farm, you had to take a risk of coming out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're in unknown territory regardless. Obviously, AOV team coming to the Gorge. Definitely have a little bit of an issue there in terms of, obviously, navigation. But it's also, like you were saying there, Ken, it's the deniers. It's the gatekeepers of the blue side, which is going to be Virtus Pro. So much damage coming from HIjourdN, Jiabao, as well as T-Gold.
HIjourdN, this guy, I mean, like I said, we were talking about it in the middle of the game. HIjourdN is normally a flashy player. But you know what? We have more information for you.
We do have more information coming in from the stage. Mara's got over there players from Virtus Pro. Mara, who you got right over there?
We're here with Clue. Félicitations. Tout était bon.
Merci.
You guys did incredibly great. And what we also noticed was that your crowd control chains, perfect. Once a player goes in, everybody follows up. Is that level of coordination specifically prepared for Buriram United Esports, or is this part of the Virtus Pro's identity?
I just think it's something like we do every time with VP. We just want to play like that, and yeah, we have some coordination as a player, so it's good.
Great coordination. In fact, when we looked at the draft, your opponent's lineup looked like it was perfect for a team fight. But when we took a look, especially in game 2, you guys were more aggressive. And how were you able to do that in a team against a team that's supposed to be more aggressive than you are?
I mean, we just like control like every zone to make sure that we cannot get engaged as a team. And Jabao did his thing with Jing, so everything went well.
You know what? We would like for you to invite all the listeners to support you. How about we say it in French so we have a little bit of the Paris feel and then translate it in English?
Juste merci pour merci de nous supporter et continuer de nous supporter. Just thank you for supporting us and keep supporting us.
Merci beaucoup, Clue, and once again, félicitations.
Thank you.
We're gonna talk about that a little bit more, and we'll head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know that Mara's French was like that.
It's good. It is good.
That was really nice. Thank you very much, Clue, for showing us the identity of Virtus Pro. They want to come in, pass the ball to Jabba, and let Jabba on those picks just to really build the advantage.
Okay, his name is no longer Jabao, it's Jabao at this point because we are in Paris. But, okay, jokes aside, we'll take a look at the highlights of this entire thing, right? Like, it's crazy because the way that he went for a 1v1, this is pretty early in the game, right? You're still level 7, level 8, but they understood the power that they needed to wrestle away from the BRU lineup. This was a lineup that if you allow them to hit late game state, there was no team fight to be had. They would just poke you from range.
Yeah, it's just beautiful runs up here. I mean, even Tao's on such a great pick like Zhang Fei felt like he was kind of just like, they understood it because obviously Clue masters this hero, and it was just really hard to see him actually have the big impact we've been seeing within KWC 2026 thus far.
Yeah, and Hailang, I really want to commend this player once again because the way he played, he's more utility than flash at this point, right? He has been consistently getting the stunts for the team so that the combination that BRE is looking to pull off is always disrupted. Yes, they are a very aggressive combination. They can burst you in a matter of seconds, but everything keeps getting interrupted by Hailang first, and then with the combination of Jabao as well as 90 coming in, stun of the stun, slash of the slash, there is nothing left for BRU to do.
Yeah, they literally went for the hack and slash combo here on the side of Virtus Pro. They were taking no prisoners. They allowed Buriram United to have everything that they ever wanted in a draft in that game number 1, and they rose to the challenge. Like I said, there was just like, UK, you want to do your best? We'll give you your best in terms of that draft. And then after that point, we're going to show you our best.
So congratulations, you have made it to the next level. Welcome to Kuaishou Gaming. That's not good news, I feel. It's going to be a tough process.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine.
You hear like level up, next challenger, KSG. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. KSG is going to be playing against Virtus Pro this afternoon later on. But next, we're going to have match 3. We're going to have AG.AL against Team Vitality. Let's go for a little break, and when we come back, we'll bring you the action of that match 3.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. KHapplity, powered by play.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026 live from Paris, France. We're gonna bring you the match number 3 of today. AG.AL is gonna do their debut against Team Vitality. The title defenders are gonna come here and then show us how this game is played. Sagi, Nora, what are we looking for in this match?
A legendary team like AG.AL.
Yes.
I would say that they are the defenders towards the title itself. And for the side of Team Vitality, they are the challengers here. But let's do deep dive more into AG.AL here, Nora.
Yeah, I mean, like, AG.AL definitely gonna be the true titan. In KWC and KPL, like, all of those tournaments, you can see just AG just shining out on stage.
When you think about AG.AL, you need to think about Inuo. Inuo, the man who helped shape Honor of Kings. That's going to be our Crunchyroll story of the day. Sagi, when you came into Honor of Kings, Inuo was already there. How is Inuo in your eyes, man?
So, Honor of Kings has been since the 2023-2024 era,
Yeah.
and as a global caster, and I speak on behalf of global players and fans. He's a legendary player. Like, you've seen him in different roles in the Clash, in the jungle, and converting himself in towards the farm lane. He's not just a player. He's an icon for these global players out there here. He has the mechanics. He has the leadership leading AG.AL all the way to multiple title finishes.
And I mean, this is his 3rd time participating in KWC, right? He got the title in 2024 and then for 2025. So this time with AG.AL again coming back at KWC while they defend their title this time.
If he gets those 3 titles, that puts him godlike already in that kind of level. What do you think, Nora?
Well, I feel like everyone think Inuo is kind of like the god of the game, right? And the god of HOK. But to be honest, I think what made him so superb is not only about his pure mechanics, but also his perseverance, I mean. Of course. Because he's been played from 2018 to now and first rotated from the top laner to the farm laner, which allowing him to have such a deep hero pool. And at the same time, this year, they're trying to make comebacks.
I'm telling you, when you think about Inuo in the beginning of his career, right? Like, he was a Clash laner. And then just being able to rotate into a different role and still being able to perform puts a lot of tools inside of his tool bag that help the coaches to be able to solve problems. If you need the futsu, I can play the futsu. If you need the baitsi, I can play the baitsi. AG.AL, not only Inuo, all of these players that you can see right over there, top of the top side.
Dashai, Zoe, Xuanran, and also Tangshen, all these specific 5-man lineup here. A legendary roster here. If you include the EWC run that they did last year in 2025, they had like what? A 7 championship in a row run. And I believe there was a specific number that they had that they won multiple BO7s without losing, right?
Yes. And this time, it's going to be Team Vitality play up against AG.AL. And this is actually their 2nd time to play against him from KPL region.
The 2 champions are going to set on stage the clue, the questions that we have that we need answers. Whose crown is going to shine brighter? Is it going to be AG.AL? Is it going to be Team Vitality? What does Team Vitality has in their arsenal?
Now, before we deep dive into this specific topic here, it is represented by their specific roster here. F1, Lanfeng, Zanq, their Golden Boy in the jungle, Bao, and Gen Myth. This is a roster that has been reshaped around Zanq, the double FMVP jungler from the IKL region here. So, last year, they lost to TTG in quarterfinals 0-4 via KPL team. This year, with the addition of the bounty on top of AG.AL. What's the bounty? You win one game, not a series, one game from a KPL team, you get $10,000. You win a series, 100K in the bank, baby.
100K just for winning the whole series. That is some serious amount of money, I'm telling you. Tranq and the boys from Team Vitality, their luck in international stages, it is not the best. Last year, KPL team. They got to Challenger Cup this year, another KPL team. Nora, is it that they don't have the quality, or is it just that their luck is just not the best?
That's really a good question to know, because actually I think they are capable enough to compete to a lot of teams actually, because they are the champion back in IKL Spring 2026, right? So this is, I think it's something to do with their fortune, I guess. It's always like throughout the draw, you're gonna play up against the team from KPL.
I think it's much more of the things like you say about fortune. It's like, last year I faced TG, and this year in the group stage specifically, yes, not knocked out yet. They have a second chance if they do lose, but it's another KPL team all around.
I'm telling you, it is going to come down to Team Vitality being able to really clutch the moment. Because we know that AG.AL in this 2026, it has not been as dominant as in the past. Spring, they did not make it to the finals. And then in Challengers Cup, they lose that tournament as well. Up until right now, AG has not won a title in this 2026, Nora.
That's some stories that I really want to share with you guys, because we know that in 2024, that was actually the start of AG's journey, getting those consecutive championships, and that was their first time participating in KWC. And last year, that was their heyday, right? Including that title they granted in KWC 2025, they got like 7 consecutive championships.
And that just has a toll on the players, right? Because then the players are going to be tired as well. You got to remember that at the beginning of the year, a lot of rotations happen over there at AG.AL. And right now, as we come back with the top formation, does Team Vitality have a chance against the top AG.AL right now?
I think the only advantage that global teams or Team Vitality actually has is the patch knowledge, right? Yes, I understand certain patches that global team has already been played were the experiences before for some of these KPL teams, but due to the fact that they practice in a different environment, maybe this is the only chance that Team Vitality has in terms of advantage.
I think that Sagi just really has a very good point right over there. Team Vitality plays the one patch, right?
Correct.
But then for AG.AL, Nora, all of these players have to be jumping in between patches, here to there. Is that going to have a negative impact on them?
Well, I feel like that might have some impact on them, because they have such a tight schedule, right? They just finished their competitions back in KPL like 2 days ago, and they just directly fly here to the Paris. And yesterday they're busy with their shootings, their rehearsals, so like little time for them to get adapted to those new patches. And not even mentioned to actually for Ino and also Shy, they're trying to get adjusted to 3 different patches simultaneously.
Wow.
3 different patches simultaneously. It doesn't matter how good you are. That's gonna have a negative impact on you, because then physically it's really hard for you to be able to work every day at a very high pace. Thursday, AG.AL in their last KPL game before flying to Paris, has a 2-0 advantage, and then they end up losing that game 2-3.
I think both of you make a very good point, right? It's not just about patches alone. It's also about conditioning yourself to the best state that you are at to actually face global opponents here, because KPL is known as a very, very strong region, and all the global teams look up to this specific region itself.
And just take KSG as an example, right? Because they finished their matchup in today's first match, and they got a 2-0 clean win against Revenant. So I feel like if they just focus on themselves, they can actually do a great job. So actually this time, in 2026, I feel like KWC is pretty much more like a making comeback to AG.
AG.AL, as you can see on the screens, the title defender. Team Vitality in front of them, they're the challengers. And one more time against a KPL team. Hopefully everything's gonna go a little bit better for Team Vitality. They need to see this as what it is, a challenge, an opportunity to come and demonstrate that with every year that passes, they're getting better, and closer to the KPL teams.
It's still a far stretch to actually say that really close, but I always like to see whenever a global team goes up and face against a KPL team, because it shows how many years we've been in the ecosystem of Honor of Kings and how far we actually went and improved as a region itself. But talking about this specific series here, if there is a specific matchup that I want to highlight, is the FMVP jungler Noe practice in Ogren, and also the FMVP of IKL, Zankyu in that jungle role.
Exactly. And you just mentioned about Zankyu, right? Because Vitality actually just rebuilt the whole team around Zankyu. And for him, he got FMVP twice, which also means Team Vitality, speaking to those trends difference, I would say Team Vitality is in their heyday because they got 2 consecutive championships, right? The fall last year and the spring this year in IKL.
But then you build a team around Zankyu. That is a very big trust that they put on his hands. Is that pressure gonna crush him, Sagi?
Pressure itself, I think Zankyu handles it really nicely. You can see he's really composed and really playful in the interviews itself. At the very least, I believe in Zankyu, and I think that this is going to be an elevating moment for both teams as we hop straight into the draft.
For the draft, we can see Game 1, Team Vitality is on the blue side and for AG.AL on the red. Well, definitely Assassin is going to be the priority, and also how they're gonna play around with their core players. Seems like Team Vitality already banned away the Xiangfei and also AOV just try to shred down the power at the bottom.
Now, Nora, as a KPL caster, I have a question here. Can you introduce more on AG.AL's playstyle for specifically their hero pool or their macro rotations? What do you have in mind?
Well, you know, like a lot of teams prefer to play in a more aggressive way, but speak to AG.AL, they just formed a pretty unique playstyle. They are more into microing, operation, and you know what? They are the first team to discover the details about those golden share, about those waves, which made them to be so dominating in the past 2 years.
We call it the AG gold sharing rotation, right? You have like 3 members going on towards the map, farming multiple waves, and then you have everybody going into the jungle sharing gold and EXP. So that's the exact playstyle here. But I'm liking what is picked up here by the side of Coach Bao for the 1-2 pickup. It's Arlie. And who's always on Arlie?
It's all about Arlie. Arlie is Eno's signature hero. I would put it into that. He even got an FMVP skin on that Arlie back in KPL, and also paired up with the idea, which will make them very powerful during the laning.
You reckon we get an Ogren here so we can get like double FMVP skins coming in for
Frost,
the specific
maybe
game?
like triple FMVP.
Okay, that's a fast right?
That's the way how they get here.
Well, that's true, that's true. And we have seen global teams adapt to the Arlie Diadia playstyle plus the Ogren here, but it will be the floorborne tank here that will be picking up here from the side of AG.AL. So it's a very strong first trio here. But what I like about Team Vitality's draft, they are drafting the Xiao Qiao, which is a, I would say, pretty good counter in towards the Arlie pick.
That's true, because of the ulti can just lock that Arlie down during this team fight, and also they're flexi picking this Zhicha, and also with this Lapu Lapu, which allowing them to do a lot of initiation during the game.
That's true here. So for this specific second phase here, you will see more of these jungle picks that will be banned from the hands of Zankyu. You don't want to give him a very smooth game. At the very least, you have to play with cautious here. If you give global teams a specific chance, yes, in terms of macro, lane swaps, gold sharing, global teams are not yet at the standard of AG.AL or the KPL teams. But when it comes down to brawling and fighting, maybe sometimes global team might take it.
And that might be the main reason why AG.AL is banning away this Ogren and also this Oguda, right? Just directly targeting on Zankyu, the core player of Team Vitality.
Interesting stuff indeed. And so far, coming in towards this specific draft here, Angela, sort of a combo with the Diadia where you have like two lock stun into the Angela full burst combo. You don't want HØNG and also the side of Shuai to have that connection here, because in Honor of Kings, it's always about the 3v3. You don't want to lose that mid game.
Yes, and I mean like Nuwa is one of, I think, the best performance hero in the hand of Shen. Actually, he can do really good with this Nuwa, and also just guarantee that they still got a late game.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case here. And I'm just interested to see what kind of jungle picks are still available. You see 3 jungle picks here being locked away. It's going to be Zankyu's Jing. He pulled this up back in the Challengers Cup and had a pretty decent early game. But yes, he still lost. But he had some highlight reels that are going around Chinese social media.
Exactly. And I mean that with this Jing pick, it shows his aggression about this whole game. But also, this kind of composition just leave the door open for this fatigue pick.
So for AG.AL's draft, what do you think about this?
I think it's very well rounded because the first 6 minutes, like in the early game, you can rely on the power at the bottom, right, by this Dadia and also this early pick. And still, you are guaranteeing your late game with this Nuwa pick and also fatigue. So I feel like they are building up a well-rounded composition with high tolerance.
I feel so as well. It also comes down to whether or not Yino and also the side of Dashuai, are they able to pace that early game? Are they able to funnel that goal strategy? So far, we see from AG.AL's draft is very mid to late game centric. They cannot afford any single mistakes. If not, the draft coming in from Team Vitality is so team fight prone. They find an opportunity, they will just jump in for every single play.
And I mean, the opportunity that Vitality is seeking for definitely will be the 4 minutes mark. It is really crucial to this game. And also, they actually flex pick this Chicha as the bottom laner. So actually, Chicha needs some time to scale up, but they do need to, you know, highlight their top laner, guarantee that Dharma can get control of that teleportation, which allowing them to do a lot of preset for the 4 minutes mark.
And I'm pretty sure that Zankyo, yes, Jing is one of his favorite picks, but when you play a Jing into a floorborne tank,
and against Zoe,
I feel it's so difficult because there's just so much CC galore landing on towards this Jing pick.
I mean, like, so many things are happening right now in the battlefield, and I assure you guys the hype is already being there. The debut of AG.AL in KWC 2026, and also VIT make comebacks in this journey.
The legendary AG.AL coming in all the way from China KPL to this specific region and coming in facing off IKL's champion here. I just want to see how well Vitality fends it off, and I like the early game planning here coming from AG.AL. Immediate lane rotation. They know for a fact that the early game will be pretty tough. Wow, going dangerously low already in this early trade-off.
The Fury already been triggered out. That's what we said, right? Because Vitality need to guarantee that their top laner has the upper hand. So that's the reason why AG.AL just do the swap of the lane. They're trying to use the power pike that they had with this Enor's early, try to shred down the HP on the side of VIT.
Oh, Ran's going in for an early aggressive trade here. Lanfeng does get that fire beak, but laning phase-wise, I think the micro mechanics are still pretty top-notch coming in from Ran.
The early game is pretty much like AG is doing those presets for VIT. They need time to scale up a little bit more, and they are just rely on Enos early to hold their early game power.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When we talk about AG.AL specific composition, so much late game here. So Zoe, Shy, and Yino, they have to hold their grounds, make sure that it doesn't go over their way. Topside Bao is just suffering in this specific lane matchup. Every single time you see Bao, he's just getting hit on by Yino and also Shy.
I mean, like, it's really painful for him during the laning, and because the teleportation is on the top side of the map, and they know it is very critical to get control of that teleportation.
And it's a very slow and steady playstyle coming in from both teams. I think we'll see more of a aggression when the jungle is wide open, when the Tyrant starts spawning at a later 4th minute mark.
And I feel like VIT is just preparing for the 4 minutes mark.
Yeah, and that's the Overlord pit that you see here. The voting event, definitely most of the global and also the KPL fans, they are putting a lot of their votes into the pockets of AG.AL.
And I'm telling you guys, since we are actually in this arena, it's not only the support that we got online, but also offline. There's so many audience sitting down here right now. And a lot of fans actually just flew all the way from their own country here to Paris and showing their support to their favorite team.
That's just lovely, right? Like being able to support your favorite team, your favorite player all the way from a different continent coming in towards Paris, France, of our EWC. That's just a legendary moment for esports.
Yeah, and I mean, like, for those players, they definitely will feel very touching if you see them.
Exactly the case here. Do you think for the side of Vitality, they'll feel stressed because there's so much like fans supporting AG.AL on the live stage?
Well, but also, I mean, like, if I am Team Vitality, I would be thrilled to play against the KPL team. I mean, like, definitely it's gonna be a tough game, but I will just check if I've improved throughout the year or not by trying to play up against a team from KPL.
It's like a measuring tape, right? For Vitality, yeah, they won Indonesia. They want to advance globally as a competitive region here. So what better way of doing it than to measure themselves with one of the best teams that's performing since 2024?
Yeah, what can be better to play against them? So as long as we are going into this game and we are very close to the 4 minutes mark, we can see JenQ is being a little bit proactive right now, try to cut the wave.
This is a very good game plan coming in for Team Vitality. Immediately cutting this wave, making sure that they have first prior rotation in towards that Tyrant here. And surprisingly, Team Vitality, they're trailing ahead of gold by 300, but it's still pretty impressive.
Yeah, and if we were talking about those improvements, this is kind of like detailed improvement that we can see, even though there's no kill happening right now.
That's correct here. 4th minute mark, Tyrant has spawned. First dibs on towards the Tyrant from the side of Team Vitality. AG.AL is kind of slow, but they do miss out this specific play. Clean pickup here coming in from Team Vitality.
Team Vitality definitely know what kind of power spike they had, right? So they just guarantee that they can have this Tyrant around 4 minutes mark. But the thing is that how they're gonna utilize this Tyrant buff and trying to push forward, because it's gonna be a little bit tough for them since they're doing those double warrior compositions.
That's true, right? They are on a specific timer. If they can't find the big team fights, when Shishra gets the Sparks Fortune Doomsday, or when Bao finds a beautiful flank, you gotta have to wonder, how does Vitality win out these mid-game team fights? Because if you have a double fighter like you mentioned, you can't outscale Yino's Arlie or Sheng's Nuwa. So they are on a time bomb. They need to be much more aggressive in the mid-game.
Times ticking on the side of VIT.
Zoe going in for an aggressive trade, does steal away the wild boar camps. Zankyo level 9, finding a bit of an aggression in towards the river here. AG.AL, they have to back off in towards their own jungle.
The reason why AG is play like in a more passive way is because they know that they need to scale up a bit more. They need to wait for Fatigue and also this Nuwa. So they are trying to contest with VIT right now around the riverside.
Oh, Bittersweet Farewell, casted by Shuai. Yeah, I think they're potentially wanting to play for this Azure Golem, but due to the fact that the rotations coming in from AG.AL is pretty on point, they have to respect. Ron is split pushing. You have to fetch that wave. Waves are expensive, you know. 200 gold. You don't want to miss that.
And I do want to put JanQ on the spotlight because you can see the gold difference, right? He already got like 800 gold lead, which is very good for Assassin player.
I think that's what you need, right? We talk about how difficult this Jing will have to play, considering there's so much crowd control coming in from the Arlie, the Diadea, or the Floorborn tech. So for him, executing in team fights will be a large challenge here. Gen Myth finds Zoe. Zoe goes in with the knockup. A bit of a damage on towards Zoe. That's a very tanky Floorborn tank. Oh, ZanQ, he's in the middle of everyone here. That's why coming in with the 2-2. Finds a CC. Zoe finds a knockup again on towards ZanQ. ZanQ managed to cow control away, but he doesn't get away. First blood goes over the side of AG.AL as they find more. Annihilation doesn't tag on towards the side of F1, but this jungle control immediately relinquished over to the side of AG.AL as they find the first blood.
It all happened in 1 second. It was JanQ trying to sneak into his opponent's red buff and trying to steal away. I mean, nice try, nice movement. But the thing that's with Shuai's help, Shuai just flashed in and got an instant control upon that Jin, buying his teammates more time and do the backstab.
And Lamfong is in the middle of nowhere. You're getting cornered by 5 members of AG.AL, and he does get taken down. Nice knockup coming in for Honey Sweet Breeze, but that's why coming in with a beautiful heal to set them up with full health.
And I mean, this is really like a typical AG's playstyle. Everything just went so smoothly and peacefully before the 6 minutes mark. I feel like, okay, nothing happened. It's really well balanced. But after one thing that you did, they just start snowballing.
Yeah, it was off of a play on ZanQ in the red buff that he failed to steal. And then we talk about how difficult it is. Once you get latched on by the Diadea skill 2 combo, Zoe comes in, balances ZanQ around. You can't execute Jing combos when you are knocked up.
Exactly. And we know that Zoe is playing this tank, Floorborn tank, right? So he is totally acceptable for him to suffer from the gold deficit because he's playing as a tank. The only thing that he knows or he needs to do is keep his eyes upon JanQ's Jing.
I think that's also something that global teams have to worry about is the mastery of heroes across different class. Like for Zoe, he can play the tank, he can play the assassin, the fighters here. That's just what makes it so amazing here. But Zoe, not fear of whatsoever here, poking out F1. ZanQ is really low. Can he contest for this Azure Golem here? Bao, he's looking for a flank. He's in a good position here, but due to the HB bars, 3 Azure Golem going on the side of AG.AL.
I mean, like with the 3,000 gold lead, AG.AL is trying to pushing forward a bit more, gaining the vision control of the riverside and just force out Bao's flash. And since the Chill Tower is still standing there, it's gonna be fine for VIT. But what about the silence? The minions going in.
Oh, at the very least, they cleared it right in towards the mid lane. But still, in towards the side lane, they get a bit of a trade-off here. But good news with Vitality, at the very least, the most important mid lane tower is still available.
Exactly. And I mean, like, this Tyrant goes over to AG. And you know, this is how you're gonna enjoy the games played by AG because it's totally different when you're seeing them play.
Oh, Jamie flashes forward. He gets pushed out. You is the one that's gets king out first one here, Zoe. Super tanky. That's the problem that you are having on Twisted Team Vitality. If Jemmy falls and Lampo is not around, you just don't have enough damage to take down this tanky Floorborn.
I mean, like, Jemmy just vanished from that one punch.
I think he got like pushed back by the creation blocks coming in from Changshen, and then he got sent up slightly abroad. Oh, Bao wants to find an engage try. Nice flash to dodge away from the truth mantra here. Bao pays for his aggression with that play itself. 4 kills in favor for side of AG.AL. They are dominating the map before the shadow objectives.
We're coming to the 10-minute mark, but just check the coordination that AG.AL had, and just check the fearless play that Zoe is using, this piloting this Floorborn tank, right?
His calculation is so perfect. The way that he's going in for specific plays, he knows for a fact that the redemption, the heal coming in from Strike will always keep him healthy, so that when he goes in, he knows how much he can tank and knows when he has to retreat.
He knows exactly where his limit is by using this Floorborn tank.
Exactly.
10 minutes mark.
10 minutes mark. Shadow objective spawn. We do see Zankyu on towards the top side, looking for a potential trade-off here on the Overlord.
And actually, that is a really smart trade that they're gonna make, because they are suffering from the gold deficit. By using this Dragon trade, actually can buy them more time.
Very clean stuff coming in from both teams here. Vitality know they can't fight. They go for the aggressive trade-off. At the very least, they get more time to scale into potential wombo combo plays here. AG.AL wins the voting, gets the Overlord pit, and towards the bottom side, a very good combination here coming in for the side of AG.AL. Gemmif goes dangerously low, but Zoe is in the middle of 3 members here. He's not taking any damage.
I mean, like the HP trade, you can't even see like Zoe has been shred down. Like, he's always pushing forward and just pressuring on the vision for EIT.
I think this also comes into one thing where if we were to watch some KPL games, you will build Mass of Agony, the mass item, on specific mid lanes like Xiao Xiao, so you can actually get the burn damage on tanks like this. But for this specific game, I think Gemmif went for potentially Venomous Staff as his first item.
He's trying to, you know, kind of restrict fatigue, but the thing is that Zoe is definitely on the spotlight for game 1.
He's just doing everything here. Like, he's just tanking Zankyu's damage, forcing Bao's position. Every time Bao wants to find a flank, wants to find a beautiful knockup, he gets spotted out. It's what we call vision clearing before you go for objective plays.
And also awareness about the map control. So they're just easily pushing forward, utilizing the minions in the mid. And it's going to be the solo at the bottom, force out the ulti from Bao. They're doing some skill trades, and it seems like AG is snowballing the game.
It's very clean, classic gameplay. Nothing wasted, all resource farm into specific heroes' pockets. Yino is 003, Sheng is 004, 75% kill participation here, but they're still getting a lot of item power spikes as we pace on in towards this game with a 7,000 goal lead.
4,000 goal lead, that's actually too much for Vitality to eat up right now. And also they're suffering from all those minions. I would say like the only way that they can push it back is relying on Jankyu's team.
F1 finding the flash knockup on towards the backline here, but there's just no follow-up. The damage is just too crazy coming in from the side of AG.AL, but they respect it, they have to back off. Meanwhile, that's happening. Ron gets a free tier 3 in towards that bottom side.
I mean, like, Fatih is doing... Shera is just enjoying his time, just doing the spare push, because Zoe took all the responsibility for vision control, for initiation, for those damaged out, so the rest of the team member can just form up in quite a comfortable way.
You could make good sense, right? Because Zoe, he's third in gold, Ron is first in gold, Yino is second in gold, and they are just pumping those items here. Yes, even if they lose a big team fight later on, it's still acceptable because the gold lead is just too damn far away from these two teams.
And not even mention to Shen with this new one, it's kind of guaranteeing their late game, right? So still, again, Vitality, if they want to push back, they need more vision control and they need more initiation.
Oh, Zoe finding the knockup on towards Bao. Bao finds a beautiful knockup on towards Zoe. The cavalry is not here yet, but 5 members strong coming from AG.AL. They want to knock down this top tier 3 high ground here. Yino finds a bit of damage on Genmif. Genmif is dangerously low on that play. Zoe forces the mirror domain coming in from Zankyu, but that's a beautiful annihilation here. And Nino finds the pick off here amongst multiple members from the side of Team Vitality.
AG is definitely not in the rush. They never took any reckless movement. Just check the layer that they used their skills putting onto ball.
And they're not stopping here. They are not going for the shadow objective. They want to end it right here, right now. 5v4 for the next 20 seconds coming in from AG.AL. Final tier 3 drops towards the mid lane here. Shuai goes in aggressively. He can go back with the hard lane run. Hangs forward, finds damage on towards Lanfeng. Lanfeng has to use a fatal arrow. Will be crowd control down. Taken down by Yino as the first victim of this team fight here.
And check, Jankyu is suffering from this Zoe's tank, Flowborn tank. And they're utilizing those minions. It seems like AG.AL closed out the game, waiting for the minions. Just one last hit. Take down those enemies. First, it's going to be Bao using his last-ditch effort. It's going to be a shutdown, but the crystals also fell apart. So game 1 goes over to AG.AL.
Very clean execution coming in from the defending champions of last year's KWC 2025. AG.AL, what a perfect game.
I mean, like, so classic, you know. It is like so classic AG.AL's playstyle. That's why I enjoy this game so much, because before 6 minutes, you don't even think that AG.AL is it. Are they just getting weaker this year? You kind of have that kind of thought in your mind, but the thing is that it's just their playstyle.
I am thinking when I look at this game and I start understanding like what we have gone through the years, Team Vitality against the KPL teams again and again and again. I started analyzing the data and started analyzing the times. This has been the longest game that they have ever had against a KPL team. So that already tells you that they start to understand exactly how to stay alive. You can only win a game as long as you can still have your crystal in there. You understand how to protect, and they're always just trying to find a way how to go from the side and try to start getting some kills. That is going to be the next step.
And I do want to highlight those small detail movement that Jankyu did, right, from that Jin.
Yes.
Even though it had huge impact on Team Vitality for game 1, but still, he's trying to make a lot of things happen, and he's trying to do those sneak in and try to steal away the red buff.
I think the first 6 minutes of the game looked pretty decent for Team Vitality. They were trailing a bit of gold, like let's say 500 to 1000 against AG.AL. But that's the thing, it forces them to do so. Their composition just isn't fit for that mid-game department here. Once that small misplay coming in from the side of Zankyu, he got caught in the red side jungle.
Yeah.
Everything just got snowballed from the side of AG.AL into a convincing 14-minute win.
I gotta just continue just telling you how good Team Vitality did right over there.
Right.
Because in the past, we've seen this in KPL teams against global teams, that they just since minute 1 or 2, they just start just snowballing so quickly. And right now, Team Vitality is just learning slowly, but they're learning how to just stay alive a little bit longer.
They are definitely improving, and if they want to continue and do this, for example, for this 6 minutes mark, when they're trying to do this invasion, they need to make sure that it's going to be a promising invasion, or you can't just stand with the impacts that AG.AL backslashed.
And then one of the important things in here, right, like AG.AL and their decisions, they could actually go and take a lot of other kills, but they decide to take on Jankyu, and then they turn immediately to the bottom to go and try to find the true track.
It's a chain reaction, right? You lose Zankyu, your most fed member, onto the top side, and then you just open up the map for numbers advantage coming in from the side of AG. And once that snowball starts to roll, your team fighting coming in from Vitality starts to lose its shininess, because your composition builds on that one team fight at 10-minute mark. But if you're not allowed for equal grounds, this is what happens.
Exactly, and just take one hero as an example. Was like in the mid game, they're too busy to deal with Zoe's Flowborn tank. It's too much for them to deal with, right? The vision control, the skills, the damage dealt, like everything was in control of AG.AL.
It came to a moment where the Flowborn tank was just standing over there and everyone was hitting him, and the HP bar was not going down. Ladies and gentlemen, our HP bar is going down, so we need to go to a little break to recover a little bit, and then when we come back, we're gonna go to game 2 of this match number 3.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. KHapplE, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. We're live from Paris. AG.AL already 1-0 advantage on top of Team Vitality. I really want Team Vitality to do good in this game. I'm telling you, they're such a nice people. This April, I had the opportunity to go and watch them in Beijing, China for the Challengers Cup. They were playing against RNTX, and then just when they're on stage, the way that they enjoy the game is something that really, like for all of us as fans and casters and analysts, this is something that we love to see.
Now, before we go into the game 2, right, I want to jump on that point. I've been to the 2025 KPL Grand Finals at the Birdnest, and that was electrifying moment where AG won against Wolves, and it still stuck to me because that was one of the best esports event I went to.
The crowd was there because we were casting that and that's gonna be the moment for AG.AL, because after they got the title in KWC 2025, they got more like 2 more consecutive championships.
Insane.
And just extended into 7 consecutive championship. Can you imagine that?
Just to put everything in perspective for everyone that is at home just listening to us and watching these games, Team Vitality is facing one of the teams, one of the clubs in honor of Kings that have won the most titles in the history.
Exactly. And I mean, like, everyone is amazed about their dominance, not only in KPL, but worldwide. But I would say, like, this year, actually, they suffered a lot. So I'm kind of a little bit worried about their stakes, actually. And also, like, speak of Ino actually took 1 season off in the spring because he's been playing, like, over 7 years. So definitely the man needs to get some rest. But after he come back in the Challenger Cup, he just make it to the final again, instantly.
I mean, if you are going to final, it's still an achievement, right? KPL is such a strong region that we talk about here, but coming back in towards the specific draft itself, what do you think?
Well, I would say this time, definitely AG with this Bay pick, they are looking for some aggression. This time, they are trying to speed up because they spot that maybe ZhanQ is favorable of doing those invasions early game.
I think if ZhanQ wants to match the FMVP jungler coming in from KPL and also last year's KWC, potentially you might see a Uku Tachibana, something like a Musashi that is like a direct counter against the Pei here. But that's the worrying part. When it comes down to fight, yes, maybe some global teams could put up a good fight in terms of team fight, in terms of skirmishes, but my worrying part is, in terms of rotation, our global teams are still not there yet at the KPL level. Sometimes we're slow in reacting to certain plays, but if we don't pick something that is more fight-centric for the side of Team Vitality, that could be a dangerous side for Vitality.
I totally agree with you. So I would think about some composition that allowing them to have multiple initiations. For example, this Zhang pick and also Yukio that you just mentioned, right? Great counter-attack towards this Pei. But to me personally, it's more about detail mechanics.
Correct.
Against like a Pei with this Yukio. But on the side of AG, they're picking out Garuda and also Mozi. Just showing this kind of sense that this time we're gonna pushing forward.
Now let's deep dive into the Garuda and Mozi. I feel that this mid rotation and 3v3 is really strong from the side of AG.AL, but for the early game aggression, that Ukyo will be a strong one in countering the pace aggression. Plus, one more thing that I really like about this specific tournament patch is the combination of the Lorien plus Zhang Fei. You get a Zhang Fei ulti, immediately the ball comes through, lays you up, that's almost a 5 to 6 seconds crowd control stun.
And speak of that, actually, I thought that they might try to empower their early game on the side of VIT, which Byron would be a nice choice, but actually they just banned away from themselves. So I'm wondering what kind of top laners they're going for, because just like you mentioned, they can actually do good in early games.
Yeah, and there's a lot of top laners that's being banned off, like farm lanes, top lanes. I think it's like a double ban coming in towards the side of AG because Yino can play all of them.
Yeah.
You think we get a Vici farm lane coming in from the side of AG.AL? Because I see these picks, we might be getting one.
Well, it's possible. It's possible. I mean, like, definitely he had such an abundant deep hero pool. But this time, if they go for a Baichi pick, it will make them to be a little bit slow in the early game, I guess, because you can see like Garuda and Mods lack of controllability. Whereas the only thing that they can do is those poking damage. So I'm looking for some frontliners, tank frontliners on the top.
On the top lane for a tank. We do have Baichi and Ata that are extremely valuable in the global patch. Fatih has been used, which is a common counter into the Charlotte here. Still trying to fix up my mind what picks are still available for the side of Ran or the side of Yino.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be Baichi.
It's actually the Baichi farming.
You're asking for it, and here we go.
I was scratching my head. It's like, yeah, that Shoyu is bad.
Frontliner, AG, Ino, Baichi, it is.
He's showing off all his cards, you know. He's known for his early in the KPL, and he's also known for his Baichi farm lane, and he's just bringing it into the global scene.
And you know, is still they are flexing it, right?
Yeah,
because Baichi can be played by Ran possibly, or Devara by Ran. We don't know yet. It just depends on them. But the thing is that actually got a nickname, about like a human Baichi, because no matter what kind of hero he play, like
he will get targeted.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw that meme before back online. Is that whatever he plays, whatever it is, there will be 4 people jumping on towards him.
Yeah.
And this is a specific matchup that I'm talking about here. We might see either Lanfeng or Bao flex that Umbrosa and also the Charlotte. I think recently, we've been getting a lot more double fighter compositions with Devara in the mix.
Yeah.
And now, coming in towards the specific matchup itself, even Vitality, they are removing the farm laners. It's like, okay, guys, all the farm laners are banned. Let's just whip out double fighters.
But the thing is that, yeah, we are okay about like flexing those Chicha or Devara, but Umbrosa, I'm not that sure about Umbrosa flexing into a farm lane, actually.
Well, if you are flexing it towards the farm lane, but you're fighting another fighter, is it still farm lane?
But it's just like really interesting to see like a drop like this, because it's kind of showing out that this time we will see a lot of big team fights happen in game 2.
I feel so as well. Usually when we play like double fighters, it's more important when we see the 6 to 8 minute mark. That's where double fighters starts coming online for both of these teams. And to your question, where is Bao gonna go? Where is Lanfeng gonna go? We see the Charlotte going up against the Devara, and we see the Umbrosa going up against Yino on that Baichi.
And we also see some comments right now down there because they are supporting for AG, supporting for Yino, and Yino is picking out this Baichi. So we're gonna see a Baichi play against Charlotte at bottom.
Oh, what a rare occurrence here. And Zhangyu, very sneaky. He's already going for the Crimson Invade, and I think for the side of AG, they spot it already. They give up the mid priority here, so it's gonna be a Crimson Tree coming in for both junglers.
You can see like the tempo is accelerating compared to game 1.
Yeah, I think like game 1, it was a bit of like a back and forth coming from both teams. Are they diving the top side right now?
They're trying to do the tower dive. Flash out, and everyone is aiming at at this Lanfeng 1 versus 4. That's too much for him. Shen got the first bout and even got it in. Take F1 down. It's gonna be a 2-0 and we haven't even reaching to the 2 minutes mark.
You were talking about like accelerating the game, and there you have it here. You pick the Pei, you pick the Mozi, two of the most aggressive pickoffs here coming in for this draft, and they make it work flawlessly. And it was planned from start to finish. Ran gets the push, stacks the minion waves, bring up the mid priority that you want into jungle invasion, and then you come in with 4 players here. First cannon blast forces Lanfeng to flash away, and Lanfeng coming in with splash gradation here wants to run. By the time that F1 is here, gets caught by Stride's flash knockup into death.
I mean, like, the coordination is definitely out there. And also, because of the Charlotte pick at the farm lane, you can see, like, he suffered a little bit because VIT actually just swapped the lane, right? Ambrosia is at the bottom, and that's what we're talking about. Charlotte play against the Vara actually while, like, facing deficit in the laning.
Yeah, because Charlotte, yes, you're really strong in the mid to late game with those resets, with those spells fresh, and then those passive sacks. But if you can't get on laning phase, you can't achieve that.
But you know, it's very interesting to see game in this way that we talk about AG's classic playstyle is kind of like operating, microwaving, but this time AG is showing their diversity about how they're gonna use their composition. It's like totally like extreme way going into.
It's not only just about draft, right? It's like, oh, this is the classic one. Pei is like half a marksman, then you have the Vara, half a marksman too. And you know, it's like, okay guys, you need a tank, copy. I play that tank really well. And even if they play these sort of specific matchups here, the way that they do it is very, very interesting. You have the strong side, top side, and Yino takes on the defensive side towards the bottom lane here. So it doesn't go into this balance where you need both sides, but you know, going in for a flash engage onto a side of Bao into the thing inside the box. Beautiful disengage coming from F1, but Bao goes dangerously low. Gets picked off by Sheng in that exchange. The nice knockup coming in from NHemNG sets up the big play for Zangqiu. Zangqiu finds the trade-off here, but can Zangqiu run away? He has mobility here. It's a good trade-off coming in for both teams as it's a 1-for-1.
Everyone just put all their efforts into the chaos skirmishes happening at the bottom. You can see like those controllabilities that they landed upon it, and also Zangqiu used this Yukio. Yukio can be so powerful in the early game. You can just check out his burst out damage, right? It's totally sufficient.
That's why it's a good counter in towards the Pei, right? Where Pei wants to jump in towards you with the Tiger form, and then Zangqiu is like, okay, jump in towards me. Let me drop the stun and let me get that ultimate to really get it going.
And we are fighting till 4 minutes mark, which is really rare to see when these two teams play against each other.
And Ran already forcing out the flash coming in from Lanfeng. That's going to be a very important timer going into that 4th minute mark here. So far, more of the control is being relinquished over to the side of AG to prepare for this objective.
And speaking of the preparation, they actually forced out the flash and also the HP on the side of VIT, on the side of Lanfeng. So they got numbers advantage. AG is preparing for the Tyrant, they're testing it, but Zangqiu just secured the Tyrant.
I think it makes sense. You don't want to fight so early on for the side of AG. You need the item power spikes first, especially on the side of the Vara, the Pei on towards Zoe. Then at 8 minute mark is where both teams start to shine as a whole. Wings of Judgment tagging on towards the bottom lane. NHemNG finds a good engage into the Unbridled Outburst, but where's the follow-up coming in from the team? It's still really far away for Zangqiu to actually follow that up.
Yes, the distance is a little bit longer, and upside of the map, the solo is still going on.
Ran is having a fantastic time. He knows for a fact that no one can catch him. It's like, oh, you guys like to play bottom side? Lanfeng, take this punch.
And also, there's a waning lane between this Devara and Charlotte, so definitely Ran is doing it on himself, trying to build up a really nice top side of the map for AG.
And Nora, ever since coming into the group stage, there seem to be more and more Devaras skyrocketing in pick rates and skyrocketing in win rates in these last 2 days.
Yes, because the Devara with those long attacking range can do very good during the laning upon a lot of top laners.
I think so as well, right? They flex it towards the farm lane, the clash lane, and it's like a late game carry insurance that gives your team that's also tanky and does a lot of damage.
But speak of the late game, actually this time I would say the late game is pretty even up to both composition, and also like the mid game will go more wild in game 2.
I fully agree. When you have double fighters, that 8 to 10 minute mark when all those item power spec subs coming in for both of these teams, it's going to be looking really, really good. Both teams are positioning themselves over to this Crimson Golem. Zoe gets tagged on, has to pounce away. This Crimson Golem will be an interesting one. Baichi jumps in, but F1 counter-engaging with the Unbridled Outburst here. Zankyu gets caught by the stun. This Crimson Golem, who does it go over to? Vitality wins this 4v4 exchange.
Zankyu is just dancing around with this red buff. He's just playing in such a deft way.
Topside once again.
Suffering.
What happened to Lanfeng's HP for him? He lost a tower, and he's about to lose another one right now.
I mean, it's really painful for Lanfeng to play so, on the top side of the map. And right now, with Zoe's help, they're trying to make the power dive a possible movement.
Oh, Zoe managed to escape, but the top side is gonna be an issue here. No one has been disturbing Ron's farming tempo, and when Ron starts picking up the Crimson Golem in the next few minutes here, it's gonna be a big headache for Vitality to actually figure it out.
And just check the gold difference, right? Zoe got like 1,000 gold lead against Zankyu. I mean, like, Yukio is doing great about those invasions, but at the same time, Zoe is farming up fastly.
And Zoe is not going to be very easily to be taken down. You have the Frostguard Embrace coming in from this little Tiger pick. And if he gets even bursted down, that 300 armor, fully sufficient for this Tiger pick.
And also, we can see a lot of 4-4 team fight happening at the bottom side of the map. But I'm a little bit worried about the top, because actually VIT suffered a lot on the top side of the map.
I mean, Lanfeng just didn't get any help. He's 0-2. We find an Unbridled Outburst on the side of Zoe here. Zoe managed to limp away towards safety here, but Zankyu dangerously low. He's finding Zoe. Zoe is going down. It's a 1-for-1 trade between the jungles coming in from both teams. Devara coming in from Ron is landing on towards the backline here. Jemmy with a beautiful CC removal gets out towards safety, but still gets caught by Ron. Ron is not finished yet. He's still punching. He's still going. Meanwhile, try 1v1 against Bao. Bao still has the Undying. Has to pop it to trade, but it's not looking good so far for Team Vitality as they're losing too much. Wings of Judgment snipes down Bao, and Bao gets taken down. Make it 4-more as F1. It will be the last sacrifice coming in from Vitality.
It ends up with the double kill goes over to AG, and definitely they won the upper hand from this skirmish. You can see like AG just fights fearlessly, and I do like the way how Zankyu find a nice spot getting in and make that 1-1 trade directly targeting on Zoe. That was really beautiful.
Now, if game 1 was about AG.AL respecting the map, playing towards power spikes, game 2 is about, you want to fight? Let's fight.
Yes, and speak of the fight, because of after this 1-1 trade, right, both junglers are down, and it's gonna be the stage setting for Ran. This Devara just coming in, LT in, and getting immunity. And you can see they actually waste all of their skills upon that Zoe, try to take Zoe down, so which make Ran to be just unstoppable during the whole team fight.
I think this is the problem coming in from the side of Vitality's draft. There's just not enough sufficient DPS to take down the Devara. Once he pops in ultimate and you waste your burst, no one can mark this Devara coming in from Ron.
Yeah. And from that team fight, you can see Ran is going to be unstoppable from now on. And that's another thing that I want to talk about AG.AL, because if you want to be dominating, we are not talking about only one person who's going to carry a team. It's about no matter what time is it, no matter what hero they're picking, there's always going to be one player who's going to standing out.
Now, it goes to that point, right? Yes, drafting is really important, but players' discipline, players' map experience on how they like to move, how they like to do certain plays. It's not about the picks, it's about the muscle memory in their mind.
And what also minute, their trust.
Correct. What minute you need to do what. But hang on a moment real quick here. We do see Ron and Yilo going in all the way towards the backline. They want to finish game right here, right now. F1 needs to stampede away, has to use the stun. Still a 1-4-0 trade, but nice flash penetration in towards the backline from Lanfeng, but there's just no follow-up. Ron is still punching. That nice cannon blast does land on towards the bow, but 10-minute mark is here. Does AG back off for the shadow objectives?
I mean, like, I do like way how Ino using this Baishi is initiating, right? As long as he got the flash and also his ulti, he's just playing around and getting in. But Vitality, actually, they're fighting back in quite a nice way.
That's the human Baishi, right?
I feel like Lanfeng is, like, he suffered a lot and he's trying to put all his efforts, trying to get revenge on it. That flash with the ulti was quite decent.
It was good, but the gold lead is just too darn far away coming in from Vitality and AG.AL. If it was a 50-50, maybe that could have been Vitality's moment here. But due to the large gold lead that's being held on by AG.AL, those team fights, they are not miracles. Those are just opportunities.
Not even mention to the dark Tyrant goes over to AG.AL. So I feel like it's gonna be the time for AG to slow down a bit more. They will just let Shen and Eno to be at the front line and trying to shred down the HP bar as much as they can. Just check the ulti right, really decent, and try to find out Jankyu sneaking at the back, trying to find that Shen because he know that with that 401 KDA and that kind of gold lead, Shen can just easily shred down all those HP for his teammate.
He needs to find some pickoff, right? If he can find a pickoff, maybe he can push the game further, get that Shadow Overlord, extend the game. But for the side of AG.AL, they are not allowing a nice ultimate flash coming in for the side of Eno on towards Zankyu. Zankyu first to fall. Ron unmarked, untouched, utilizing the Millennium Echo and Taurus, the most members here, taking them down one after another, and F1. He's gone, and with that final play, 0-5, only Sheng falls. This will be a clean, easy win for AG.AL, a dominating one in this game number 2.
Triple goes over to Ran. It's gonna be the end of the game, of the matchup. It's gonna be a clean victory. Goes over to AG.AL.
It's a statement match for their debut coming in for the side of AG.AL. They showcase they can play the traditional farm lane marksman style with Eno's early, and then they bring over a different style. Eno goes back in towards the Bai Chi that he has so much experience with, play the weak side, allow Ron to carry, and in the end, Ron showed up with that Devara, just punching every single member towards that game.
And the story keeps writing it again and again and again. AG.AL are going to win 2-0 on top of Team Vitality, moving to this afternoon's upper bracket final.
I mean, like, yeah, it's 8-2-0, right? Only 2 games has been played, but so much thing that we've seen from these 2 games. We see the experience from the team, we see the history, and also we see the capable enough, the capacity of all 5 members, all 5 players.
I think that one of the beautiful things in here is just how different people can just carry the team at different moments. Everyone is just looking at the junglers and everything. If you look at Sheng with the Garuda, just to be able to have the reach, the poke, he actually ends up with a very beautiful KDA, and not only that, he was the key damage dealer in all of these fights before Ran just pop off at the end.
And the early game planning coming in from the side of AG.AL is fantastic, where yes, when you lock in the draft, you need to have an early game plan in mind. They cleared up mid with the side of Zoe on that play, then converted into jungle invasion. Then that's where Devara pushing the wave. They go for that dive, and ever since that, the Charlotte coming in from Lanfeng, he's just suffering.
He suffered a lot during the laning, and
poor
also
Lanfeng, like he was just on his own the whole day. And he's just taking this 1v1 against Ran, and then Ran is just bullying him again and again and again, like almost sending him back home.
Exactly, and it's kind of just restricted the invasion that Vitality did at the bottom, right? Because you need to take care of your top lane. So that's a problem. And also, like in this game, we can see it was a 14 versus 3 of the kills. AG this time, actually, they're playing in a more aggressive way.
Of course, like at the beginning of the game, like the invasion immediately just told you that they were not going to push the game to the 15-minute, almost like the same as the game 1. Like this time, they just wanted to finish everything extremely early.
Yeah, the game plan is what makes it so important. If you have a game plan like that, it's not like, okay guys, we're gonna do this when we are in the game. The coaches are like, okay guys, this is the picks, this is the game plan. The VAR is gonna do this to shove in the wave, and then when everybody comes towards the top side, we make it work. So these are pre-planned, not only from the draft, but also experience from these players.
I totally agree with you. And that's something I really like about this matchup. Even though it closed out with a 2-0, but we see all those experience pull out by AG.AL, and also we see the improvements done by VIT.
I mean, VIT did some pretty good plays coming in for the specific early game where Zankyu stole with the Crimson Golem, but just due to the fact that the mid 2v2 matchup coming in for Sheng and Shuai, they can outpush them. That's why every single play, they can move faster compared to Gen Mid and also F1.
And actually, they did really good job, like triple knock up at the bottom. This time, actually, the team fight that we just saw was VIT won the upper hand. But after this one, after this 1-1 trade, you can see like Devara Ran is just putting it on the spotlight.
No one can mark him, right? There's no consistent DPS coming in for the side of Vitality's draft. When Ran pops the Frenzy, when Ran pops the ultimate, it's just free damage galore towards the backline.
And when you think about the compositions right over here, okay, yeah, let's go with both warriors, right? But then AG has the pay, and the pay can just destroy turrets. So that already gives them an advantage. Who's supposed to be taking down the turrets for Team Vitality, though?
Good point. That's really good point. And also, I do admire the accuracy that Eno has using his ulti and just drag Gem back for the last team fight.
I think the ultimate flash has been really consistent coming in from Eno. Yes, you're a buy T. You don't have carry probabilities, but the way that you set up team fights coming in for this TAM pick is exactly what AG needs in this specific hero lineup.
All right. What about if we go and hear it from Eno? Mara has Eno over there on stage. Let's go and hear exactly what Eno wants to share to us in this KWC 2026.
Here with the legend, Eno, congratulations. Masterful performance as expected. But you know, there is a challenge happening right now with an incredible reward. If any of the team beats a KPL team, they will get 100,000 USD. Now, in terms of percentages, how possible do you think that the other teams can claim this?
那 Eno 首先恭喜你们在这一场当中获胜，你们的发挥也非常非常亮眼。你知道现在在比赛当中有这么一个大挑战吧，就是说如果有任何一支战队能打败一个 KPL 的战队的话，他们能立马获得一个10万美元的奖金。那你觉得这件事情能发生的概率会是多少呢？
我感觉这个概率应该不会为0吧，因为今年跟很多国际队伍都交手过，跟他们打过训练，他们跟去年相比真的强了很多。我们还是会有机会输的。
I'll say that the chance is definitely not going to be 0% because I've been practicing and playing against a lot of the other teams, a lot of international teams and scrims, and I have to say that overall they definitely feel a lot stronger compared to last year. So there's some potential over there and we got to be careful.
What about in a single game? They can get 10,000 USD if they beat you in one game. Do you think the percentages would be more than 50% for that?
如果算单场游戏的话，如果一个国际战队能拿下哪怕单独1场的话，他们也能获得一个1万美元的一个奖金。你觉得这个事情的概率会多少呢？能不能超过50%呢？
我觉得应该会超过50%啊。到8强赛之后，我觉得这个概率会变大。
Yes, I do think that it might be higher than 50%, especially once we get into the playoffs where it's top 8 teams. I think the level of competition there will be definitely much higher.
That is such great respect that you're giving the other teams. Now, your fellow KPL team, KSG, broke the record earlier and set the fastest time at 6 minutes and 49 seconds. If there's any record that AG.AL would like to break, what would that be?
那看得出你们也很尊重你们的对手。那在今天前面一场呢 ，KSG 战队他们创下了本届比赛当中最快的获胜时间，在6分钟49秒就碾压了对面。那你个人觉得你们战队能在比赛当中创下什么样的新纪录呢？
我们之前在国内联赛已经创造了一个无人能及的记录了，希望他们能突破我们吧。是无人能及。
整个概念能不能解释一下呢？
就是还没有人超越过我们这个记录。
Well, we have set a record in the KPL previously that no one can possibly overcome us. So I think we'll be setting that here as well.
Job well done once again. Congratulations, Eno. And let's see what the casters have to say about that. Casters, lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Eno. Just showing exactly how professionals take their jobs. They come in, they prepare. It doesn't matter how many years, how many games you have already won. The chances of someone being better than you are never zero. And we appreciate Eno with those words, just setting up the stage for what the KWC 2026 actually is. Let's go for a break, and when we come back, it's going to be match 4 of this group stage.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion. He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an AO airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House from blow the house down.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026 live from Paris, France. Right now, we're gonna move into our match 4 of today. It's gonna be MIBR Los Grandes are gonna be playing against Blacklist International. Holler, Blam, what can we expect of this matchup?
I think we can expect a very explosive game, if anything, right? I think MIBR LOS as the #1 seed coming out of Chalk BR, a lot of expectations, right? You're the top dog in this one.
Oh, yeah.
On the other side, we're talking about Blacklist International. They too want to make some surprises. They've stepped up in the EWC thus far.
Absolutely. I mean, they've already got an achievement for themselves. They finally beat NHemNG Red Force. Sorry. They've managed to do it. It's taken them a very long time, but it means it mattered the most. They did it when it mattered the most to get into the group stage of KWC.
But then we have them right now playing against the Chalk BR champions, man. What are some similarities that they have in terms of game style?
Yeah, and I feel like Blacklist is kind of taking it to another level. There were definitely some questions, but then they were able to be aggressive, and then they fit to their play style, and it's kind of riding on Chammy1's play. There was a little bit of an interview, and they were saying, hey, Chammy1, you're making all of these plays. Why are you not rubbing it in? Why are you not celebrating and just like trash talking the other ones? And he was just like, actually, it's because we're all kind of family.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I'm very sad for all my teammates. I want to make sure that we win, but unfortunately, that's not always the case where we can all just like be that #1 guy.
Exactly that. Like obviously at the end of the day, we see obviously only the conflict that happens onto the gorge, but on that, everybody is literally so tight-knit. They basically talk to each other, they scrim with each other, they spend a lot of time with each other. So I feel like those relationships and those bonds that these players share, it's hard to sever that and separate that when you're on the gorge.
Yeah, we're all brothers at the end of the day, right? It's all about the Honor of Kings, excuse me, and it's all about just like family, right? And I think that even with the team itself, like they play like a family, but also as opponents, we're also looking at them as just, hey, we're just playing a game here.
All right, so they have had like very similar experiences, right? Like they are from the global stage. They need to try to fight every single week. Like, what has been the reasons that they made it over here? What can we really look at MIBR Loss or to Blacklist and say like, okay, we need to really spotlight this about their game style?
I think it's just basically down to obviously, well, we haven't really seen much of Los Grandes so far within KWC, right? But I mean, the way that they got here is they beat Influence Rage by 4-1 in the fall, right? So that's a very stark score to have within a BO7. So you literally give your opponent one game, that's it. That's a scary metric for Blacklist to be looking at.
Yeah, and I know that Vento right over there was a player that really just stood up in that final and had such an amazing performance.
Yeah, and actually, if we're going back to just like the roots of this team, they were previously known as Loops as of last year. They formed up as LOS just going into this one. But this is a squad that's been sticking together. They've had quite some time. You talked about Vento there, Isaac, there. But Vento has been the longest standing in terms of this team. And why he's gotten so many MVPs.
3 times Chalk BR champion, joined as a professional in 2023. 1 KIC and 1 KWC, but he has never been able to move out of the group stage. Is this year gonna be different, Blam?
I mean, this is the thing that I've noticed in KWC, right? Like, once they get to the international stage, it's really weird, the dynamic from Chuck BR. The first seed always does worse than the second seed, which is a really, like, weird myth, but I really hope for the side of, obviously, Los Grandes, they're able to break this and even meet or potentially beat Influence Rage into the playoffs.
I'm wondering if it's more because it's the Danny effect. I mean, he's usually that second place team. I think that even in this one where LOS has gotten the better of him, I think that this is also a situation where they're like, hey, maybe the international stage is a little bit nerve-wracking. The nerves are definitely there.
But then Blacklist International, they started really weak at the beginning in the play-ins, right? Like, I would say that their first performance was actually really slow. But then after that, they started picking up. They really started picking up. The way that they played in the last match makes me feel like they might be able to make it out of group stage.
I think that that's going to be the momentum that we've been talking about, right? I think that there were questions, and at the same time, they're like, actually, we've got all the answers for this one. We just need to play within ourselves. And when they do, they are really top level.
They are top level, and they've already beaten, obviously, past KWC experience and the way their journey so far, right? Obviously, Blacklist International finally actually getting a series win for themselves, and even in from the play-ins into the group stage. So they've already kind of like beat their last year's selves, but now they've got to kind of aim for further. You can't just be like, right, okay, I'm done, I'm tapped out, we've won, right? We won ourselves. We need to go further.
Of course.
So I'm kind of thinking that, like, hey, they've exercised the demons that is Nongxin Red Force. I mean, that who's always gatekeeping them. But now they need to continue on. I think that the door is wide open for this team to make a potential run here.
Well, like, they have had so many different things that they have shown us in these already 4 days of the KWC, right? Like, when we think about the heroes that they can actually play in here against MIBR.Lost, do you think that they have an advantage since they've already shown to us some of those hero picks in the group stage?
I mean, I think that both teams are at a bit of an advantage, right? Obviously, Los Grandes is able to actually be seen and know what Blacklist is like, whereas Blacklist have had their moments within Paris so far, a little bit more to adapt to local kind of time, anything like that, you know, get back onto the sleep schedule, and they've been playing as well. So they're warmed up, they're fired up, and they're going to be bringing everything they've learned in their relative group in playing stage to this moment.
Yeah, and I think they've kind of ironed out some of those kinks, some of those issues that they've had, and they've had some losses that were a little bit in terms of their own mistakes here. But this is also a time when you can kind of see, like, hey, maybe the reps really helped us as opposed to kind of just standing and watching and being a little rusty in this game one.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, I feel like it's probably a good thing for Blacklist not to keep swapping out the subs, right? You want to make sure you're building that synergy and only really playing the sub when you really need to. If it's like a niche reason why they bring in Ismora, is it because of a pick that potentially Golden Kite isn't quite as useful on or as good on, sort of thing. So I feel like they need to be subbing in the correct situation.
Yes, for sure. And for that situation, as we're going to go into the draft soon, I think that, I mean, Isaac had brought up the point that we were, you know, they showed their picks in terms of the draft. But, I mean, we're talking just best of threes. This is nothing at the end of the day. This is just the surface. And then to survive this stage and to get into the playoffs where there's best of sevens, you got to have really deep hero pools. I think that this team is not going to worry about, again, just showing some of those heroes.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as, like, the inception of Blacklist into the international stage, right, they seem to thrive further in the higher formats, right? Best of fives, best of sevens, thanks to Coach TG, right? The mastermind behind Blacklist International. So best of three should be a doozy for them, but it always seems to be a little bit of a blunder, right? There's so many choices you can have in such a small amount of games. It kind of gives you that illusion of choice, right? You're like, what do I go for? But I feel like going for the tanks down to the bot side of the map is something that a lot of these teams are comfortably going for, and it's something that really kind of helps you get a little bit further into the game state.
Right. And I mean, these best of threes are what kind of throw a spanner in the works, right? Because it could be, there's so many different heroes available. Yes, we have global ban picks, so it's a little bit more strategic in that sense, where you're not spamming the same cheesy strategy. But I do feel like, again, anything could happen. You might have that pocket strat that's just ready and available, and I do think it's important, especially in a best of three here.
It's very important, but it looks like Los Grandes are looking to go for completely counter to my argument there. They're going to go for the Diadea, just like we saw for VP in their first game. They're going to go for the Ali, obviously great counter against Ayin in lane here. Motsu as well is also a very good setup call as well. For the side of Blacklist International, you know that Chaz is going to be kind of like, right guys, we need to kind of like lead the charge here. The cannon blasts need to be connecting, and it's actually a good pre-pick before the Orgrin even came out.
Yeah, the ZhaoZhao for me is just a counter to the Arlie. Like, you know where that Parasol is going to be, so if they want to light step away, you can just kind of stack up that Honey Sweet Breeze. Plus, you have the moats, right? You already talked about the Cannon Blast. Very smart in terms of just being able to isolate. There's not too much in terms of coverage. Plus, when the Diadea is on top, it's like it's 2 for 1. I'll take that sale any day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, there was a point in time where obviously we really kind of like only liked seeing Chaz on those tank supports, right? But then there was, I think it was KIC 2025, where we started to see some really like outplays here on the Motsu. So I feel like this is Blacklist going to be like, okay, we kind of messed around a little bit in the playing stage. We're looking to actually go for the lethal blow, right? They don't want to be riding, again, the lower bracket, because if you're in the lower bracket so many times, the effect it would have on your mental here is like, okay, we're always coming back down. We need to ride back up. They really want to be riding that high wave in the top side of the bracket.
Yes, I mean, that would be best case scenario. Takes away a lot of the pressure. I mean, it's one of those things where you actually play less games if you were able to win this one. You avoid that potential 3-4 game, and you're able to kind of skip at least one team, right? Which is like best case scenario. Playing less, you show less, and also less stress. I mean, there's a lot of good things out of just winning here.
Exactly. Sometimes less is more within that case, right? But if you're looking at, obviously, Los Grandes draft here so far, they have a lot of late game scaling, right? Obviously, they've got the Orgrin here as well as the Charlotte. So really, for Blacklist International, we're looking at, we need either a little bit more late game, or we need something that's going to dictate the tempo in their favor in the early to mid. But the fact that the Pei and the Agudo and the Yu-Gi-Oh has been taken away, in terms of jungle, it feels like the only route that could potentially go here is, again, late game. The Monkey.
Yeah. Protecting, I mean, you got to protect the Orgrin here, right? All of those picks were just like, hey, limiting Justy as much as possible. It's kind of hard because Blacklist International, they have, I would say, 3 main stars at any moment. I mean, you're seeing Golden Kite, who's really stepped up since that initial sub. Then you're talking about Justy, and of course, Chami1, always looking there to just set the tone of this game.
Yeah, Chami1's always one to watch out for. For those, obviously, new to join in, or even just kind of like glazing over the Honor of Kings experience here within EWC. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of new people on their channels checking this out as well. Chami1 is definitely a player to be keeping your eyes on here. He gets a lot of props from a lot of his peers as well.
Yeah, it's just because he has the plays that he makes are just so clutch, and the timing that it happens. They can literally win games based on his play. And it's not easy to do as a Clash laner because you're setting it up, but you're also, everybody's there on the same page with you getting those kills.
Yeah, you almost feel isolated, right? You're at the top side of the map, you've been forgotten about, you've basically been baby put in the corner. Just making sure the plug sockets are covered though, so you're not actually doing any harm to yourself. You're just trying to make that 1v1 matchup go into your favor, and then you can influence the rest of the gorge, right? Like you said, try and find those flanks. When he's playing a hero like the Vati here, you know he's going to be trying to dive on top of that Ali.
Yeah, so this is a really nice pick in terms of the Vati, the last pick. The Menki, very tanky. He's going to be obviously soaking a lot of damage, but you need more damage. The Loom was the only one, and adding this the Vati there, you can rely on old Chami1 to ensure that he's got that farm to be essentially a carry late game.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, they got Angela into the mid lane, right? Obviously, Xiao Xiao, she's going to be able to get a lot of poke damage in the early game as well. That's going to only naturally scale into the late game. So You are right, and obviously pointing out Golden Kite there being the major denominator in terms of damage.
Yeah.
But it's all going to be coming down to how tanky they can get this monkey, right? Obviously, early game, you generally go for a bit of attack speed boost just to make you clear a little bit faster into the jungle. But after that point, you need to be really prioritizing those kind of like tankier items, like obviously your plate mail and stuff like that.
Yeah, and going into this draft where, again, game one is so key in a best of three, right? Winning that tempo dictates like everything in terms of how this series will go out. Put a lot of pressure on, of course, the opposing teams. So I would say going in, if we're talking about the drafts alone, they're coming out firing. And I think that both sides have really got the comfort picks, if you will.
Yeah, both side lanes are looking very strong matchups here. Obviously, 1-to-1. Obviously, Charlotte has a little bit more harder time in the level 1 game state here against the party because obviously no dashes away, stuff like that. And then bot side of the map, obviously, Flaming Palms isn't always going to be your favorite friend because obviously you can cancel that out here with Vento's Ali. But game state into the mid lane here, they're just looking to try and feed as much gold as possible into the Ali pick to get it online a little bit faster.
Yeah, and while Vento is definitely the win condition, gets a ton of MVPs on MIBR LOS's left side, but ABH is, again, when you have an Ogren, he is definitely the guy. He's going to get you to that mid game.
You can only hope so, right? But I feel like there has been Ogren performances within this one where it's kind of just like, it's shied away from its true potential. Like, you aren't able to kind of soak in and do the damage because you're going in a bit too early. You're kind of taking on too much more than you can chew before your moment comes into the gorge. But into the backline here, it's going to be Chammy with a pick off onto Vento already. This is already a scrappy game for the side. A Blacklist International.
Dragon completely set that one up. Nice two-man Honey Sweet Breeze. You were not going anywhere. And once they were locked in, you knew that things were going to be rough. Terrible start for Vento as well as MIBR LOS as Blacklist International just got the better of them now.
They did get really good better of them as well, right? But I mean, it just goes back to the point we was talking about before you get to level 4 with the Charlotte, right?
Right.
It becomes very hard to kind of keep yourself alive in that 1v1. When you've got a 3v1 taking place top side of the map, it's even more difficult.
Yeah, and also another piece is that, you know, MIBR LOS, they kind of revolve around Freaks as well to kind of create some sort of space, and that's kind of why they were kind of putting that, you know, pressure in that top lane so that they, you know, limit Freaks as much as possible. Once Chammy 1 gets going with a snowball, it's going to be very scary.
Yeah, you don't want that to be taking place right now. Obviously, the kills did go over to the side of a Dragon, so obviously scaling onto the mid lane is going to be something that's scary, but a loss of the support in this early game is not too bad. The Dream Roam is coming in. It did connect. We lost signal for a moment there, but it's going to be the Blazing Brilliance that drives Just G away. Gets the takedown is ABH.
Yeah, and both of these squads are like, hey, I'm here to brawl. I want to scrap as much as possible. There are kills going left and right, and the return attempt by Chammy 1 and Justin from the top lane back into that river. They salvaged a little bit on this one, but I mean, getting 2 for 2, I think that both guys are going to be somewhat happy. I mean, considering only what? Chaz had died it early.
Yeah, only get the takedown onto Chaz, but then obviously we did obviously see Just G get shut down as well, which is really going to put a little bit of a blunder into the tempo of Blacklist. But if you look at the gold graph, that blunder is literally not even equalized, right? Like, they're still ahead in the gold.
Yeah, and this is why Blacklist International, with those games, I mean, on the stage, they're very familiar playing on there multiple times in the play-ins, and to now have to continue on, you're seeing just the amount of comfort that they have as they, again, extract a lot of the XP and farm in their own jungle right now.
Yes, I feel like, obviously, Los Granades has to go back to their own jungle at this point in the game. Obviously, they find out that for themselves in the hardest way possible, but these early game scraps are not going into their favor. They are down by 1 kill. They are able to get these slow pickups, but unfortunately, Blacklist International are just having that extra little bit of a peak.
Yeah, and this 1.3k net worth lead, I mean, going into the 4-man Tyrant, that's like a slight edge where you're just going to do a little bit more damage. So MIBR LOS, maybe they get some sort of steal as they're looking to kind of fortify at least the area around.
Ooh, I mean, good heart link there away for Manuel Fraser, right? Like, he almost overextended and paid with his life. That would have been, again, a huge blunder for them because they would have lost the Destiny encounter as this Tyrant now gets spawned upon the Gorge here as well. We are seeing Monkey being locked into place. Just G takes too much damage for my liking here, but he's able to get that shield back up. He's back in that passive just in order to make sure he's in fit fighting shape for the Tyrant.
Yeah, Golden Kite shows up and they had a numbers advantage, 4-3, and MIBR LOS were just like, wait, we can't do this. Nobody invited him to the party.
Again, once again, we're just seeing that overcommitment from Manuel Fraser, right? But I feel like he's doing what a lot of teams have been doing with the KWC. He's just trying to buy time for them to see a follow-up happen. But so far, there's a bit of a disconnect you're seeing for the side of Los Granades. But there is a little bit of connection happening right now into the bot side. The takedown onto Golden Kite is definitely not one to the side of Blacklist International that they want to be taking here. But ABH maybe falling a little bit too much burst damage from Chami on the party.
Yeah, and it started from like minute 2 when Vento and Golden Kite were trading blows. Vento was kind of coming out slightly ahead in terms of the XP, and then once he was stuck in MIBR LOS, they actually flanked to the bottom. He had nowhere to go, couldn't get on his dragon, and Golden Kite going down there, a bit of a disaster for him.
Yeah, very good macro play there. And they're just going to go back to their jungle, procure all the very important buffs, get their points away as well. Because what we saw from like previous series today so far is there's a difference between teams that like to just kind of like, they wait for the invitation to go into the enemy jungle, and then there's other teams that just take complete domination. They go for the early points, they go for the spike tail, they go for the fire beak without your permission, and that's where we start to see early games pretty much a loss already. But we are seeing 4 men on the top side of the map. Freaks, ABH as well. Just Chi on the wrong end of this one, but he's just looking to try and hold on to the back line here, trying to make sure Angela's not having free reign. There it is. Mano Freezer falls down. They're going to trade Dragon as well, but it's a think inside the box that lands them in an uncomfortable position here for Los Granades.
Yeah, I mean, Just Chi actually had the dream roll. He went right past them, and you were thinking he was in a bad spot, but the rest of the reinforcements were on the way, and they were like, we cannot take this tanky Mankey down in time, so that we had to just deal with whatever we could. So, I mean, they kind of salvaged that on that top line.
Yeah, I felt that was like Peter Pan picked up pebbles, you know? That was very hard there, but Vento even getting takedown is definitely not what they want to be doing here. We do see, obviously, irreparable damage being done into the mid lane there for the side of Los Granades, which is obviously a great place for them to be here after they're losing so many scraps, after this, they're still behind with that goal lead.
Yeah, so Vento actually getting the kill on the Golden Kite in the bottom lane. That's a little bit of confidence, and it was a little overconfidence as they were pushing into that mid lane. He was trying to make a play, but the tower just shoots you, man. You got to be careful about that aggro.
Yeah, they do hurt. They do hurt indeed. Just Chi here, just playing around the Azure Gold as well, taking too much damage. It gets the execution there. It's going to be ABH with the pickoff. Can they get a little bit more? I feel like without their commander-in-chief here, Just Chi, they're just going to go back to the game state into those lanes.
Yeah, you need to play a little bit more safer in that sense. But let's talk a little bit about one here. On this Angela pick, the Blazing Brilliance, absolutely amazing in terms of taking down that Mankey. Yeah, he's tanky, but I'm just going to come burn you to a crisp, and that's what they did. Just Chi had no outs on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I've been loving this Angela pick all day, right? Obviously, we had Highlight. Now we have one piloting this mid lane that generally doesn't get actually a time of day within the draft, but because, like I was saying, when Kim was on broadcast, there's so much tank meta in place. We need anti-tank potential. I feel like she is definitely one of the best heroes to be doing that.
And I mean, if you're able to do that with some sort of other stuns, I mean, it's so much. And plus, she can tank a little bit on her own, so it's not the worst thing in the world here, but it looks like MIBR are going to just head on out and take the mid lane instead.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the part of the stemming the bleeding, right, for the side of Blacklist International. They've got to make sure they're playing the macro a little bit better here and making sure they're not taking just so much unnecessary damage. The brush checks here from the side of Los Granades is definitely a problem for Blacklist International.
And just like that, MIBR, they're back into this one. I mean, if we're talking about net worth, it's about 800 or so gold.
Yeah.
Nothing at this point. ABH, though, has been carrying them. They have done a great job because of the fact that he's getting his space and farm, and now look at the contest.
Oh no, they don't get the invite, but it's going to be Mano Freezer. He is looking low. He's able to just chunk that damage in the early part of the team fight, so ABH is not going to take the brunt of it, but it's going to be Freaks into the backline, getting a bit freaking naughty. He goes down, though. It is a 1-to-1 trade. Clash lane for mid. That is going to be all that's said.
He's going to be freaking dead. That's what's going to happen. He went way too far. ABH was like, hey, we got to get out. I'm a little too low. I cannot continue to fight. But Freaks did not get that memo, and he went in 1 versus 4, and he got burned up.
Yeah, no, he definitely took on a little bit more than he could chew within that team fight, right? Yeah. He was trying to go in, just trying to get the pressure onto Golden Kite, maybe even try and force it infinite vastness, right? Obviously, Vasir here is still holding on to it, but it's at the props of Chami1. Chami1, He dives into the backline. He does the burst damage. He's kind of like the savior here for Golden Kite in these team fights.
For sure. And I mean, if we're now talking about what things have happened, I mean, with that one single kill, things have again shifted back in favor of Blacklist, and now they're being aggressive. Even look at things.
They don't have a smite. Angela here. That's the easiest steal. Clean there from the side of Lasco Hernandez. And now, is that going to be a mental boom here for the side of Blacklist International? We have 2 in the mid, 2 top side. They're just trying to make something out of a bad situation. They lose the Tyrant, but can they just equalize the game state?
Yeah, but now they have to run. Look at the flank is actually perfect, but MIBR, but they go the right way. Can they get anything?
They are trying. The path of passing being used here as well. They try to got Monkey into the pit there. Just Chi would definitely be free food in that scenario, but I feel like good rotation for the side of Blacklist. Obviously, we did see top side there. Golden Kite was ready. They were leading them to Golden Kite, the main proprietor of damage.
Yeah, and going back to that last one, HmiejMe1, they're going to go back to the drawing board, but like, hey, why were you trying to solo it all by yourself? Nobody was there. He was literally trying to sneak it under. It was not going to happen. And I mean, HmiejMe1, again, a big mistake by him.
Yeah, leading the charge here, ABH. Obviously, he has the Destiny counter as well. For a brief moment, the Blade Brilliance does come through once again, but the Tyrant is not low enough for that to get that seal now. Freaks is into the backline just to try and kind of keep HmiejMe1 in place here before he tries to go in. The Dream Roam with the think inside the box. Huge shut up here for the Blacklist International boys. They look to team and take that Tyrant as well as Freaks and look to go for the mid lane.
A perfect play there by Blacklist International. The 1-2 timing in terms of the stunts, stacking them up, and you know why Chaz loves this most. Even in the ultimate battles, if we're talking about the KIC 2025, he will pick that hero even in an ultimate battle. He is so comfortable with it.
Absolutely. I mean, when you got something like obviously Angela, before she pops that ultimate, she can still get hit with that CC. But it's the artillery potential here of that pick, right? You saw one sat in that bush behind the T1. Yes, it fell, but it almost claimed like lives of 2 of Blacklist International. So they're going to be careful here.
Yeah, definitely need to be careful here. But Blacklist, I think that they're feeling good. I mean, they have the lead. They understand that they have momentum. Now it's a matter of taking some of these towers down. On the other side, MIBR, LOS, they need to, again, they feel the pressure. They're trying to push something down. They're looking for some sort of gank in this mid lane.
Yeah, waiting in the long bush here, just hoping that one of the members of Blacklist International kind of just stop by at the rung pit stop. But down to the bot side here, we are seeing Freaks trying to go for a push. Golden Kite as well was heading down this way. So I feel like this is where the main target's going to be, right? You're looking towards Xiao Xiao, you're looking toward Golden Kite. They are quite a bit vulnerable within this positioning.
Yeah, and the bottom T2 taken down. I mean, the top lane was pushing, so they knew, Blacklist that is, that MIBR, LOS would be somewhere else. They were in the bottom, and now they make their way to the mid lane to kind of deal with the rotation from Blacklist International here.
Yeah, the T2 top takedown was probably just a direct call and answer to the takedown down to the bot side, right? But now you see Chammy once again. He's freezing the minion wave here. That minion wave is going to caught that one up into the mid lane here. We do see this just trying to get the game state into the favor of Blacklist International. They do get a few hits here, a few knockups coming in. The Ride the Wind is going to be put in ABH like Kylie Minogue spinning around. There is the Dream Roam onto the backline as well. Vento's going to be careful. The Parasol is into the middle part of the fight as well. The Infinite Bastards onto the backline. It's going to be the pick off here as well. Vento down, one down, ABH down, Man-O Freezer. We are in the chiller.
HmiejMe1 with an angle, completely jumping the back line, caught it, catching everyone off guard. Vento thought he was safe, but they were going northwest. They need to go northeast to go back home. Unfortunately, not for them because HmiejMe1 was the bouncer and nobody was getting by him.
I mean, look at this though. Like Freaks is kind of like they're keeping Freaks in place. Like he can't recall. He's just like, guys, I really want to go back and protect the base, but they're not letting me, Mom. They're not letting me. Minion wave there, down to the bot side, looking to take the crystal as well. The burst damage from Chammy, from Golden Kite. Get game number 1. Hoi, Billy Beats.
Very good game there by Blacklist. And the ability to close that out, understanding that, hey, Freaks was the only guy that could have potentially saved that game, but not allowing him to recall. They were just like, no, we're going to hold you here. We're just going to, slow talk you, make sure you just stick around. Maybe you offer some tea a little bit, but he was not going back home to save the base in this one.
Definitely not. He was just locked down in the end of the jungle, right? Like, that's an unfortunate situation. You literally seen game 1 flash before your eyes.
I think that it was such a very level game. It was never just one-sided. Blacklist International, they end up taking the victory, but it was not because just MIBR just played badly. It was just like in that one fight, HmiejMe1 was just superior in the 1 against 4.
HmiejMe1 will always find that angle. That's just why as a Clash laner, he's so good. when you're playing against him, you always have to be, keep your head on a swivel, if you will, and make sure that you don't get flanked, because that's what can happen. You could just lose a team fight and the game that instantly.
Yeah, I feel like all players just need to be an owl at the point when they're playing against everyone, right? Just like 360 full view, man. Like, it's hard to actually achieve. But we're going to look at, obviously, the post-game analytics. Because like Isaac was saying, right, it wasn't like a night and day difference, right? Like, this was very close. It was all about the correct pickups into the team fight.
You say close, I disagree. I just think HOMNAY doesn't make it close, right? With this 4-0-6, the guy was a beast. He's from the Clash lane. He's carrying. He's like literally doing everything that you want, even from like a farm laner. He's just like really next level here.
Yeah, I feel like the gold graph also kind of backs to my point, okay?
Okay.
Backs my point. It's a little bit more even. You see here, it's a bumpy ride, right? Like, you are seeing here, within these game states between 4 to 8 minutes, it's just up and down, but then it's just up to that peak right at the top there, just before the 13-minute mark. Very important for Blacklist when they got that huge team fight. But Just Chi here on this monkey, not a hero that gets picked quite often within a best of 3, but the tankiness of this hero, the potential is crazy.
Yeah, and it's because their stuns were so good. Chaz as well as Just Chi, the way that they were able to time things next level, you know what I mean? So it stuns it so that HOMNAY and Dragon Gold, everybody just clean house. But checking out this highlight, this is what things started early. It didn't look amazing for them. I mean, but the Honey Sweet Breeze, that was what set things up. And then Blacklist International had a lead, did not relinquish it throughout.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably like the biggest setup, right? The biggest like mood motivator for the side of Blacklist was that first blood.
Right.
It just meant that it's like, right, okay, we thought it was going to be a little bit more of an even game state here, but the fact is we got the first blood going into our favor. But these fights were just so well orchestrated in the way of, like you were saying, Hawley, like the right pickups, the CC from Chaz, the think inside the boxes were just beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. And they were going for revenge. They were fighting the box from Chaz. How many good 2-man, 3-man boxes did he have throughout? We'll see them all here. A nice little dream roll there by Just Chi, setting it up, even the Overlord getting in on the action. But Vento way too low. He wants to be on the outskirts. Not going to happen. He got locked down as well.
Yeah, Vento wants that venti health bar, but he just doesn't quite have it, right? Like, he's not quite towards the late game. Not when you kind of build like a defensive item on early when you are ahead of the game right now. But there it is. Blacklist International do take game number 1 from Los Grandes.
I think that storyline from Blacklist International, from the play-ins, the rise, how would they do? How would they play? We're seeing them level up right in front of us. They are ready to go. What a great game 1 for Blacklist to really set the tone in the series.
Blacklist International, with that amazing performance, takes an advantage, and they might go all the way until the upper bracket finals if they get game number 2. Let's go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to bring you the action of our game number 2.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. KHorszáG, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. We're gonna move into game 2 between Blacklist Internationals and MIBR.Los Grandes. Well, let's wait and see. I am gonna jump with Blam in the fact that it was a very, very, very equal, even game. I do believe, though, the Fricks and Vento kind of opened the doors for Blacklist International to take advantage of that. Sometimes they were jumping in a little bit too deep.
I agree with that. I mean, I think that this is probably what you were seeing in the sense of being a little bit more competitive. I just saw Chamie won and I was like, okay, it's not competitive, right? But I do think that those are the two that when you're talking about a team fight and how those things kind of develop, Freaks and of course Vento, those are the guys that need to really make things happen. It didn't seem like they were in the right spot at the right time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you saw Chamie won in that little video there, right? He's putting the right and the left up. He's ready, man. Like, is that like just like a foreshadowing of Dharma next game, you know? Like, maybe. But like, it was very even. Like Isaac was saying there, like Vento was able to try and maybe potentially get that victory there. I just felt like the power spike wasn't quite met as fast as possible, just because that pressure topside just really created just the fact that Los Grandes couldn't do that. You know, they weren't left alone to do that power spike and get to that level.
I mean, to add on to your point, I also think that Blacklist, the way that they're understanding how to take a fight, using that vision, and they were the ones initiating on. MIBR LOS were very reactive, and that's kind of not what you want. Like, you want Ogren be the frontliner, right? He's going to provide all the vision for him, but it was the complete opposite in this game, and that's kind of a losing game in the end when you're getting constantly jumped on first.
Yeah. Back to the point of obviously reactivity, right? Like, most of the time as well, with the Chalk BR, they are the kind of teams that force the reaction from the enemy team, right? So I feel like it puts them into a weird situation, kind of like, oh, we don't normally play this way. How do we overcome this? And it was just kind of just all down to the team fights and hoping that the scraps and the pickups were just going to come at the right time.
Yeah, and I mean, hopefully for this one, MIBR LOS, we make a game of this one in the sense that they're able to kind of bounce back, find ways to, again, I mean, I'm not thinking that it was too much of a draft issue. It was more about execution. Like, that movement place really didn't work for me.
No, absolutely. I agree on that one there. But at the same time, obviously, we're looking at these two teams, right? Obviously, Mana Fraser, they didn't really use a support tank either within that one, right? Like, they were just literally using the utility. Same for Blacklist. Like, they still have potential. If this game goes all the distance, they still have the Lian Po, the Lapu Lapu, the Zhang Fei. Like, they still have every tank on the board here. And from what we've been seeing as a bit of an arc into that support 1v1 is who can land the best ultimate, Lapu Lapu or the Zhang Fei. So I feel like this time around, the boys are going to go for a little bit more of a backbone down to the bot side of the map, rather than looking the backbone towards just Chi and Chamie 1.
Yeah, I think that you'll kind of always revolve around that. Even the draft, execution, all those things. Joshi and Chamie have definitely been the guys in terms of when that fight truly happens. But if we're, okay, MIBR LOS, like, again, let's just pretend like you're Coach Blam, right? What do you need to tell them? Like, how did they get back into this series?
For me, right, okay, so obviously something like the Organ, right? We didn't really see much invasions at level 1, which is obviously something that is one of the key factors that can help Organ just grow exponentially, especially if he's uncontested. But it just felt like that once the Organ came out, obviously Blacklist already called their bluff. They went for the Motsu, right? Like, they didn't have to go for another counter for the Organ. They already had it with that one. And the fact is, you weren't able to scale up, and you got so much burst damage. It was just, I feel like at that moment in point with that draft, it became much more difficult for them to actually navigate and compose a victory for themselves. But Blacklist actually gets side blue once again here, and they're going to go for the higher first pick.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great hero to start off. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. We're in day 4 now. This Haya has just been completely dominant, right? I mean, the Lorien has also been one, but that's been banned. But Haya has been, like, next best. I think, I mean, I don't mean to predict here, but I do think that come Ultimate Battles, Haya will be one of the top picks for the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Into the mid lane with the Mai Shiranui as well. Obviously, we don't normally have the usual suspect within the game at the moment. Obviously, Yixing, he's not available for these teams for the Ultimate Battle. So you are right there. I feel like that is going to be the cause here. We're not going to get the Dharma Chamie 1 here. He does deny it for ourselves. But if you look over the side of Los Grandes, they have gone for the Lapu Lapu like we were talking about before the draft here. The Cheater as well. Great second pick because it can be flexed into the farm or the clash lane.
Yeah, and it looks like you were doing some predicting earlier with the Zhang Fei and the Lapu Lapu. Both of these teams picking both of them. Obviously, it's about execution and who gets the better of the two in terms of the ults. But the Aaron, this is a pick to kind of harass the Chicha as much as possible. They kind of like it going into the matchup, and they think that this Chicha will be in, of course, the farm lane.
Yeah, I just love when we see Aaron and Chicha go up against each other. It's like one pops the ultimate, the other pops the ultimate. They're just going around, just like bursting each other, just AOE damage. It's just like a fun little display of dancing to watch. But I feel like going over to Blacklist here, a bit more support for the boys. Chaz was able to land great cannon blasts. So I'm assuring, or at least having so much faith in him, that those unbridled outbursts are going to have even more of a great impact there. Just choosing the correct moments when to go with that massive ultimate. But we see the same kind of game state here for the side of Los Grandes. They're looking for a little bit more early game into the jungle here because Chicha has to scale up regardless of which lane she goes into.
Yeah, but you're kind of, because of the fact that you have the Agudo, this is a nice little 1-2 combination with the Chicha because the range is a bit of a problem. Yeah, she does a lot of damage. She's just mow people down, but you don't want to get outclassed in terms of the range department. But the Agudo is the type where it's like, okay, if you're going to be far away or however you're going to be, this kind of protects that. So it's like a little bit of synergy, plus you have the Lapu Lapu on top with the Raging Sea. So this is kind of how this first phase of the draft, at least for MIBR LOS, is going to go.
Yeah, we see bans onto the side of Blacklist International because obviously they don't have their mid lane for the Los Grandes and they don't want to kind of be outranged or outpoked onto the higher here. But it looks like the Chuck BR team are going to go for Florentino. Freaks wants to go for a little bit more finesse, right? We saw him on the Charlotte already. He attempted it. It worked. But I feel like if you are Florentino, if you get a little bit too close to the sun, you will burn.
Yeah, and another one of those AOV heroes that has had quite an impact here at the EWC Honor of Kings. But this is a hero that I think that's, we've seen it shine, we've seen it fail. We've kind of, we have, again, it's not enough data in terms of where this hero truly is. But I do know in my own ranked games, this hero has been utterly dominating. And I dare I say, I kind of don't like it because of that.
Yeah, exactly. It's a hard one to maneuver, right? It's very sort of flashy, highly mobile. But I feel like the one thing you're going to do to get that kind of advantage into the lane is give yourself some range. So you're seeing here for the first time for Blacklist International, they're picking up the Devara here. So they're going for the dual marksman comp. And then Blacklist is like, you know what? You denied it in game number 1. We wanted a fast game state into the jungle. We're going to pick up the Ukiyo Tachibana here. So if there ever is a game 3 and pay falls through, it's going to be hard to counter that pay. But we're now looking for that important mid-lane pick here for the side of Los Grandes, because obviously Chicha has now obviously shown its identity. It's going to be into the jungle, the farm lane here.
I love this Devara pick, right? Especially last by Blacklist, because you know that Chammy1, who's like essentially a carry in that clash lane, but I mean, he just does so much work. The rest of them are literally just looking to just run at you, burst you down, and somehow just be able to withstand this, because it's all aggression on this lineup of Blacklist.
You see that one's literally gone for another artillery style mid lane hero, right? Like he's just gone from Angela, he's now gone to the Ganon Mo, which I remember all the way back from Season 1 Invitational. Like this was his hero. Like he was able to set himself up, position himself so well into the team fights that those couple blades were always landing and always hitting super hard. And obviously the passive of Ganon Mo, you're going to be looking to get as much assist as possible to gain that extra ability power.
Well, I love the Ganon Mo. He definitely needs to be careful in terms of how the sieges will start, right? If he gets caught out, I mean, by the Moonscape Mirage from the Haya, you're going to have a bad time, right? So his positioning, again, you talked about the fact that it's going to be artillery. He needs to be in the back line. And so they need to be, again, very careful with who Dragon abducts at the end of the day.
I feel like there's only 2 targets potential, right? I feel like there's either Lapu Lapu or you're going for Florentino, right? So if he's going to have a dance, why not have a solo dance? Have that dance for the wedding, right? Haya, Dragon, Freaks are just going to get freaky naughty 1v1 into the Moonscape Mirage, or you're going to take Mana Freezer apart, because if you take Lapu Lapu away, there's no real identity for front line here for the side of Los Grandes.
All right, as somebody who's danced solo at a wedding, it's kind of depressing. I've done it. I don't like it. Hopefully they don't need to do that here, and they're able to tango with their teammates, of course, here.
it definitely takes two to tango, right? You need that extra set of feet, but you don't want to be going with two left feet here as well. But you do see actually one with a very aggressive rotation here just to try and commit and take this neutral camp away from the side of Blacklist International. It does look like they're able to get the point there as well, so well played for them for that invade. Definitely an improvement on the game state, early game state that they were displaying in the first game.
Yeah, it was the little wins. That's kind of what snowballed a Blacklist, right?
Yeah.
They were able to extract. I mean, unless you're being aggressive, taking things away, Blacklist will probably be able to outpace you. So you got to change it up. They've done so. This is going to be a pretty decent start for MIBR.
Yeah, you can already see that ABH is already kind of like out-leveling Just Chi here as well, which is obviously not a position you want to be in when you are the Yukio Tachibana. You're meant to have a bit more of a flexibility into the jungle in terms of obviously rotations. You're able to backflip, parkour over the walls, and you have immense burst damage as well. But for me, like, if we're able to get Yukio on top of Ganamo, it's going to be a hard task because obviously guard her grave is going to push him away. But if you can land that CC before that prime moment, I feel like that burst is going to be enough to run down one.
100% agree, right? I think that for any sort of team fight, one's positioning dictates how the entire team fight and game will go. He gets picked off, like you rightly mentioned, you know, they're going to suffer. They don't have as much damage. You have literally only Vento. I mean, Freaks to a certain degree, but a lot of the other guys are more about that control. So, again, one needs to stay alive. His positioning needs to be flawless.
Yeah, and I feel like the synergy between ABAH and one has to be good, right? Obviously, using the Gorge mobilization to then get the knock-up to get that couple blades is going to be kind of like the gateway into the team fight before it's even happened here for the side of Los Granandes. But currently at this moment in time, we've definitely seen less of a conflict in the early game.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about Freaks on the Florentino, Chami1 on the Devara. I mean, I don't even want to talk about laning. Which one of those two guys is better looking?
I mean, you know what? I don't swing that way, you know? Like, hey.
Well, you could just say somebody's good looking, no?
No.
Okay, all right.
I'm the best looking man in my life.
All you need is a mirror, my friend. I think it's great for them. But MIBR, I mean, for me, if we're looking at this one in terms of that top lane, Chami1 is definitely going to carry in that late game, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a bit of a struggle. So MIBR LOS, in my idea, like of how they need to play this, they need to play a little bit faster so they don't get to that late game.
Yes, exactly. They need to kind of bring this one off around a bit, maybe like 10, 30 minute mark, so it's not going to get too exhausting for them to kind of draw those long team fights. Because like I was saying earlier, right, like in terms of like sustainability here for the side of either of these two teams, if the team fight draws out too much, there's no healing that's going to come through here. It's going to be a lot harder.
Yeah, definitely will be harder. I mean, there's a lot of sustain, right? But again, if they're able to get some sort of pick off, best case scenario, maybe one starts to kind of get those items so that he can just burst somebody down, then with this Agudo, with that Wild Growth push, it could be way too much for Blacklist.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to use it early on here as well, obviously, whilst the turret plating still have that defense. They're just trying to get the game state top side of the map so they can make an easy Sprice break, but it's going to be Vento, maybe potentially getting picked up here once again. His health bars are so low, so yes, they claim priority and the neutral objective top side with the Space Sprite, but down the bot side is a different story.
Yeah, I mean, best case scenario, obviously getting that kill onto Vento, but you pushed him away. Now he has to recall, make the walk of shame back into the lane, and this opens things up. The Tyrant is up here for the taking of Blacklist.
Yes, and it means that obviously they've already started at the wrong direction, right? Obviously, red side, they're stopping at the Crimson Golem, means there's going to be no actual contestation for that Tyrant here as well. But you have to give props over to Los Granandes. They actually managed to kind of like splinter the gold lead here as well. It's only a few 400s here as well, but it's going to be Chaz getting knocked up by Mana Freezer, so the ultimate's been popped early. But Chaz is not the person you want to be running down in health bar. As soon as Unbridled Outburst comes back, he gets basically a second wind.
Yeah, Chaz there, it's kind of, I mean, he's going to lap that one off, right?
Yeah.
I think all the stuns are being thrown at him, and he's all by himself. He's just like, I'm doing my job. I'm taking these punches. That's what Roam Lives do, right? I mean, roamers do, right? Yep. But I think that Chaz, again, very patient, understanding that now is not the time to fight. I've got my own Umbrella Outburst. This is a huge opening for Blacklist International now.
That's it. Just knowing your own limits here onto something like the John Fay is probably going to be the focal point within these team fights. We do see a bit of a dive onto Dragon here, but he gets a Moonscape Mirage. He takes away, I believe it's going to be Vento here into the Moonscape Mirage. Can they come out on top here? Everybody's waiting for their return. It's like they've just come back for the honeymoon, and there is not the meeting that they want. The X comes through the door with the Unbridled Outburst. and now they are charging for the Stampede as well. Vento down, Mano Freezer down. Chaz is like, Stampede, let's get some more. HOK now picking up the kill, but it's going to be returned here, and it's an ace. Top side of the map.
Oh, Justy was able to clean up, but how did Dragon live? Everybody was focused on top of him, but he's just like, actually, let me abduct you, let me buy some time, and then Chaz on the return. The perfect timing, the Umbrella Outburst. The Raging Sea wasn't on the same point, but checking out this replay exactly how. He abducts him, he's stuck in, and look at how the Raging Sea happens, but it was actually too early. Dragon backing off, the Furball was not even enough damage, and they continued to chase. They had just way too much. Justy, not afraid of towers, if you will, but the Stampede from Chaz setting it all up, and Justy's like, I'll take the free food to go.
That's it. That's all my gold. The investment gone onto the side of Blacklist International, but we always prop up like big plays, right? But what is more important is the impact of a calculated ultimate, right? Like we saw there, that Rising Tide was just a little bit too early, and for it to just be a minuscule too early really changed the whole impact that Los Granadas would have in that team fight. But they are going to make a play for the mid lane here, try and kind of like neutralize that lead into the mid.
Yeah, they're going to go back to the replay after checking that one out, and they're like, oh my gosh, Mono Frizer, if his angle was a little bit different, maybe hit somebody else. If they were able to time that one properly, the internal clock was just a little too early. I mean, that doesn't really always happen, but man, if he does that, that changes the complete dynamic of that team fight.
It's a different time zone. It's the French air, right? Like, you got a whiff of a baguette. Like, oh, that smells good. Oh, yeah, I meant to press my ultimate. No, sorry, guys. Sorry for that one. We'll make up that play later on, but I feel like it's already getting a little bit too late here for the side of Los Granadas. They are behind by around about 4k gold at this moment in time. Top side of the map is looking like it's starting to hemorrhage here as well. Free access to the Crimson Gold is going to be able to side of Blacklist International. He does try and get a cheeky couple blades here by the side of one, but now the Stampede has been pulled out here, just driving Mano Freezer and ABH away.
An uncharacteristic mistake by Chaz there, missing the Umbrella Outburst, completely whiffing. He dodged it, right? It was the play by MIBR LOS more than anything else. But I mean, now this is a spot where you're kind of seeing MIBR LOS with a potential. Like no Umbrella Outburst, that's absolutely huge. But they're coming out a little low on the HP bars. They probably don't want to win.
Oh, there it is. Champion with the big engage with the ultimate there. The damage is coming through onto Vento. Vento is able to escape there thanks to one. The artillery is a support artillery, not aggressive.
Not aggressive at all, because Blacklist International have that net worth lead, right? The damage that they're doing is actually very formidable. The MIBR LOS squad are kind of squishy. This is a bit of a problem, and it's very worrying because, again, they need to fight. They need to find a way to get back into this.
They do. They do. I mean, I feel like they've kind of lost any kind of like sense of game sense in this one, right?
Agreed.
Obviously, that big blunder top side of the map maybe would have been enough to just kind of be like, right, guys, we just need to reset. Like, unfortunate, we have to just accept our fate here. We can make and try and go for a turnaround, but where could that turnaround really come from?
I mean, it's going to be even tougher. I mean, this Tyrant here being picked up, Dragon abducting people left and right. I mean, Mono Frizer, he just wants his teammates. He wants to go back home.
How dare he? How dare he, like a UFO, take somebody in the middle of the night, right? Obviously, I was having a good dream there. I was having a good dream. Mono Frizer is now having a nightmare. It is nightmare fuel for the side of Los Granadas. They don't have their tank. They don't have their main engage. They're really hoping that ABH is able to get that Gorge mobilization for a setup. But it's going to be a very hard setup for them indeed.
I mean, Dragon, he's 0-0-3 in terms of the KDA, but the amount of the kills that he's able to contribute to the team based off of that Mirage has just been immaculate this one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen some questionable higher performances so far within KWC, right? But this one's definitely making me feel like, okay, I have faith in this pick once again. And the thing is, like, he doesn't really have that much itemization. He has the Twilight, obviously, for the Magic Pen, but also the Venomous Staff for the anti-heal. There's no real kind of, like, big items like the Savant's Wrap, right?
Yeah, you were talking about bad Hayas. I am one where I kidnapped the wrong person. I was like, oh no, I'm stuck with a terrible killer and I have no chance on this one. But MIBR, LOS, again, they kind of need to navigate around this all. They need to work around it. And there's two big ones, especially with Chaz there as well.
I feel like it'd be an interesting mechanic if you could just abduct your teammates, you know? Like, he's by accident, he's like, yo, sup? He's got some free time in this Mirage here. Wouldn't be the greatest in terms of team fight, but we are seeing this, obviously, masterclass here from Dragon on the higher Blacklist International once again just dominating the acquisition of these neutral objectives. They get the Tyrant. When we see Los Hernandez, they're trying to formulate around here, maybe try and go for a bit of a saving grace, right? If they go for the Overlord, they're able to get some pressure into either of these side lanes.
If you were able to abduct a teammate, that's like just going to the man cave. You know, let's just game in there. You know what I mean? Let's just hang out. Let's have some drinks. But I think for this one, it's a little bit different in the sense that they got the white band. They're kind of ready. But again, getting the right moment. They haven't found the right one in quite some time. MIBR LOS playing a little bit more cagey.
They are playing very cagey, kind of like split, kind of trying to just headless chickens at this point, just trying to hurdle around and try and do it best to keep that T3 alive top side of the map. They're able to do that new objective for themselves. Personal goal has been achieved, but the damage here is coming through for the side of Blacklist International. They do get the takedown. They don't need the minion wave.
The siege is real from Blacklist. The way that, I mean, you have a Cannonball on the other end, and you're thinking those blades are going to hurt, but Blacklist have just been able to just work around that. And again, taking these T3s from afar and, you know, just damaging them down whenever they want.
Yes, the poke there. Just trying to push them away on the side of Blacklist International from the Chicha, from one, just being artilleries within their own respect. I feel like that's the only thing that's really creating them space at this point is the fact they have a little bit of a long-range poke that's going to do damage onto the squishier sides of Blacklist International. But when you look at this, an XP advantage in most lanes. There's a gold lead that's kind of like going on towards around about 7k. It's very hard at 11 minutes to get that back.
The lead is absolutely real. They're pushing in all three lanes. And the MIBR LOS not going in.
No, they're not going in there. Chaz is just trying to take enough damage before he procs that ultimate there, but ABH is looking a bit too low to be in the front line as well. We do see the charge come through from Mana Freezer. Again, they're just making sure they're creating space for themselves.
Yeah, and they were sieging all three lanes.
Yes.
They were like, hey, look at my left hand, but the right hand was the actual one doing damage. They took out both of the outside T3s. The mid lane is still there with that T3, but again, MIBR, you don't want to just be hunkering down on it.
I'm telling you, that's why Chammy put the left and the right up. There was like, okay, you may see my left hand, but boom, it comes in with the right there. That's going to be the lethal blow, but lethal blows have been done to T3s rather than the team themselves. I feel like maybe another ace is on board here for the side of Blacklist International just so they can get that. Oh my goodness. Like, why are we using the ultimate this early within the team fight? I get that it's a zone potential here for them. Maybe try and force them to come around in a different angle, but now they don't have that counter engage.
Yeah, it seems like the nerves are really there. That was, I mean, he saw Chaz just walking around and he barely missed it. He was by himself. Why would you commit the Raging Sea here? I feel like Mono Fries here a little not playing to his usual level.
It's very trigger happy, right? It's like maybe someone's had one too many cups of coffee, you know? Like, I got jizz.
It's not the coffee, it's the baguettes. Let me be very honest. As somebody who's been having them daily, they definitely have been slowing me down.
Yeah, you can look at it as slow potential or maybe just a little bit too rushed to press that ultimate there. Either one works, right? But what doesn't work is the effect in the game. Right now, Blacklist International all have three lanes kind of charging towards the base here as well. Vanguards as well as a Shadow Vanguard just behind them. We do have Chaz still with the ultimate. He's now back up to full health bars as well. He could really do some damage here. Top side of the map, Freaks, he's trying to keep them away. Bot side here as well. Good measure of health here for the side of Los Hernandez. They do want to keep into this one. It's going to be into the back line. Chammy there. He does burst away. Pushes Mana Freezer to the back line. There goes your front line into the back. Not where they should be in that position in there. Blacklist International, they get two takedowns for one there. Golden Kite does fall down. The Crystal of Game number 2 goes over to Blacklist as they ride the upper bracket into Group A.
I don't want to hurt a dude that's already on the ground. But Mono Fries, even in that last fight, misses the Raging Sea yet again. They were just completely dodging it. Blacklist International were just too elusive, too next level to really kind of, you know, to concede any sort of small win to MIBR LOS in this one.
No, I feel like it's a really clean series here for Blacklist International. I mean, like we said, first game, there always seems a little bit more of an oomph from both teams, right? They want to come at this one with a 50-50 stance. But then when you lose a game and it's so close, it's hard to reset even for the best of players.
Yeah, definitely. And just really well played by Blacklist International. They're just kind of finding that groove. I think the play-ins had done more for them because they've created this momentum. They had a couple mistakes early in the play-ins, but if you're thinking about it, it's non-consequential at this point because they're finding that groove.
Blacklist International is going to move into the upper bracket. Congratulations to them. The PKL third place. They come in here as a third place, and right now they're in the upper bracket. They are going to be facing AG.AL in the next game in the afternoon.
So about that, I think that they could be happy and they're like, but not too happy, right?
Yeah,
because
I know.
that could be a tough one for them.
In front of them, MIBR lost. We will still be seeing them, but they're gonna have to play against Team Vitality for a ticket just to kind of like stay going in the tournament. In this game, exactly what happened that MIBR lost did not look as strong as the game number 1.
I feel like it was all just down to those little minor problems and errors within those team fights, right? Like you were really hoping for Lapu to get that massive ultimate onto like 3 people. He hits a brush. What are you getting? What are you going for? Like some kind of like I don't know, little minion or something? Like it's not really quite having the follow through.
I mean, Mountain has definitely made some mistakes. Yes. But let's at the end of the day, this is still a team game. We're reporting everyone and not just Mountain Fraser at the end of the day. But I think that it was kind of like that initiation of like when you're going in, Mountain Fraser was like a little impatient at times, kind of using that Raging Sea a little willy-nilly. I feel like you need to let your Agudo, Gon, and Moat kind of tenderize people, set things up so that everybody groups up, and then you go in.
So what we're hearing here from Hall is like he likes his meat tenderized, right?
Of course.
Absolutely.
The only way. That's the best way.
A little bit of a slow roast. I mean, the game was definitely a bit of a slow roast for them, right? The game ended in around about the same kind of time frame, so it's not kind of like they weren't able to get to the late game. It's just that Blacklist had such a strong game from the word go, right? They just had Chaz on point. I don't know what it is with Chaz today, but he's been like the rising star. Obviously, Chami1 has massive impacts into these team fights in terms of takedowns, but Chaz has been the ultimate setup here.
Yeah, not only just setup, but he's been like the perfect bait.
Yes.
Right? Everybody's been going after him. All the guys are just like, oh, I see him, I want to go. But then they're like, okay, actually, he's just able to dodge it. He's able to survive. And again, it's just a classic game by Chaz here.
Yeah.
Not only Chaz, right? Like it has been the show of Chami1 as well. Because he did not only in game 1, but in game 2, in both of them, just those performances have been top of the top. Now, let's go on stage and talk to Chami1 through Mara. Mara, take it from here.
Chami, congratulations. You know, you were incredible gameplay, very superior. You're doing everything that your team needs exactly in that matchup. And it's so evident that Blacklist International has leveled up. Your first match in this tournament, it was a loss, followed by a 2-1 match, and then back-to-back sweep. What has changed in the Blacklist International in terms of closing out the games that's allowing you guys to be more dominant in every series?
Malaking halaga din talaga yung sa amin yung momentum. Ever since na nanalo kami against OG, parang ayun na rin yung nag-boost sa confidence namin kasi yung team talaga namin more on like umaasa sa confidence tapos yung mga momentum ganyan. So ngayong mga nakalaban namin yung mga NS and then MIBR, feel ko mas tumaas pa yung confidence namin na kalabanan yung AG, and this time feel ko kaya na namin ilaruin yung laro namin, which is good kasi we're against na sa pinakamalakas mag-HOK sa mundo, and sana mabigay namin yung best namin. And
momentum is really important for them. It was really important that they had that first win and that built up their confidence going into the next matchup against NHemNG and with this matchup against Lost. So their team is all about gaining confidence from momentum. And with that, they feel more ready to face against AG.AL next. Speaking of, that's gonna be a tough matchup. But you know what? When I interviewed Inuo earlier, he says the chances of the teams beating them in the game is more than 50%. He says from previous games, previous years, now the teams have improved. Do you feel the same way that there's 50% or more chance? And how confident are you in defeating them in the entire matchup?
For me, siguro less than siguro 50% kasi nire-respect din namin talaga sila as a whole, and feel ko sobrang humble lang din ni kasi ayun nga, binibigyan nila ng chance yung mga global teams na matalo sila ganyan. And feel ko pag nalaro naman namin yung best namin, feel ko mapapatunayan na namin na 50% nga kaya na talunin yung AG.
He feels to be honest, that it's going to be less than 50%. He gives respect to Inuo that now he's giving more credit to the other teams and he's being very humble. Thank you, Inuo. But he feels that now with what they've been showing, they are ready to face them and it might be close to 50%. Now give a shout out to everybody that's watching because for sure they want to hear from you. Invite them for that support because definitely you will need it for the next matchup against AG.AL.
Yun guys, patuloy nyo po sana kaming supportan and even though malakas yung kalaban namin next, sana mapakita namin yung yung laro ng Pinoy. And
he's inviting everybody to continue to support them, that even though their next opponent is going to be really strong, he hopes that he can show you and he can make you guys proud. Thank you so much, Tammy. And now we'll head back to Masters Lead the Gorge.
KWC should feel proud about his performances today in Game 1 and Game 2. In both of those games, he had amazing pickups. Like, he was able just to control that clash in there. And I'm glad to be able to see that Blacklist International is going to be moving forward.
Yeah, I'm actually happy for them too. I think that Blacklist International have deserved this one. I mean, they were able to outclass today. I think that they were very happy with that performance, but they're not out of the woods yet. Let's be very honest.
Absolutely not out of the woods, but back to the point, obviously, that Isaac was making earlier. They're the third seed going in. There seems to be a little bit of a traction here with the third seed, right? Obviously, Rocky Esports was able to topple the first seed of MKL, and now we're starting to see the third seed of PKL actually rise to the occasion here at KWC 2026 to further that positioning that they were unfortunate exit of KC 2025.
Yeah, and I mean, checking out these highlights, you can kind of see, like Chaz, look at how much devastation he has. All that control, pushing down one in ABH, nobody can get into the fight, letting the rest of them, like Chammy one, clean up on the backside. This is the way that Blacklist like to play. They're just, everybody's on the same page here.
KWC's always the first one to go in, right? Into the back line, do the absolute monstrable damage, and then after that point, the rest just get to go for the scraps, right?
Yeah, actually, my handle is Chammy5 because I'm the fifth guy to go in. That's how it works. No, I don't know. I mean,
you just wait. Like, okay, is everybody gone? Okay, no.
yeah. Clean up. All right, I'm here, guys. Aisle 3. All right, I'm ready to go.
That's lovely. That is lovely indeed. All right, we're gonna move to our next match. Is going to be our first upper bracket final of the day. Let's go for a break and we'll bring you the action of that match.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. We're live from Paris, France. And this is going to be our first upper bracket final of today. we're going to have KWC Gaming on one side and Virtus Pro on the other. Kin, this is gonna be a matchup that for a lot of them, they have been put in this situation. We have HI榎NG on one side, Night. They know what it is to face against this kind of titans. Is this game gonna be any different to the previous ones?
I feel like this Titan is still too big to slay for the side of Virtus Pro, but I want to see them try. And Nora, I think it's pretty clear we are very excited about this game. And this time, I think we have a stronger challenger coming up. So what do you think KWC Gaming is going to do in this one?
Well, I mean, like the first debut that they made here in 2026 KWC was very impressive because they actually created a new record.
Yes.
About the fastest gaming pace, I guess, right? Close out within like 6 minutes or something like that. So I would say it's going to be a tough game for VP to do so. But VP also created another record, which called the Penta.
Hey.
First ever Penta here this year.
It is going to be an amazing performance in there. I want us to spotlight the mid laners right over there. On one side, we're going to have HI榎NG. On the other side, we're going to have Liu Lang.
Liu Lang, wow, I'm more familiar with Liu Lang.
Yes, go ahead.
Like he is the FMVP of KPL Spring 2026, and actually he played the longest right now so far in the lineup within KSG. And actually the team kind of just rebuilt with him from 2024 because that was the year that they broke the record getting into the final the first time, but they didn't make it as a champion. But this year, Spring, they did it.
HI榎NG on the other side, Ken.
Not as decorated, I'm so sorry, but HI榎NG was responsible for their first place finish in KML as well. They are a very strong team, so VP definitely has a lot of flavors in store. What I'm curious about is we have seen the power of Liu Lang. I'm really concerned for VP on this. Liu Lang apparently doesn't know about Lorian until a couple days ago. Learned it in such great fashion, showed us what Lorian is in the hands of KSG.
So you talk about the Lorian, right? So let's just dive into that. Like, what are the hero picks right over there in the mid lane for this exact matchup?
I will highlight 3. First, it's going to be Haya, definitely, Lorian, and Mai.
Okay.
Actually, the other side of the team, when they play against KSG, they didn't allow this Mai as an open choice. So this time, I'm wondering because HI榎NG is also a great Mai player. So it's going to be the vibing point in this case.
HI榎NG has always had those heroes in there, like, but today, the picks that he has had are been a little bit more conservative. Is it that HI榎NG is changing, or is the whole Virtus Pro just changing as well?
I think they're evolving, and HI榎NG is playing more utility role, right? Last time he had the Mai, he had the mid lane Yuhuans as well. A lot of value towards the team fights and individual skills. More importantly, the Shangguan plays he had in last year, those were the flashy and fantastic ones. But this time, after having gone up against BRU, Buriram, I think he can also take a page out of Nunu's book here. The Xiao Xiao was a great answer against the Lorian. Nunu showed us that. And I think if you put it in the hands of HI榎NG, he should be able to at least put up a challenge for Liu Lang, make it exciting for him.
I was really looking forward to hear about this. What is the key against the Lorian? Right? Like you're explaining that here, but what makes it to be the key to it?
Okay, so the positioning advantage of the Lorian is a very important skill set. So the Lorian is able to change his position with his skills, also able to get the launch of his ultimate and CC immunity as well. This is where the timing of Xiao Xiao's second skill is so important, and HI榎NG knows this technique. So he needs to do it before the CC immunity comes to play for the side of the Lorian. And if he gets a knockup, hopefully the rest of VP is there to finish the job as well.
So Nora, in terms of that, like in terms of a roamer, a Moatsu coming in just to try to make that combo, would that be a good option?
Yeah, nice one. I mean, definitely it's going to be a nice one. Long poking damage. And also, like we've seen AG played with a Garuda in the mid. That also makes sense. So it depends. But instead of like a Moatsu pick, we can also go to some assassins for the jungle, because in this patch, we can't just isolate the mid lane, right? We should pair this mid laner with the jungler together. Not even mention to Zhuhao also did a great job, and also Jiabao create the first ever penta kill this year. So it's gonna be very fierce about the draft on those milliners and the junglers.
Yes, and one of the answers as a assassin jungler to the mid lane, Lorian specifically, is the Jing. And that's exactly the hero that Jiabao used to get the pentakill as well. A Jing coming into play, super dive. That's one of the answers you can have against a Lorian in the mid. But the second part is also long range. Garuda, like you mentioned, was one of the great answers they have. Just poke them down before the actual fight even happens.
Yeah. But I feel like HItoire gonna be the most vying point in that case. And also for the top laners, we are looking at Silence, the top laner on the side of KSG. He is a great laning player, and as I mentioned, both side lanes on the side of KSG, actually the player just made their debut in 2026, but the first season that they made their debut, they got the championship. So you can see like the mechanics and also the potential that both side laner has on the side of KSG.
They set a very high standard, and for Virtus Pro as well, I think I'm gonna toot the horn of 90 for a little bit. 90 did impress us for many months with KML as well. His signature heals include the Dharma, which he has showcased just now. Great synergy with Jiabao, which is kind of nice to see, but the Fati is also a great answer. But my concern here is Silence has played a god like the Vara. I'm so scared of that guy.
But it seems that we've talked so much about the draft, so definitely we're gonna put this draft on the spotlight. And for game 1, VP's on the blue side. For KSG on the red, they just banned away this Florentino. And VP, Liang with this HItoire. Not gonna be an open choice for Liu Lang.
I'm curious to see if they're going to ban out the pay as well. This has been the signature ban coming in for the first phases of our ban phase, but it's going to be the Diadea, which means we open up potential pay for the side of Virtus Pro, or they could go for the AOV.
Exactly. I mean, go for AOV, that's going to be a safe play. And if they go for that play, which means they need to play in a quite fast way, which is really interesting because Jiabao and Zhuhao, they know each other, like a little bit familiar because they are actually at kind of like a sim season because Jiabao also attended in the Trận Cup last year.
Yes, and with that, they will just go completely in a different direction. Guan Yu is going to be the first pick coming in for the side of Virtus Pro. This is another one of 90 special. In fact, I would think that a lot of the class laners, this hero needs to be in your arsenal because from the play-ins up until this point, most of the wins have come from a catch on Guan Yu's ultimate.
True. So true. I mean, like, we know that 90 is a great Guan Yu player, but the thing is that if you show it at the first pick, which will let your opponents to pick some nice counterattack to this Guan Yu, and I'm looking for an in for the jungler.
Okay, that's a huge expectation. Will the yin come through for the side of KSG? Now, Virtus Pro have already countered the pick in the farm lane by picking a channel with a Zhang Fei as well. There's a healthy bit of shielding, healthy bit of HP to deal with. So immediately the counter comes out, the Lapu. What do you think about this pick so far?
I mean, like, very classic, right? Lapu against Zhang Fei again. But to me, the priority is kind of different because as we said, KSG, they try to secure their side laners, right? Both side laners can do a great job in the late game, but as we said, they are relying a lot on their late game. But as for VP, they are trying to play more aggressively, right? It's very well-rounded, a lot of initiation that you can see on the side of VP.
Yes, nobody wants to make the first mistake, right? They're leaving the mid laners open. And this is where, look, the Lauren is still open for the picking. No HItoire, so that is one counter gone. The Garuda is still available as well if they want to play that game. Noir is also available. And that's going to be some of the considerations that both teams will be taking a look at. But this Hano ban is really important because I think they don't want to have the game drag. They want to end this as fast as possible on the side of VP.
And this Hano ban just gives me the sense of feeling that they are looking for another Agudo play as a jungler for Jiabao. Because for this channel, or maybe possibly with another Agudo, Hano can just easily land in all his skills to take down those HP before the team fight. Those poking damage, they can't stand with it. So I'm looking for a potential Agudo play on the side of VP.
It also helps him heal, but more importantly, the Hano repairs towers, right? With the Fate Rewind, as Agudo, he can do a good job of taking it, but all of that effort will go to waste if the Hano is ready with his ultimate. So that's one of the big considerations here. But with the Nerza coming out of the bans for the side of VP, the response from KSG is you might be looking at a assassin jungler, and they will take out the Jing. No more pentakill with a Jing for the side of Jiabao here.
But still, Yin is an open choice, just like we said, right? Once you picked out this Guan Yu, Yin can always do decent job when he's taking away this Guan Yu throughout the battlefield. So it's gonna be in Zhuhao's comfort zone. They just go for it.
I love the idea of the Ying, right? Ying offers you a couple of things. One thing is the access into the backline. With the ultimate, you can actually dash, cancel the second usage of that ultimate, stay in that position, and get your last hits onto T-Go. So T-Go this game is going to be under a lot of pressure. At the same time, Ying is a hero. She has everything. She's tanky, she has damage, she's mobile. So they need to shut down the early game for the side of Virtus Pro.
And I mean, speak of early game, definitely Yu-Gi-Oh is gonna be the answer. Who can do better than Yu-Gi-Oh in the early game? Not even mentioned to pair up with this Xiao Chao pick. So a lot of potential play can be seen on the side of VP before 6 minutes. Especially they need to highlight the 4 minutes mark. They're gonna be so dominating in around that 4 minutes mark.
And we do get the highlight we were talking about, right?
Yeah.
Isaac pointed this out for us. The mid lane, we do get the Lorion and Xiao Chao matchup.
Oh,
so
classic.
this is going to be a game of timing. Now, the big thing here is I feel like this Lorion pick on the side of KSG is so smart because if you have the Lorion as the target for the Xiao Xiao, you know who that saves? It saves you on the RNTX pick. He's no longer a threat, right? The knockup will be reserved for the Lorion.
Yeah, definitely. And RNTX can do great job in the late game, so does the Shallow. So I feel like KSG this time, they're trying to slow down a bit. We mentioned about the record that they made, right?
Yes.
Within like around 7 minutes, they just close out the game, right?
Yeah, 6:49.
6:49, so precise. So in that case, this time, because we know we are at the upper bracket, 1 match to go, then you can seal the deal, you can got a chance into the playoff, and you can even have 1 more day saved for preparing the best of 7 in the playoff. So this time, both teams actually trying to slow down a little bit, but as for VP, they're trying to attack. They're trying to overwhelm by their power in the early game, but still risks there, right? The time's ticking.
Yeah, I think it's a good strategy for the side of KSG. You want to keep pace. This is your last series of the day, right?
Yeah.
You want to end it on a high note. You want it to be on a stable note. Now, talking about stable though, that bar doesn't look too stable. KSG fans are in the house. They have voted. So let's see where the VP fans are at. If you're in the game, watching through the game app itself, remember to vote and try to get your team some moral support there.
Support is very important for all of those players. They can feel you and they will give you feedback by their optimistic play.
Yep, so we'll start off with the initial wave clear on the side. It looks like KSG will prio the ball camp for the side of Jihao and allow that rotation for the side of Liu Lang to share the EXP and see what the next move will be.
I feel like KSG is just gonna farming up and just play in a peaceful and safe way during the laning. But as for VP, we should put Yu-Gi-Oh, put Jiabao on the spotlight because he needs to accelerate his pace and also because of Xiao Chao's rotation, allowing them to make a lot of things happen at the side lanes.
Yeah, but Hailang has other ideas, right? He's kind of trying to speed up the farm for T-Go. I think they're putting a lot of promise on T-Go. T-Go did play well in the previous series against BRU, but is it really the best choice to give T-Gold a better lead rather than Jiabao?
I mean, since they're picking out this channel can do a great counter attack towards Aoyin in the early phase, so I feel like they're trying to secure that priority at the bottom.
Yeah, because it's completely 2 different styles of play, right?
Yeah.
On the side of VP, Hailang wants to get T-Gold ahead, but for the rest of KSG, this is all about Jihao. Let's get this Ying up to date.
And that's the reason why they're sending Jihao to the mid several times and trying to share the gold, gaining from the waves, which can let Jihao possibly have a gold lead around 4 minutes or to 6 minutes.
Okay, it's a very small thing, but take a look at what the VP players are doing. For our new players of HOK, the members don't last hit the creeps down here. They actually save it so that Jiabao is actually able to use the Primal Portal, TP down, and get that EXP. But here's the kicker, it's a little bit difficult because they're slower on the side of VP.
Yes. But as long as they just guarantee their winning lanes on both side lanes, I think they will do good. And also they're presetting for the 4 minutes mark, so everything just went as both teams wish so far.
Yeah, we'll take a look at how this is going to work out, right? Right now, I think the very clear game plan from the side of Virtus Pro is, look, this Ying on Aoyin is a little bit too comfortable. We need him to burn his infinite vastness before the 4 minute mark. We want him to use his flash as well.
That's true. They just need to play safe and save their skills for the 4 minutes mark.
We need to get prepared because when the first fight actually happens, it's going to be an explosive one because they want everyone to throw everything. We're already at the 3-minute mark down here.
I feel like with the ulti already, they are trying to make something happen on the top side of the match. You can see like people are moving in groups and trying to gain in for those little monsters and for the teleportation actually.
Base sprite is going to be very important as well. It's extra gold is not the biggest gold, but it's something important for EXP and gold.
Oh,
Flash from HIliwong. They're going to give it a try.
It's going to be Guan Yu stepping in, but another controllability possibly dealt by Liu just backslash it.
Yeah, Silence was kind of lucky there. I mean, this is a Charlotte able to use the anti-CC immunity from his skills as well to get out of danger. But you against T-Gold, this 1v1, I don't think there's going to be an ending for this unless T-Gold really wants to overcommit. He doesn't have his ultimate anyway at this point.
They're just doing their lanings at the bottom, but since you kills here, they're cutting the way because 10 seconds to go with the 4 minutes mark.
It's good, right? You want him to be under pressure, but here comes the catch from LF.
Lopo is just doing some testing. They're doing those tradings. They're trying to bait out Zhangfei's ulti actually on the side of KSG, and they're testing the round. It's gonna be a 4 versus 4 at the bottom. The Aoying's ulti already be cancelled, and it's gonna be KSG first getting their hand onto this Tyrant, but VP won't allow that happen, but Zhihao just secure the Tyrant for themselves without any cost.
The restraint on both teams is so good, right? They don't overcommit, but maybe they do with this one for the knockup.
It's gonna be a knockup, and it's gonna be a force out T-Go's flash.
That's a good one. That's 120 seconds without flash. So T-Gold, he has to play extremely safe, while both the farm laners have not necessarily fallen. This is where the slightest of differences will change the game. And KSG having this first Tyrant buff, they get a slightly faster wave clear. They could also possibly win the team fight if VP makes a mistake here.
And also because of the growth for both composition is kind of different, so I would say the Tyrant in favor of KSG is kind of just let them to win the upper hand in the early game, because it's totally acceptable for them to just, you know, give up all those resources and just farm up. It's gonna be a knock-up, and it's gonna be burst out damage coming out from Jiabao. Nice try, but the burst out damage is not sufficient. But another dash in, just force out the flash, and it's gonna be Lapu flash in. It's gonna be first blood. Goes all the way to Zhihao. Here comes this Guan Yu just trying to get in, but everyone just play around with this roll reel.
This one hurts. It's just one kill, but it's on to Jiabao. He is the jungler. He's supposed to set the pace for the team, and so far that is not a success story. Zhihao actually gets that kill, and this is a double whammy. You lose your jungler, but Zhihao gets even stronger. Right now, take a look at the pressure they're putting down. At the bottom side, 90 is going to try.
Pressure on. It's going to be ulti from this Aoyin. Aoyin just retreat a little bit because they already got enough at the bottom.
Yeah, but you can start to feel the pressure is growing, right? It's getting a little uncomfortable for the side of Virtus Pro. And 90, yes, Guan Yu is one of his specialties, but let's take a look at this replay here. This attempted jump onto Zhihao was actually what caused the downfall of Xiaobao here, because he baited himself into the middle of 4 different members on the side of KSG. And this was with all of the ultimates and flashes still available on the side of KHorszáG Gaming.
I mean, like that double flash was quite beautiful on the side of KSG, and right now VP is still trying to, you know, get more vision of the river control, because they know that it is still capable enough to initiate.
Yep. And this is a tough situation for VP, because right now they can't maximize the resources. Yes, they get the T1, but at the bot lane, you've already given 1 wave of minions for free. This is missing EXP. They are missing away for T-Gold.
Not even mentioned they're actually concentrating, pushing on the top side of the map, but they just neglect that Yu is doing his own good time. It's going to be Zhangfei's ulti being forced out. It's going to be some skill trade. KSG is doing it quite peaceful way, but it's going to be an ambush on the side of VP, but it's going to be a counter attack coming out from KSG. Not even gonna take 1 step back. They're trying to make the tower dive available. It's going to be Liu flash a nice gank on the top side of the map.
They didn't get Jiabao, but the damage has been done. Take a look at the T1 at the top. This is free for taking. KSG have the game almost fully in their control. And step by step, this T1 will be the last one standing in the middle. So VP, they need to find a solution. But at this point, I don't see any.
I mean, like, maybe the only thing that they can do is trying to let Guan Yu to do the splat push, because as we can see, when they confront KSG, the damage dealt is not that sufficient, and they're just pushing with those minions and easily take the tier 1 tower down.
Alright guys, I want you to pay attention to how KSG is using the skills, right? A lot of us, when we play the game, we're new. We are looking for the kills. Okay, that ultimate means we need to win a fight. But KSG is using it as a deterrent, pushing them back. And this allows them the backdoor defense to be removed, get the T1, and suddenly the map gets so much darker for VP.
And also, like, small details I want to break into is that you can see VP try several times at the bottom side, right? Try to get you killed. But with this Aoyin's ulti, you just play defensively but safely.
Yeah, but and that's the thing, they can't even force out the flash. They just make him take to the skies, he flies away. Meanwhile, KSG is already doing something else on the map. They have to commit 5 different members on the side of VP to go up here.
VP tried to make some trade happen, but the only person in front of them is this Lapu Lapu, strong enough, just standing there. They're waiting for In, they're waiting for this Zhihao coming at the back. It's gonna be Guan Yu suffered a lot, but with this ulti just trying to push back Zhihao, but Zhihao with the immunity that he had, he can easily just daft him around.
Yeah, but he can't even do anything at this point. Zhihao is so tanky, he's level 13. He is about a level ahead of 90, and that's a problem at this point. They are so far behind, and I'm not just talking about the EXP. The gold is about 2,000. Doesn't seem like the biggest, but look at the results. They can't fight against Zhihao.
I mean, like, definitely the goal difference is not that significant, but the thing is that the layers that they put, how they're gonna use all their skills, right, in a quite, how am I gonna put this? Like, in a decent way. You need to make sure that every skills would be put in a proper way and accurately, precisely landing on the target that you want.
Yes, and that's going to be a difficult choice, right? Because right now, KSG is playing a tag team role. Okay, LFF, you're going to go in the front, you're going to take the skill hits from first person, second person from VP. Once you're done tag out, okay, next one, Zhihao comes in, tanks more damage. And by the time the fight actually starts, KSG still has everything and you have nothing left to play with.
And it's going to be even more important when we're mentioning about this 10 minutes mark. The dragon right now is over there and VP is trying to contest with KSG. 4 versus 4. Some testing, one day around, it's gonna be KSG landing their first end, getting in, it's gonna be double knock up, it's gonna be Silence who suffered being put into silence on the side of VP. But you, with Aoyin, got a double kill and just fly back. It's gonna be Guan Yu getting in, take 2 people, get control, but the burst out damage isn't there enough for them to take the kill down.
They can't do anything at this point. KSG are just slightly ahead, but this slight difference is making life so hard to deal with. VP, we talked about Tigo being put under pressure. He can't play the game. And KSG, after this Shadow Tyrant take, they will be fully in control of the Gorge.
It's all about the rhythm, about how you're gonna do your team fight, right? You can't just put all your money in one shot, one kick. You need to make sure that you save enough. It's all about the coordination with your teammates, right? You need to communicate when you're doing so.
Yeah, this was a nice attempt from Tigo, but his positioning just a little bit too close. They had the counter prepared with the Zhang Fei Unbridled Outburst, but when Yu is pushing you around, and he was also providing vision onto 90 for the team, KG knew exactly what to do and what options to explore. And you know what? For all the help that he gave the team, he was rewarded with a couple of kills. Beautiful work.
He's pretty much playing as an assassin, actually. Okay, at the riverside, it's gonna be Ying. 4 members both got control. It's gonna be crucial crowd control, and they're just diving in. Dashing is gonna be only Zhang Fei surviving, but will he make it? KSG members still on their way. Guan Yu also being taken extremely low by Silence on the top, so it's gonna be a 0-3 trade.
Yeah, we talked about 120 seconds, and some people find that to be a very short time. And it truly is, because at this point, KSG is at the first potential win of this game. Now he's gonna try his best to buy some time, but Clue, he doesn't have his ultimate, he can't do anything here.
And no one can actually clear the waves on the top, so game 1 again goes over to KSG.
Showing you what it's like to play with true class and knowing how far you can push your advantage. Beautiful work from the side of Quadro Gaming.
And especially you mentioned about the aggression that KSG has. This is a team typically trying to play in an aggressive way. They also do the same thing back in KPL. So definitely this time they are showing that if you want to play aggressively, if you're looking for the head-to-head team fight, how we're gonna do? It's like kind of like a textbook play.
And that's so beautiful, right? Because then we kind of start analyzing that KSG has always been known as a team that they like to fight. They're very aggressive. It has been always part of their DNA. And right now, they just showed us exactly how it is like done right now.
Yeah. So this is how they did in game 1. I feel like they're not in a rush. You can see the composure there, right? And also, once they just prioritize this Aoi and Shallow at the side lane, you just want to play it safe.
I just love the way that KWC Gaming has shown us in this game, because if you take a look at the way they play this game, they show you the different formats you can use it, right? Skills don't necessarily mean you have to finish the team fight. It can be used as a deterrence just to push your opponents away, because this game is a game of territory. You need to get the turrets, you need to get the crystal. So why do we need to fight? We just need to push you back.
Exactly, and I mean like they are doing great in the laning, and also do you remember that one, like they take the tier 1 tower so easily after they got 1 kill around maybe like 6 or 7 minutes, I guess.
Right at the bottom there.
It's just that, right? It's just like the little cues. There's just like one little piece in the whole dominoes that falls apart, and then everything else just crushes following.
It's beautiful because it's kind of like making bakery happen, right? With the cherry on the top. Yes, you get that first kill onto Jiabao. After that, immediately you make the immediate rotation down. You have your farm lane with you, and you push them all away, get the T1, and suddenly the map gets so much darker. And the teamfight participation on the side of Virtus Pro, almost everyone was 100%. They were not allowed to farm. They had to find a way to get back in the game, but it just caused them more misery.
And that's the team fight we are just talking about, right? After this, KSG got a really nice kill upon Jiabao and just take that tier 1 tower down. And it's about a backslash on the top side of the map. They're even trying to make the tower dive available, but Jiabao just escaped away.
Yep, and at that point, it's a very curious thing because Jiabao actually had the level lead against Jihao, but this is what it means to play in a team, right? The rest of KSG, look at the follow-up, opening up, making sure that the important members who are able to deal the damage have the space to do so. Meanwhile, the tanks are soaking all the different options of skills available from the side of VP. Once you run out of options, run out of gas, you can't run. It's all for KSG's taking here.
And I mean like the last team fight, Liu Lang used his skill 3, dash in, got 3 members, got control. I feel like even though it's kind of new hero to him, but the potential and also the effort that he had allowing him already use Warrior as one of his signature hero.
It doesn't feel like it is new to him, right?
Yeah.
Like the way that he's playing is just showing like he's been playing this hero already for a very long time. Right now, it is KSG a 1-0 advantage on top of Virtus Pro. Let's go to a break and we come back with the decider.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
Raw, reality. Half from blow the house down.
Welcome back. KSG right now 1-0 advantage on top of Virtus Pro. The players are back on stage. They're ready for the game number 2. Kin, can Virtus Pro really take one game from KSG and force this to a third game?
I think there is a potential. Like you said before, there is never a 0% chance of winning, not winning, right? So in this case, I'm just curious, do they want to give it a try of what RNTX did against Kuaishou?
Oh.
They didn't have the best result, but they did a level 1 invade in the Crimson camp, right? I feel like VP can pull that off because, you know, I mean, Jihao is a very strong jungler, but let's give Jiabao a little bit of confidence. Maybe give that try.
Oh, come on, like Jiabao has seen the top level of competition, right? Like he's been around for a long time, right, Nora?
Yeah. I mean, like he's very experienced, but I think like he started his journey maybe like 1 year ago, and he improved a lot. Especially he also got the Penta that we mentioned right in the previous game. But the thing that worried me a little bit more is that it's okay if you want to play it head-to-head against a KPL team. You try to be more aggressive in the early game. But the thing is that if you commit one mistake, the earlier, like the quicker that you might collapse. It's kind of like a double-edged sword, you know, to me.
My feeling is that they're in the upper bracket, right? So they can try things. It's not like you're going to lose and then you're going to head home. Clearly, we would all love to just make it directly into the playoffs. But if you can't, well, why not? Just give it a try. You still have one more life.
I fully agree.
If you want to do so, then it's gonna be a pay pick, I guess, right? You mentioned about like early invasions, and that definitely is gonna be a pay.
If it's not banned, of course. I mean, so far, what we've seen is all the different teams, they know about the potential of an early game skirmish, early game invasion. Pei is definitely one of those heroes that we're considering, and they have definitely banned that out. And I think KSG is paying a lot of respects to Jiabao as well. They have taken out the Jing previous game. I believe in this second game, where it's series point, they will do it again.
Well, if Jin is not available and Pei, I don't know if they want to ban away it or not, then only little hero allowing him to do so, like early invasion in this patch. So what if they just trying to gain that Haya in the mid or Mai in the mid and try to gain some priority in the mid lane?
I think that's a good idea. Haya definitely is one of the heroes that every team will prio, right? Because Haya's wave play is so fast. At the same time, I'm wondering if they will actually entertain the thought of a utility role. So instead of big tanks, let's go for the Diadeas. Let's go for the okay, maybe not Yaria, but Dolia, right? Dolia Yangjin combination, stuff like that. But that is one thing that's up for discussion. And right off the bat, Lorion as well as the Ogren are going to be taken out from the side of KSG.
And also the idea you just mentioned, right? So KSG on the blue side, they took away this Ogren. That is a really interesting pick. I feel like maybe they're looking for some slowborn tank or like Zhang Fei in that way, or they just took this play.
Okay, the Pei is going to be the prio pick here. KSG. Did Virtus Pro make a mistake by not banning the Pei? I mean, you're giving it to Jihao, and Jihao is a guy with a lot of accolades, so this is going to be scary. Now, why is Ogren banned? Because one of the weaknesses of a Pei pick is if he can't out-damage you have too much health and sustain, Pei loses his value over time. So you want to have him shining within the first 6-7 minutes, even towards the mid game, and hopefully end the game by that. That's the picture perfect scenario of picking a Pei.
And as an answer to the power pike that KSG has in the early game is gonna be Jing with Lapu Lapu with Mai. That is so powerful.
Okay, they're pulling out all the stops here. These are the signature picks, at least number 1 for our jungler on the side of Virtus Pro Jiabao. And then we also have Hailang coming in with his signature Mai. These performances from the professional leagues up into international stages, they have been verified. They are proof. So, but is it strong enough to go up against KSG?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm looking for a lot of skirmishes in the early game, and also maybe a level 1 invasion on the side of VP. Who knows? But the only thing that I can assure you guys is that they will definitely play in a more proactive way.
I mean, there's so many things that could go either way, right? Right off the bat, Liu Lang on this Xiao Xiao. Much better wave clear than the Mai.
Yeah.
But in the early parts of the game, Mai is like a fighting machine. She can help you fight in the skirmishes, right? So I want to see what kind of decision. Does KSG agree to VP's invitation? Where they say, look, I want to invade level 1 probably. Do you want to allow me the buff or are we going to fight over it, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be hard to do so, especially if they just trying to take another Byron on the top, because Byron is still available for both teams, which is really, I mean, like OP hero, I guess, in this patch. So as VP is on the red side, if KSG didn't just ban away this Byron, they might just go for that Byron pick.
Yeah, I think Byron fits in both of these compositions here, right? On the side of KSG, you already have one tank you can't not pay attention to, which is the Zhang Fei. And with the Byron adding on, there's going to be 2 big targets you need to take care of and probably get past the wall of these 2 members before you even can access the backline of Yu, or maybe even try to get Liu Lang and Jihao. But on the other side, you have a Lapu Lapu whose passive already gives you extra magical and physical defense. So Byron definitely makes a lot of sense here. T-Gold, this is his specialty. When he was playing in the professional league, I don't think he has shown the best quality yet with his early. I want to see if he can make it work here.
I mean, best confidence, that's what you need, right?
Yeah.
Best confidence for this fresh pentakill Jin for Jiabao and Mai for Hailong, and also Arlie that you mentioned for T-Gold. So they are seeking for like self-performance in this game too.
Yes, and you know what? I'm super curious. We consider a Davara here for Silent.
Davara is possible, I guess, because they might trying to highlight their laning phase, or maybe like a safe Byron pick. I mean, both are available. It just depends on them.
It does happen. So the Byron will go into the hands of KSG. Now, this is a very meaty lineup. And also, pretty good early game as well. The Xiao Xiao, the Pei, as well as the Consort Yu. Consort Yu is one of those farm laners where if you go up against her, it's not going to be very fun. When she uses her second skill, she has physical immunity, and that's a lot of time bought and a lot of free damage she can get onto you.
And Juicy, here is a small technique that KSG is doing right now, because not either this Aoyin pick or this Consort Yu pick just allowing you to farm peacefully by himself at the bottom, right? So you can see a lot of members can just concentrating building up those winning links on the top and just let you to play defensively. He can take care of himself with this second ability that you just mentioned, and also a nice counter attack with this early. So I would say if they're looking for some skirmishes, it's gonna be the top lane.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, right? If the farm lane is going to be such a difficult lane to gank, or you're going to have to use so many resources to potentially get the life of you, save yourself the trouble. Let's go contest the clash lane instead. And Silence, you need to shut him down because he has been performing well all day. I don't think that's going to stop in this game.
Exactly, and I still remember his performance back in KPL with this Byron, especially this hero with Pure Sky, and also upgrade to level 12. It's kind of like a mid hero, but also doing well during the laning.
Yep, and right off the bat, KSG, game number 1, they wanted to take it nice and slow, stable gameplay. This time, they want to rush the timer a little bit, right? So straight off the bat, Jihao is already in his own jungle, clearing off his camp, and the pressure is still in the farm lane for the moment. But once we get to the clash lane, I'm curious how this will play out.
And just check the HP bar on the clash lane, right? Before it was like a 1-1 HP trade, and Silence already won the upper hand. 90 being takes extremely low, and with the help of Hailong, they're trying to guard more monsters on the top side of the map.
Yep, and still, it's not looking too good for the side of Virtus Pro. They do get that mid lane wave in priority for Jiabao. Make sure that he gets a little bit of an EXP boost. But T-Gold against Yu, this matchup, oh, nice sidestep. If he is able to win that 1v1 skill matchup, this is not going to look good for T-Gold.
Especially, you mentioned about the power pack, about this early pick, right? You need to unleash the potential of early, but how you're going to do that if you're just being restricted at the bottom?
Yeah, so many skills to be able to stop her or give you an advantage. They will try.
It's going to be a skirmishes happening right now, right here in the mid lane. It's going to be Jiabao taking the first hand and taking the first blood.
Exactly what you want to see. So they get that first blood from Liu Lang. This goes in the hands of Jiabao as well. So a decent start for the side of VP. Now, can they find more?
It's gonna be a flash. Try to avoid in the second ability, but Glue coming in again. Yu just helping himself get away from it. But you see, this game, this is the first blood that we've seen a non-KPL team played so far in KWC, right?
Okay, so are we gonna give them the 10K now or no?
Not yet. I mean, but a good start for VP. I mean, right? Especially like the kill is given over to Chabao.
Yeah. Okay. I mean that's a good start to the game, right? The knock-up as well. You can start to see why numbers advantage matters, and when the skills have been used already, this is where it's the perfect time, right? There was no more knockout from Liu Lang. There was no flash available for Liu Lang as well. This is why you want to burn these common spells. This is why you want to let them use their skills first before you start a fight.
That's true. And as for KSG, things will get better after Zhang Fei just upgrade to level 4 because allowing them to push back with the ulti that Zhang Fei has. So definitely they will be more, I would say, alarmed when they are playing against Jabao's team.
Yeah, I think at this point, it really comes down to the synergy of the team, right? Can you follow up the stun so that the potential of escape is gone? Right now, it's going to be a 2v1 on the side of Silence, but he's fine. It's a Byron. Then this is just a distraction play so that he gets to stay in lane so that VP can rotate first.
And since they're rotating to the red buff side, they're trying to bait out Zhang Fei's ulti, but still holding it. Because we are reaching to the 4 minutes mark, they're looking for this console Yu without any flash, but Yu with his positioning, he just dodged that first hand, so it's gonna be a very decent movement.
The timing as well, right? Making sure that he uses ultimate to perfect
it's
stance.
It's gonna be flash, it's gonna be Byron, it's gonna be Silence. Again, winning him the upper hand on the top.
Yep, and you were talking about this. Yu is holding himself very well. 1v3.
Very well, actually.
He doesn't care.
I mean, like 3 versus 1, still a flash, decent movement, just dodge the flash in, played by this Hylon, and with the help with Xiao Chao just getting in, get a nice kill upon this Hylon, it's gonna be a 1-1 trade, even though that you just fell up, but still, like KSG just holding it.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter to them, right? They've gotten a trade, a T1 at the top for free in exchange. Okay, not really free. They had to get their life of you as well.
Yes, here comes Pei again. It's gonna be a 2-1 again, same place, same spot, and it's gonna be Pei just dashing in and claim him a really clean kill.
Yep, Jabao is gonna try on Silence. Let's get that.
It's gonna be the skill 2, but Halo so confident about his skill 1.
Okay, there is some fight back from the side of VP at this point, and they're keeping the gold differential close. This movement here, Hailang felt confident to be able to take the 1v1, but the help came in just on time. Liu Lang, together with his roam as well, LFF, manages to save some time and protect the T1. So that was great. Now T-Gold, he sees an opportunity, gets that T1 at the top as well for free. TP from Hailang coming down. They need to trade this T1 at the bottom.
I feel like countless skirmishes are actually happening right now in the battlefield. Everyone is looking for initiative, but just check the goal difference. It's actually quite even for this time. And even a equalized kills. 3 versus 3.
Yep, here we go.
Oh, dash, let's try. 2 people get control, but it's gonna be pushed back. Ulti from Zhang Fei, letting them to take that early down.
Very overzealous effort on the side of Tigo. He was hoping that the ultimate from Clue on the Lapu Lapu was able to stop the rest of the support from KSG. Unfortunately, due to the first skill push from LFF, it went completely out of line. And this is where KSG got the punish onto Tigo.
And also with the ulti, if the ulti of Zhang Fei is available, it just opened a door for them to push back.
Yep, and this is where the return is going to be big. They won't be looking for any kills at this point. They wanted to push them back, get the T1 in the mid, because right now, it is going to be another fight.
It's gonna be some trader trying to get their hands on this Zhang Fei without any ulti. It's gonna be a nice try, but it's gonna be Jabao just getting in, get more kills. It's gonna be a 2-3 trade, and he's still going out, taking that pay down. You just trying to make some consolation effort happen, but Silence with this double kill helped them to buy more time and stand with VP. Everything just went so chaotic, and we haven't even reaching the 7 minutes.
Yep, it is so difficult. They now have a slight advantage. It's so hard to play this game. T-Gold has fallen the once in this game. Yu as well, but Yu has 2 kills to make up for that slight misplay at the start of the game. This was a nice attempt here. Understanding that LFF does not have the Unbridled Outburst, this is a perfect time to go in. But here's one mistake they made. They did not know The Yu was on the sidelines waiting with the oak bolts, with the vaulting shots as well, and the physical immunity with the right, the protecting wings. Everything was still available for KSG to turn that fight around.
And because of their attempt to take that jump fade down, which led them to be in quite a narrow spot, that is not in favor of them if they're trying to do the team fight.
Well, I think they were trying to play the numbers advantage, right? We have the numbers advantage. Maybe we can get them to use skills miss and be in a bad position. But at that point, the moment KRÜ doesn't have his ultimate, I don't think you should fight anymore.
And it's quite head-to-head, as you can see, very close. Such a close game. And just check the goal difference. It's gonna be HItoire this time with goal lead.
Yep, the total goal lead is in favor of KSG, but in the jungle department, HItoire still has a 1k goal lead against Zhihao, and this is so impressive, right? Even though the gold speaks as a KSG advantage, they're still holding their own with the gold deficit from HItoire in the jungle department.
I mean, they're doing things simultaneously on the side of VP, pushing the lane at the bottom, and some ambush can be seen from HILang. You can see like VP, they're playing really proactive.
I like this gameplay, right? Right now it's about how... Oh, hang on.
It's gonna be Jing dashing in, but the tier 1 tower is still holding that, so it's not gonna be a big deal for KSG to hold him back.
How do they do this? Did you see the knockout from Liu Lang? In the middle of Jiabao's dash in the mirror domain, he actually caught the Jing and knocked him up. This makes life so difficult. By right, if we're just talking about numbers, Jiabao is 4-1 and 2. He should be dominating in this point, but KSG are holding him at bay.
Yeah, they're trying to bait out Jing's ulti, and as you can see, Jiabao is playing really aggressively, so once he saw any opponents which he encountered, he just instantly break out his ulti.
But I feel like that could be something that will punish Virtus Pro though. If he goes a little too aggressive and the team is not there to back him up, they might find themselves in a 4v5 situation, and with 60 seconds left on the clock before the Shadow variance, I don't think this is the kind of mistake you want to make if you're on VP.
I totally agree with you, especially all goal difference right now is putting on Jiabao's team.
Okay.
Pei just being caught by 2 people, but his backup is out there. But Lopez ulti has been wasted. It's gonna be Florentino a little bit lost, and you just got a nice chance to be Byron flashed in and knock up 2 people, and everything just went suddenly in favor of KSG.
This is so impressive because KSG actually kept their composure. I would have freaked out when I saw the split push coming from Tigo at the top side, the Clash lane. Instead, KSG kept their composure, waited for the perfect moment, got rid of 90, got a nice knockup from the side of Silence as well with the flash, and suddenly the map is in favor of KSG again.
Oh, it's gonna be Xiaoqiao's skill too. Knock out 2 people. It's gonna be Zhangfei coming up against him. But VP take 1 step back. It's gonna be 10 minutes mark. Zhangfei without his ulti. Is it going to be a choice for VP? Try to contest his Jing, but he was guarded by the Silence. Knock up, nice one. It's gonna be KRÜ got in, but it just instantly killed by KSG.
Yep, they forgot. Yes, Jiabao has the advantage, but it's just you, Jiabao, not the rest of the team.
Ambush. It's gonna be 1-1 solo, but with the Splendid and also the flash, Lola just escaped from that scary ambush.
What a play. I mean, take a look at this. How many calculations are KSG players making at the same time? They seem to have an answer for everything.
I mean, like, they're ready for every possibility that they might encounter in the mid-game. But here comes Jiabao. He's kind of like a surprise, but keeping the composure. KSG is not in panic. Just play around with this Yu. He's already got a killing spree.
So many lessons in this one. Normally, when that happens, when the Jing comes in, okay, let's talk about this moment first. Silence, very well done. All he did was buy time for the team. They got KRÜ. KRÜ was a perk, right, at this point. But Tigo, he was so confident they had an opening that he jumped in. And it's bait by Liu Lang. Splendor at the last sliver of life. You know they will try to go for the kill there.
And I mean, speak of last-ditch effort, I feel like KSG is trying to close out the game. They're pushing very, very hard. They're pressuring on the top side of the map. VP facing a great danger on the side of KSG.
If they take a fight within the next 20 to 30 seconds, VP will lose every single one. KRÜ does not have a flash for another 15 seconds. HILang does not have a flash for 20 seconds. They can't aggress, they can't defend properly. This is scary for Virtus Pro.
And I mean, like, Byron with the flash getting in just got a really nice kill upon this early. Without early, the damage down isn't there, and it's gonna be Zhangfei break out his ulti. It's gonna be Pei getting in, get knocked up, but no one can ever stop this Yu. This constant Yu is just dominating the game.
Yep, and all of this for the pressure that he tanked for the team. In the laning phase,
he was in 1v3 situations. Right now, it's the same, but Yu says, bring 3 at a time. I can take them all.
I mean, like, he's so, like, he's not like a hater, you know, because like you're putting in such a suffering laning phase. It's gonna be a solo on the side of KSG, and everything just went so optimistic to KSG right now.
Yep, and it's, look, Hailang out for 30 seconds. This means 30 seconds, 4v5 situation. Jiabao has lost his lead already. I mean, sure, he has 1,000 in terms of gold, but team play-wise, he has nothing to offer anymore. He can't even 1v1 Yu.
And I mean, like, since both teams are playing in such an explosive way, so actually, the more patience that you have, the more advantage that you may got. And that's the reason why Concert Yu is just playing with composure with a 5-1-6 KDA so far.
That was crazy. Yu's Volts, the first skill, is hurting more than health bars. It's hurting the feelings on the side of Virtus.pro as well. They can't do anything here.
It seems like VP, they're gonna be a little bit painful how you're gonna guard with this Byron, just use his skill too. Fearlessly, it's gonna be Lapu ulti breaking out, but Blessing with the skill too. You just survived again and just flashed out, playing around with you. It's gonna be a victory, goes over to KSG. Double kill and guarding the Vanguards. They aced VP and then take the victory.
Beautiful work coming in from Kuaishou Gaming. VP, they tried they did, but it's not enough as Kuaishou Gaming moves on towards the top 8 position. Well deserved.
But I do enjoy the matchup just happened, right?
Yes.
Because it showed the power to understand the pure mechanics of KSG, but at the same time, you can see how fearlessly that VP was play against KSG.
I like it because you can see the gap, but you can also understand why there is a specific gap, right? The way and the time that they use the skills. This is what they're missing on the global teams for now.
Kuaishou Gaming is going to move into the top 8. They came in today, 2 victories, straight up just ticket into the best 8 teams in our game.
And also, it will give them more time to prepare for the best of 7 in playoffs, so that's gonna be a huge advantage on KSG.
And we didn't actually get to see a lot of the heroes that they could actually show, right?
Yeah.
So they just played 2 games. They played 4 games today, 2 matches, and then everyone is just like, well, did we get to see anything from KSG that we could take notes on?
I mean, not much changes in the drafts of the 2 series, but we got to see more and more micro plays, which I really love. They're showing you how to take one hero and use all the different functions of that particular composition.
And the balance on the map, as you can see, once you're trying to do something on the top side, you need to make sure that your marksman can take care of himself, and you definitely did a great job this time in game 2.
Yep, I've never figured out how to be in a 1v3 situation as a farm laner.
Yeah.
But Yu is showing you, Kuaishou Yu is definitely one of the heroes you can try on this particular composition itself. Now this game, it was all, to me, about Liu Lang at the start, right? He was able to keep Jiabao at bay. He had the goal lead for the entire game against Jihao, but still, they couldn't break the defenses.
I mean, like, just check the gold lead, right? From the maybe like 3 minutes. And because of the rotation that it made, it just accelerated their pace. And I do like the way how they fight. I mean, like, I just like keep doing PvP for this match. I like everyone just fight till the end, I feel like.
I feel like if we find just the things that are similar, like the similarities between game 1 and game 2, Virtus.pro is able to stall a little bit KSG in the first minutes, right? In the first game, it wasn't until about like the 5th, 6th minute. And here's all the way until the 9th. If they were to push all the way until the 10th minute, could they have contested a Tyrant?
I believe so. I think if they managed to actually get Yu to use his second skill early, Jiabao would have gotten the kill. And with the numbers advantage, they definitely could have done that. But you know, as we watch the replay of this, the last fight, I want to highlight, before we even go there because it's so fast, one thing Clue really did try was to land his ultimate for the team. But in that angle that he used his ultimate, it actually allowed LVF to push the rest of VP all the way to the other side. It was a freebie, a buffet laid out for you. Pick your target.
I mean, like, that was a really beautiful crowd control, right, for the last team fight, and we may just see it. And in the mid-game, it's gonna be Jing, as you just said, right? If he just dash in all the time, it might be a little bit reckless.
This was the fight that just broke everything, right? Like, because then after that, it is gonna be KSG, the ones that they have everything open. It comes VP, they want to check on the Tyrant, and then they lose 2 or 3 members in this fight.
I love this play, Liu Lang, with the last gasp effort on that Splendor into the flash. He was waiting, and I mean, if you're Hailang, what choice do you have, right? You're so low on health, you might as well go for the kill. And even then, he was still denied.
But I mean, just check the faces, right? Check the emotions. Actually, both teams are enjoying the game. Because on the side of VP, I would say they should be proud of themselves, right? They did really good, and they even got the first blood in game 2, right? Showing their capacity. And as for KSG, congratulations to them again. Got the ticket to the playoff.
I'm telling you, if you think KSG, you think Juhao, and then Juhao in that exact performance. Let's see exactly what he wants to share to Mara. Mara?
We're here with Mr. Full Stop. Juhao, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Your aggressive place and control of the map is very evident. It has become the identity of KSG, making it hard for everybody who has challenged you. Now, after observing the teams in this tournament so far, with the remaining teams left, who do you think has the best chance of truly challenging KSG?
VP，因为虽然刚才我们2比0赢下，但他们给我们造成了很大的压力吧。然后我觉得 VP 是一支非常强的队伍。
I'll say the strongest challenger is definitely VP, even though we have just beaten them, but they have applied the highest amount of pressure to us, and we think that they are a very, very strong team.
Definitely after they hear this comment, it's gonna pump them up for their next matchup. Now, all eyes are on you. You've swept all your opponents so far. For all the teams watching KSG right now, what would you like them to know about you before they face you for the future?
放我句狠话吗？赢我们1分就算胜利。
If you guys can take even one match from us, that will be a victory for you.
Now, what would you like to say to every supporter and everybody watching you right now? Let's invite them for the next matchup.
你有什么话想跟所有的观众、所有的粉丝们说的吗？
谢谢大家来支持我们吧，争取拿个好成绩。
Well, again, thank you everyone for supporting us, for watching us, and we'll try to get the best result possible.
Once again, congratulations, Mr. Full Stop. We'll head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Juhao. As he just mentioned, if we are able to take one game from them, that's already going to be a victory. And I completely agree with him. That is going to be the first step that all of the teams in this tournament are going to have to try to take that first game from KSG. What about if we go to a break, and when we come back, it's going to be our last match of today.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. KHorszáG, powered by play.
Welcome back to the KWC 2026. We're gonna jump into our match number 6 of today. It's gonna have AG.AL, the title defenders, against Blacklist International. Holler, Blacklist International, they're in a great momentum. They've been building momentum since they lost, and then they just start winning. Can they continue the streak right now?
I hope so. I mean, I just actually ran into them just as they were getting ready for this game. They seem a little peppy, right? I think that there's a little bit of, with the confidence that they've had throughout this entire series thus far, I mean, throughout today as well, they've kind of, trying to keep things very positive, if you will.
I think positive is the right word, right? When you're pacing yourself into such a strong opponent like the title defender of AG.AL, positivity brings you a long way. You want to measure yourself how far you can actually go for with one of the, I would say, tournament favorites.
Well, tournament favorites, they are indeed, right? Everybody just was here today checking on what KSG was going to show, what AG.AL was going to show. And in this match between AG.AL and Blacklist International, they're going to keep just showing us little by little, piece by piece, the plan that they have set to take the crown again.
Yeah, so actually AG.AL have played less games throughout. I mean, because we've seen Blacklist through the play-in, so they've kind of exposed some of the meta and types of the drafts that they like. But I think that it's only to their benefit. They've had a lot of reps, and obviously the teams have not been to the same level of AG.AL. But right now, again, it's about having the momentum, being positive, of ensuring just like, hey, we can do this.
We can definitely do it, right? We're talking about Global here and PKL's third seed. They defy all odds coming in towards the play-ins here, and they qualify into this specific group stage against AG.AL. And if you were to measure it, yes, odds are still in favor of AG.AL, but who doesn't like a Cinderella story from these sort of competitions?
Everybody does love a Cinderella story. Everybody's rooting over there for the dark horse. AG.AL, Ran, Zoe, Inuo, Sheng, and Shuai. From these 5 in the previous match, Holler, who did you like the best?
I mean, for me, all roads lead through Inuo, right? Yeah. His ability to make plays, he's always so consistent as a farm laner. One of my favorite players to watch. I mean, he's had so much history as well in Honor of Kings. He is definitely the guy to watch.
And it goes back to the conversation as well during their first initial series. He whipped out the YT farm lane, first of our entirety of the global tournament, and he managed to pull it off. Because at the end of the day, yes, Inuo is the star coming in for the show, but the 4 remaining players are also the stars supporting the team roster as well.
Yeah, I also like the fact that even in the interviews, he was very humble. He's just like, oh, what are the chances of the other teams? He's just like, actually, it's about 50-50, right? I think the global teams have actually leveled up, and I think he respects that as well. So even moving forward, to see exactly, like, a man of his stature to be like, hey, actually, we're kind of close in this and very humble, I think that speaks volumes of him.
I do believe that is one of the pillars to what AG.AL's success has been in the last years. Just understanding that you just need to get better and better at the little things, right? Like, as long as you are working on those little things and you can keep that gap, that advantage is always going to exist.
And these sort of advantages, right? When you look into Blacklist International's draft itself, we have seen a lot of these plays that's being carried on by Chaz and also Chami1. You give them the enabler list, like the Dharma, like the Dangfei, or the Wonzi, for example, right? They will set things up for you. We've seen that in the series that they played just now, but coming in for this specific matchup between Blacklist International and AG.AL, my eyes are on that clash lane. Ron and Chami1.
Well, Chami1 played really well in the previous game, right? Like, we had a lot of highlights coming in from the side, just running into the back lane. I don't think AG.AL is going to give him that same setup for him to really be able to shine. Yeah. So it's going to depend a lot on the first 1 or 2 minutes and what he can do against Ran.
Yeah, I think that he just had such a highlight reel in terms of the games that he's played already that, again, AG.AL are like, we're not going to allow that. We're going to take away his space, not let Chami1 catch us off guard on the flanks. We're going to be very careful. And I think that it's more about respect at this stage.
Respect in the game and respect before the game in the form of the draft. I think drafting is really important. If either of these clash lanes can get a comfortable matchup, or at the very least, find a way in lane swapping and making the hell out of their lives miserable, then maybe, just maybe, you can crack open that 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, and also turning that 1v1 matchup into a bit of an advantage, right? I think that Blacklist, they've had a lot of success because they've been aggressive. They've been taking the fights, initiating when they want, and other teams have not really been able to respond in kind.
I think that if you start just trying to build an advantage over there for Chami1, it means that the rotations need to start pushing into the clash lane. Is Golden Kite gonna be able just to take the 1v1 in there and then survive though?
You gotta. I mean, I have full respect in Golden Kite. I think that his ability to play in the farm lane is going to be very. It's about consistency. Of course. I think that for this one, it's going to be important that he just sticks to the lane, gets his farm, and just doesn't get frazzled by the fact that he's going up against Inoue.
And I think that when we understand about competitive gaming, it's about trade-offs. You cannot win in every single lane. You cannot win with every single player or any single hero. So you need to understand, if I'm going to push into one side, I'm going to be losing some other. Sagi, where do you think that Blacklist needs to start pushing to?
Pushing, maybe I'm not going to mention the side lanes. I still feel that the core trinity coming in from both teams, you have the jungle, mid, and roam.
All right.
Whoever controls mid lane controls where to move first and controls how you attack the jungle of the enemy team.
So you're gonna put like all of your money in just saying whoever that cleans the way faster and starts rotating without getting caught is gonna have the key to success.
Perfecto. I think that's the #1 way of playing Honor of Kings. Whoever controls that mid lane, you get so much control of what you want to do next. You can either step back, defend, step back and cause pressure by removing yourself the vision from the map, and then it puts pressure on the side lanes like, oh, I have this winning matchup, but I don't see where the enemy mid and roam are on the map.
Yeah, but now it looks like the draft one is getting underway. Players are kind of getting ready for this one. I mean, if we're looking from the side of TG at this point, I think that, going in, like, what sort of drafts are you going to look to pick as Blacklist, knowing that you've kind of shown your hand already?
I think, in a way that we can think about this, global teams, they don't have the perfect mastery in terms of map movement or macro. So, what do you want to do? You can mimic what VP did just now. Yes, they still lost to KSG in a 0-2 fashion, but Game 2 was very tight, neck and neck to the 10th minute mark. Right. You want to throw them off the momentum by drafting aggressive team fight skirmish compositions.
Yeah, agree with that. And I think that even going back to that last series, I mean, most of the global teams have been kind of doing pretty well in the first 5 minutes. Normally, like, in previous EWCs, sometimes it hasn't been as fortunate for them and they've been kind of blown out, but I think that we've been way more competitive and being able to kind of take the fight. Once that macro play, as you were talking about, those kick in, then it kind of changes the dynamic of the game.
Because in the end of the day, right, if you can outfight your opponent and cause disruption in their map movement, their macro, then it really puts off the usual setting that they are used to. It's like, okay, I want to do A, and then when A comes, it's B. But if the team fight erupts during the process from A to B, it sort of disrupts the momentum. You're like, oh, wait, this is not my usual. I'm kind of uncomfortable with this.
Yeah, and I think that Blacklist has done a good job of making sure that they're playing their game, right? The A to B that you're talking about has been disrupted for the opposing squad, but can they disrupt AG.AL here?
That's the exciting part that I'm looking forward to right now. But before we jump in towards that here, let's start off with the pick and bans coming in for our upper bracket finals of Group A. Straight off the bat, we see quick bans from Florentino and Liang removed from the pool, with Coach TG still looking for the second ban after that long removal.
Yeah, a little bit of attacking with the Inoue, if you will, making sure that he doesn't get some of his favorite heroes, if you will. But I think going in, I mean, if you're picking second, you're on the red side as Blacklist International, like what sort of 1-2 combination, because you're not going to get first pick, are you looking to pick here?
Potentially something like the Lorian Zhangfei +1 farm lane. These are really, really good in towards this patch. Like, okay, you get the pay.
Yeah.
Potentially we see like Ukyo Tachibana that just has such a perfect performance on. These are counter picks that we can look forward to. It depends on whether Coach TG wants to reveal it third, or do they have like a specific composition that he want to pick in the first two?
Yeah, actually, they don't need to rush it because they've already picked the jungler. The Ukyo will definitely be available, and Haya is definitely a higher priority, as well as the Zhangfei, the #1 pick at the KWC thus far. So a great 1-2 punch here.
I like it, right? We talk about how you can disrupt the flow of the KPL teams like AG.AL.
Yep.
So what better way than doing it than to force them into fighting you? Haya, perfect, right? Ultimate, flash, forcing other 8 members to wait outside the ultimate coming in for this domain.
Yeah, and so it come back to, like, yeah, the Haya, you prioritize that. Dragon's going to be fine, but on the other side, you're like, actually, this is another really good laner. Lorian has been the talk of the town, if you will.
Yeah, Lorian, this specific hero, right? His ability to push is kind of mediocre.
Yeah.
But his ability to poke you and find big trade-offs or pickoffs has been amazing. That's why I think Lorian has had one of the highest pick rates thus far in our tournament.
It's definitely picked up quite a bit. I think we need to check the stats at where it was. It wasn't like the top 10 going in, I mean, from the play-ins on, but I think that it's definitely had the rise. It's been in almost every series today because of the amount of power that it brings.
Yeah, and then we have to jump in towards the second phase, right? You have the mid roam jungle. The 3v3 that we mentioned, locked in for both teams here. And thus far, I think the fighting power in the early game is pretty 50-50, especially you have the Ukyo countering the pay. But in terms of trade-offs in that 2v2, it's really skill dependent coming in for both mid roams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but what isn't skill dependent in this matchup, right? Both of these guys, both of these squads, like, I mean, the level of play that we're going to see, I'm expecting very high. Look, Blacklist has not gone up against AG.AL. This is looking to be an underdog story, if anything. But I think with momentum and the possibility of continuing on with the play that they've had, this might be good for them.
And you remember one of the interviews that have asked Just what level of jungle has he achieved throughout the years? One of the comments said that, okay, maybe he's ready for a higher level now. He's one of the best PKL Philippines jungle. So coming towards this tournament, you are against AG Zoe. This KWC 2025 FMVP, and he's also FMVP for the skin Ogren here. So it's a very big milestone if Just is able to not only match Zoe in the jungle department, but also maybe out jungle him.
Yeah, and I do hope that Justy's not paying it. I mean, he already knows all of the awards and accolades that Zoe has, but I think that for him, he needs to just be like, it's me versus him. Doesn't matter who they are, I need to rise up and have that confidence.
Confidence is such a key marker here coming in for this Blacklist International squad. Let's jump a bit back into the pick and bans here. We do see the Charlotte that's being locked in. And for the evolution of Blacklist International's draft, they've been putting more and more focus towards Chammy1 and especially in picking him counter picks in those final phases.
I think that's very smart. He's shown time and time again he has the ability to carry. You give him a hero like the Fatih here, that's going to be their last pick. It really kind of alleviates a lot of the pressure so that the farm laner like Golden Kite doesn't have to carry and do everything.
I mean, that's true, right? Like, if you have like more choices on the board, and if Golden Kai suddenly gets caught off, you still have like a supplementary carry coming in for your specific lineup in making sure that, hey, it's still okay. We still have Chammy1. But if you look towards the side of AG.AL, who are you really giving the edge to in terms of these two specific drafts?
I mean, you can never really count out, Zoe's pay, right? I mean, it was the first pick. They were looking to go high tempo, really set the tone, just kind of control and dominate the game. I mean, I don't know if Blacklist's lineup, I mean, when you have the Yuko, you have the proper counter picks, if they're able to kind of out-macro them in the jungle.
That's a very good point, right? We saw from the previous game where Zankyu picked up the Ukyo Tachibana into the same matchup of the pay. Yes, it's a counter, but what AG.AL did was, they immediately was like, okay, we're not fighting you. We're just going to out-rotate you, out-macro you, and look for the jungle invasion, then convert that jungle invasion into side lane pressure here. So that's going to be an interesting one coming in for this game one because I feel the jungle matchup is going to be a hot place to look at.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. I mean, it's about that tempo, right? If Zoe is able to get out of hand on this one and he's invading, taking all the buffs, you know, Blacklist is going to have a really rough time. They're not going to be able to play from behind in that sense. But if Blacklist are able to keep it even, I think we got ourselves a game.
It's like the KSG versus VP game, right? It's up until the 10th minute mark. You need to control that pacing. And if you can get that 10th minute 50-50 on a Shadow Tyrant, then maybe, just maybe, we might see an upset.
Yeah, hopefully. And look for that Titan Slayer. I mean, a single game is worth 10K USD, assuming Blacklist is able to do it. The match series point, if they're able to take it, it's 100,000 USD. That's actually pretty crazy.
Money is always something that motivates me here, and I believe it's the same coming in for the team. But already, throughout the early game, they're already invading the buff, taken away from the side of Just here. So that's going to be an Azure Golem removed from the contention.
Yeah, what did I just say? They cannot let Zoe just run into your jungle, stealing away buffs. That is a terrible start to this game.
Oh, they're doing their own same thing here, coming in for the invade. Both junglers have no smite. This might be a big fight that's going to happen right here.
Yeah, but it's right in the brush. They don't really have the line of sight to do so. HØNG just throws out the orb. I mean, he was just like a Hail Mary play at that point, but it's going to be one buff for one buff.
Very decisive stuff coming in from Blacklist International to actually secure that early trade-off. Your Ron towards the top side might be a bit of a danger.
Oh, but here comes the reinforcement. Zoe's going to be there. Ron is a little bit low, but as is Chammy, he's trying to dash away, but Dragon is getting low himself. HØNG doesn't want to fully commit on this one. Zoe looking for the play, goes on the backboard, gets on top of Dragon, but he's going to walk away. Blacklist International still with 4-on-4 at this top lane. They're going to deal with these minions. Those orbs are a bit of a problem, and it looks like Blacklist International will just give up the space right.
Small win thus far coming in from AG.AL, but props to the side of Blacklist International. They're doing really well in making sure that AG.AL don't get resources freely. Some of these spells are actually burned coming in from both sides, but in terms of the common spells, most of them have been burned by Blacklist International. No flash on Chammy, no flash on Dragon, and no Q on Chaz.
Yeah, it wasn't even 2 minutes in, and Dragon didn't hit level 4. If he had that Moonscape Mirage, that would have definitely forced at least some sort of kill on either of the ends.
Oh, 4-man towards the bot side.
Oh, Golden Kite. It looks like the orb with that little control. They have the charge in as well. He tries to flash. He's just going to barely get out, but the shields are unreal, keeping him alive. AG with a good attempt, but no kill.
Lady Luck!
Oh, Wild Wind gets the snipe in, and Golden Kite down for the count.
From downtown, Yino hits that snipe on towards Golden Kite. I was just about to say, Golden Kite got the blessing of Lady Luck, and he managed to limp away from the first wild rounds. Then Yino was like, nah, man, let me hit that shot.
Yeah, he's gonna Kobe this one. I mean, it was like a 360 no-scope from the bottom lane. Golden Kite thought he was fine. He was just like, yeah, I'm gonna be all the way back in my tower. No chance, but the Wild Wind is just, the distance is so far.
That's just the experience gap here. Like, hero mastery on the show here from the side of Yino, just amazing. But still manageable for South Blacklist International. We need to see how they handle that 4th minute mark, because yet to see the first Moonscape Mirage coming in from Dragon on the higher.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if we're checking out this replay, just see how they go on.
Like, good CC layering, right? And that flash was beautiful coming from Golden Kite, and Yino hiding the spell too, just blazing through Chaz that's about to block the shot.
Chaz actually got juked by Golden Kite. Golden Kite went left, and then Chaz was like, oh, we're going left. No, and they're not, on the same page with that footwork. So again, it takes 2 to tango. Chaz, you got to be that human shield.
Like, Golden Kite was like, man, why did you block for me? Chaz like, why are you moving?
You had one job.
You had one job. Stay still, stay still.
Take the bullet for me, but they get the charge in. Chaz, though, it looks like he's going to dash over the wall. The Raging Sea will be committed as well, but not enough damage to take him down.
Chaz, so low before the actual objective here, but crucial spell. No ultimate coming in from the Lapu Lapu for this specific play. Maybe Blacklist International can find something in this Tyrant pit.
Yeah, and actually they're backing off on this point. Ron is all the way in the top lane as well, opening things up for Blacklist. It doesn't look like AG.AL are going to contest.
Very smart, right? For the fact that they know, like, okay, spells are down. We probably can't take the full blown out 5v5, so let's put Zoe back into the jungle. We'll make sure he picks up the camps, then we restructure what we want to do later on.
Yeah, and fighting for that one, taking that Tyrant, gonna be pretty big for them, but now Chaz, he's actually gonna leap aware. The Umbrella Outburst only onto one, finding Zoe, but there's no follow-up. The Raging Sea has been missing all day today, and it looks like that's another whiff.
A bit of a, I would say, early trigger press here coming in from Chaz, not the greatest one, and with that information received coming in from AG.AL, they might just invade your Crimson Golem.
Yeah, look at the movement of Blacklist International. It almost seems like they're frazzled, and how, Shuai is invading in the enemy jungle, just got vision on what camps are available. Blacklist International playing a very defensive, reactive game now.
And Shuai has been one of those few players of
one getting gone on by 2, and it looks like it's way too much. Ron literally running them down.
Very good rotation coming in from the side of Zoe here, catching Chammy 1 off guard. He was a bit overzealous in that 1v1 that he forgot that Zoe is pacing himself towards that top side here. That's the benefit of the pay.
Yeah.
You move so fast across the gorge.
Yeah, you can't run away from a tiger. That's not going to be possible here. I mean, Zoe just with that rotation, just ensuring that they get the kill. Chaz is going to be spotted in and out. But again, AG.AL, look at this full cold press. They're all the way in your jungle.
Oh, Sheng finds a knockout onto his Just G, but there won't be much follow-up. But that was really dangerous for of Blacklist jungling and Chrome.
Yeah, he took quite a bit. I mean, this orb from Sheng's Lorien is going to be a bit of a problem here, but the Overlord they're thinking about it, but I think Blacklist International have eyes on this as well.
Slowly. They need to play it safe if you're on the side of Blacklist here. 1.8k goal lead, still not the worst for Blacklist here. We have yet to see a full blown out 5v5, and the first ultimate from Haya has not found its proper marker yet. We need something aggressive coming in from Blacklist Dragon.
Yeah, but I mean, this lead is starting to grow. It's, about 2k at this point. But AG.AL, the way that they've been able to create this lead, it's not like one big team fight. It's like little by little. They're chipping away at it, and Blacklist International, it seems like at some point they might fall over.
This is the strength of the KPL teams, right?
Yeah.
The way that they catch on towards small mistakes and just amplify it for the maximum value just puts on so much pressure here. And with this specific rotation, you see a fight that might be happening on this Crimson Golem.
I mean, they're going to contest on this Crimson here, and it's going to be stolen away. It looks like Chammy 1 did get that in the end, so I think that they're going to be happy with that. But with that little jungle invade, Yinowol was chipping away in the mid T1. On the backside, it looks like a mini stun. It looks like Zoe's going to be killed. Joshi makes him pay. Ron running for the hills. Umbrella Uppers is not going to clip on, but he does get that little bit of a stun on this one, and Ron gets stampeded on. It's a double kill going the way of Joshi. Lorien is going to get stuck into the Mirage. He's going to be kidnapped, if you will, coming out of this one. Blacklist International are going to be angry as they have 4 members waiting for this one, and it looks like it's just going to be XUΙ. Maybe he goes for Dragon, not going to find it.
Uncharacteristic mistake coming in from AG.AL and JustG, finding a really good counter engage on towards both Zoe and Ron, punishing for their over-aggression, and that is quick 3 kills going into the pockets of Blacklist Jungle, and this is what we talked about.
Yeah.
JustG being the player that they need to step up.
Yeah, and actually, this is the perfect hero for him, Yukio. It counters exactly what this Pei wants to do. As Pei, Zoe goes on to Golden Cut. He's not able to get away from Bruce Lee, and here's the teleport, but Zoe is already out of the building.
Very good timing coming in from Zoe. You'll be thinking that, hey, this guy is probably farming Crimson Golem, but why is he here all of a sudden here? And Golden Kai did not have flash due to that previous fight. So it's a really good catch nonetheless. And let's take a look at the replay here. Unbridled Outburst misses. But after that play on towards Golden Kai that he has baited out, Ron has already expended the flash. Try coming into disengage, but it's already too little too late. As of this point, it's Blacklist International punishing AG for being overzealous in these team fights.
Way too aggressive at that point. I mean, they were trying to, again, just invade as much as possible. We were talking about the map control, but again, it's still too early where Blacklist can still fight. They're only down about 1K. They're in this game.
This is what I want. 50-50 going into a 10th-minute fight and see whether Blacklist International can challenge AG.AL and those team fight structures in those flanks. So if they actually can, maybe they can topple that dominance that AG.AL showed in their previous series.
Yeah, and I don't want to get the cart ahead of the horse, but the objectives are falling on the side of Blacklist. That's the biggest piece. They're not looking to fight. You were talking about the style that they bring all the way from the KPL. It's slow, patient, and what you're seeing right now, it's all about these structures.
Control is still over to the side of AG.AL. At the very least, we do see Blacklist International. They are on more of a defending end by mid lane.
Yeah, the Tyrant. The rate you see, that will actually connect. Chaz, though, he gets knocked up, and it looks like Dragon throws the Mirage out, goes for the right target, and it looks like he's going to be locking him in. Chaz is a little bit low as well, but off to the side, who comes out of the Mirage, you know is going to be down for the count, but Dragon, he will be killed. Ron is doing a little bit of revenge, finding Justy. He's trying to dash away, but Chaz is too low. Justy gets picked off as well. The flash away from CHAMI1, and it looks like Golden Cut and CHAMI1 will go back to the fountain.
Everybody is going for Yino, but no one is looking at Ron. Ron just goes in, picks up every single kill with those flash gradations here. And this is a crucial timer. Without these strong ultimates here, Zhangfeng, no rage bar, you can potentially contest for the 10th-minute mark.
Yeah, you can at this point. I mean, just too many members down at this point, but the way that they're, AG.AL were to kind of just take the Tyrant and to go into this fight.
So the way to start out this fight is CC galore coming from both teams. Dragon found a good opening in abducting Yino into the Moon Evernight Aspirations ultimate. But take a look at Ron. He stacks on CHAMI1, gets the passive stacks, then slowly paces in towards the backline, gets a kill on towards Dragon, then uses Justy as a launch pad into the backline for that passive stack and just cleans house. Beautifully played by the AG.AL Clash lane.
That is such a choke point. That's such a difficult place to fight there. And the way that, AG.AL were like, okay, yeah, you got abducted. Let's get on out. They mitigated all of the damage, waited for it to come out. Yino did not survive, but they made Dragon pay. And with everybody grouped up, it looks like Blacklist was so bloodthirsty for Yino. And yes, they did get him, but they did pay with many alive.
I'm worried for Blacklist International. Usually after the shadow objectives is where these KPL teams such as AG.AL and KSG start revving the gas and then just start choking out their opponents here. Because when you have the Shadow Tyrant, you're not only just getting additional movement speed, you have additional stats that makes your team fight so deadly here. So if Blacklist International takes a fight, they might just be poked down like this.
I mean, that was just with one orb, bouncing around, pinballing around. 3 members have to go back to the fountain. They've been completely zoned away, and why this Lorien is such a great pick.
So much poke damage here. Yino using the Wild Winds, Lorien using the orbs just to put on poke damage here. And if you're Blacklist International, that fountain is your buddy right now. You gotta keep paying visits back, but every time you pay a visit, you might be putting some holes in your defense like this.
Yeah, it's still perfectly timed with those minion waves though, but Blacklist International trying to make some action happen on his Zoe, not gonna happen. The mid T3 has already been taken down. AG.AL across all of the different lanes, putting pressure wherever you want. They've got the knock-up on a CHAMI1 who will limp back to the fountain, but the top T3 already down.
And job is done coming in from AG.AL. There's no more point in finding Blacklist International in their base. Their next job, collect the buffs, retrieve the farm, get this Overlord, and set your sights for that game-winning push.
Yeah, perfectly timed, right, by AG.AL. This is classic, right, where you've taken the top T3, you've taken the mid one as well, and now you just back off, loot and pillage, everything on the way on out, and then the scraps will be there for Blacklist International, but man, they are starting to fall really behind.
How does Blacklist International come back from this right now?
You got to get some sort of jump. defending here. Chammy1, if he's able to make some sort of play, he gets knocked up though. And with that orb, just way too much, he gets picked off. Ron says, where you going? As he takes him out, Golden Kite with the flash. Ron continuing and just to be this menace with this Charlotte.
2 down for the side of Blacklist International here. Their sights are set for the Crystal. There's only 2 players available in the base right now. Just G is rushing for that recall. Can he make it in time?
Yeah, but I think that they're going to go slow and steady, even push out all the lanes, cutting the creeps if you will. There's really no chance. Chance was just trying to deal with the minion wave. He will fall on this one. The orb with the nice little knockup. They find Golden Kite. They send Justy back to the fountain, but more importantly, they're going to take game 1 and send a message.
What a dominating game once again coming in from the KPL representatives here. I'm still wondering, how does global teams react towards this? Because first 10 minutes is looking fine, but post 10 minutes, that's the dangerous part and the unknown part that the global teams had yet to figure out.
I actually, you know what? I saw Blacklist International playing really well in that opening of the game. They have a very good high adjust pulse in Inuo in, and then they take the kill, but then everybody wants to protect the high after that.
Correct. Yeah.
And I think that in some moments you just need to understand it's gonna have to be a one-to-one trade. And like, it's all right. Don't save
100%,
me.
100%.
Just everyone push back. It's totally fine. They try to save the high, they cannot save her. Then Ran takes a double kill, and then everything starts going around.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of like to their detriment, right?
Yeah.
They were like grouped up. They were expecting it to be like right here we need to go. But I think that they were like, save everybody. We're family. Nobody dies. Nobody gets sacrificed. And that was actually the downfall of Blacklist.
Sometimes you just need to understand that you just need to let them go.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Like sometimes in there, like you just need to put your mask, your oxygen mask first.
I think this is also a specialty coming in from top tier teams, right? From across the globe or whichever region. There's always a sign where, okay, if this guy's getting targeted down, it means that the others are free to do their own carry duties. And from the performance from KSG, AG.AL, if you target down a specific player like Yinuo, like you from KSG, the other lanes will stand up and they will carry their part.
Everybody just stepped up on this one. I mean, like, how many kills did they have? They like 4 throughout, scattered throughout. Sheng didn't die a single time. But this gold graph, I mean, it seemed it's kind of smallish, and it definitely did grow in the end, but it was just full map control. Blacklist International really didn't have too many opportunities to get back in.
Exactly the case. I think there were signs of moments where Blacklist International, they found specific plays in punishing AG.AL's over-aggression, but the composure coming in for the 9th minute in catching off some of the key members like Dragon, Chammy1, and converting into a Shadow Tyrant uncontested. That's still something that the global teams, Blacklist, MKL, PKL, IKL, needs to find an equal footing. We want to fight at 10 minutes without any casualties prior.
That would be best case scenario, assuming that they're able to do that. I mean, AG.AL, we're not giving them any sort of space. It started off with his Yinuo first blood, and from then on, you could tell that the dynamic of this game was really shifted.
And these are the few moments, yes, early game wasn't the best suit for Blacklist International, but there are still signs of mistakes coming from AG.AL that Blacklist caught onto. It's just that after that, what comes next is this specific moment that Isaac was talking about. Yes, Dragon finds Yinuo, removes Yinuo from the fight, but at 9 minutes mark, it's still not Yinuo's power spike right now. Ron stacks up, half the damage, he's coming in, just jumps.
Yeah.
He gets everyone.
I think they also had trust issues in the sense that, like, does Dragon have enough to kill Yinuo?
Yeah.
Right? In the Mirage, and they were like, okay, we got to make sure that we like, actually do it. But they were all grouped up. We do not need to be holding hands and singing Kumbaya together.
And after that play itself, you're like, okay, the dream of fighting at the Tyrant 5v5 shattered because you already lost 4 members, and it forced you into a position where every single time that AG.AL pushes into your jungle, do you want to fight or do you want to give up more farm for them to snowball? And in the end, this happened. AG.AL takes a clean game 1.
And Sagi, you just mentioned it, right? The key is to be able to get to 10 minutes.
Correct.
With a very equal gold.
Yeah.
Get there with equal gold and let's see what we can do, man. Like maybe in that Tyrant fight, if we just toss everything that we have, maybe we can win it.
Yeah.
But you need to get to the 10 minutes.
It's never easy, right? They were like, they know the same timer, and they're like, okay, we're not going to let them get to 10 minutes in that sense. We will be aggressive and just, again, with that control.
All right. AG.AL takes a 1-0 advantage. Right now, we're going for a break, and then we'll see if Blacklist International can learn from their mistakes and take 1 game from the title defenders.
We book Esports World Cup.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. KHapplity, powered by play.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026 AG.AL 1-0 advantage on top of the PKL. Third place Blacklist International. In the previous match, Sagi, when they were playing against Team Vitality, we talked about like how AG.AL were the creators of this gold sharing strategy, right? Is that going to be the key for them to be able to beat everyone in front of them?
I think throughout the years, yes, 2024 to 2025, AG.AL has used that specific strategy, and a lot of teams has been learning for them and trying to decode that specific strategy here. Hence, we've seen a very long legacy of like, what, 7 grand final wins in a row from AG.AL. But recent years, more teams have started to adapt towards that strategy, and I think you will need something more if you want to conquer the entire championship, especially when you have strong opponents going in as the main contender at AG.AL and also KHapplity Gaming.
Yeah. I think that in the beginning, like you always think about like the 4 minutes Tyrant just being like such a critical piece that you need to go and take. But this time AG.AL just let Blacklist International take that Tyrant, like it's totally fine. I do not need that buff right now. They're okay with going with equal goal till the 8th, 9th minute.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking for more for jungle rotations, you know, more for Zoe in this one. I think that they were willing to sacrifice that. They didn't want to risk it to potentially get somebody killed and to lose that Tyrant in the end. So I think that it was more of like a judgment call of just like where they were across the map.
And to add on towards that, right, I think in recent years, especially evolution of how you want to play the first 4 minutes, last time it's like, okay, 4 minutes, guys, it's time to fight 5v5 right now. But nowadays, it's like, guys, are we at our power spike? Do we have our items? Oh, you don't have an ultimate? Okay, let's pull back to farming. We go for the less risky route, but secured goal route.
Yeah. The stay safe and stable routes, right? As long as you're, I mean, they've got the gold sharing. Other teams will copy that, but are they at the same level? I mean, if anything, they're just going to hit parity. There are tiny little micro, plays that they're making to, again, really accelerate past the 5-minute mark.
And also, when you copy a style, but you only copy it without truly understanding and adapting it, it sort of throws you off from your team's original playstyle.
True.
So for global teams, yes, this may be the premier style, the best way to play Honor of Kings, but if you don't adapt it to your team's specialty, you sort of lose your direction.
Oh, yeah. And I think that going into this one, that's the most important thing. Sticking to your guns, what works for you, that sort of strategy, so that everybody's on the same page and not everybody's like questioning what do we need to do, how should we be doing this. All of that should have been done prior to, of course, this game.
Fully agreed right now. As we jump into the second game, this game around, Blacklist International will be taking on towards the blue side here. Still a lot of priority going in towards that top 4 farm lane that we always mention, like the Flowborn, Lung, Picha, and also the likes of the Channel. It seems to me that seems to be the tournament meta, and for that AG.AL, more of the comfort picks for the side of Yinor here. Once again, going back for his FMVP early here, picking up here in the first phase.
Yeah, and now it looks like with the Lung, the Zhao, the most, like you have stuns galore. You're incredibly squishy though. If we're looking at the AG.AL side, they've taken away the Dharma. They're like, Jamie, no, we'll run this one.
We'll run this one. And I remember this specific draft. It was Blacklist International going up against Los that they played this specific first tree rotation here, yes, you don't have a lot of tanks, but when it comes down to skirmishes in that 2v2, in that 3v3, this is exactly the mid-row synergy that we want to be looking forward to, at the very least, for Blacklist International in that 2v3.
Yeah. I think that this is definitely the entire draft revolves around this in terms of that stun and setup. You're gonna have Golden Kite just with the Loong ensuring that again he's able to blow the guys up. But Loong versus Arlie, this is gonna be a classic one.
For me, in the recent patch changes, Loong has been one of the better laners compared to Arlie because of the fact that yes, you can block the Flaming Palm, but recently players have been evolving. They're like, why should I use the Flaming Palm? I'm just gonna use the third spell, knock you back, auto attack you, knock you back again. Then it throws off Arlie on when you actually can use the Maple Dance to block off the combo. So I'm expecting, at the very least, for the side of AG.AL, we might see Yino either going to the mid lane or lane swap with Ron to go to the Clash lane for a easier laning route.
Yeah, just to kind of start off, right? I think that'll definitely help. But I mean, at the same time, Blacklist International, they might be looking to kind of just chase and see where the rotations will be. But the Liu Bang gonna be picked up by AG.AL. This is gonna be a support Liu Bang.
Okay, we've seen this combo before. Jing, delivery system with the Liu Bang diving in towards the backline is something that has been shown quite a few games of success in the previous editions of our international tournaments here. So interestingly enough, it's gonna be on the side of AG. We've seen it, I think, pretty frequently on the hands of Clue, if I'm not mistaken.
True. And just being able to just lock it down. But one thing though is that he doesn't really have the best of CC. So if on the other side, you're seeing that the Ying could kind of run free, but at the same time, it's kind of a squishier lineup here, aside from the Baron.
Fully agree coming in for the side of the Blacklist International squad. Yes, not a lot of tanks except for the Byron, and they are pretty squishy overall. But what I want to highlight coming in from the Blacklist International draft, they're like, scrap what we had in the previous game. We can't win them in terms of map play. Let's brawl, let's fight, let's do wombo combo.
Yeah, as expected, right? When in doubt, just fight them, right? I think that's kind of like their MO is like, hey, maybe we get a little bit of an advantage. Take a low-risk fight. Normally, normal teams might not do as much. Maybe we get a little lucky and turn this game.
Like, if you were to look back into the Blacklist International draft just now, yes, you have the big ultimates, fancy ones, but those come into a play where those are long cooldown. So if you have the thing like the Honey Sweet Breeze from the Xiao Qiao or the Mozi Cannon Blast, those are, yes, if you can miss it, it's probably going to come back like, what, 8 seconds? So you can repeatedly try to put pressure on towards the AG.AL members.
Assuming you're able to hit. I mean, the Cannon Blast, not the easiest. The Honey Sweet Breeze also takes a lot of skill to time properly. There are a lot of fast guys, plus now you have the Sheng on the Yuan with a little bit of sustain. Right? Not the easiest of targets.
Yeah, we have to see how they actually pull it off later on. And we talk about the lane swap here. Yino and Shuai already going to the top side, avoiding the Golden Kite Chaz laning place, making sure that at the very least, Yino gets to farm safely and dodge the hot matchup.
Like, how do you wake up in the morning and knowing that you're always the smartest guy, Sagi?
Hey man, you just gotta do your maybe homework.
It makes sense. I mean, you obviously know the lane match, but Chammy 1 getting run down here, taking quite a bit. I mean, he's gonna be met up, it looks like, with Chaz to support this top lane.
And that's a Xenial skin coming in for the side of Fly here, coming in for the side of AOV. That's gonna be a pretty cool pickup here for them. Good pickup on towards the Spike-tailed Beast. They know for a fact that what they're playing for is about pushing the wave, get that Space Sprite, get that Triangle Cam, and then potentially moving the Arlie towards the crossback.
It took 4 members, AG.AL. They're all like, we want this Space Sprite, potentially going up against the Chammy 1. Because again, he has a little bit of an edge in terms of this lane matchup against the Dharma.
Yeah, that's true. And I kind of like it, right? That Ron is like, okay, I'm 2v1. Let me just farm the jungle camps that Zoe doesn't have time to do so because Zoe is too busy farming the minions across the map.
Yeah. And leave Zoe alone, right? I think that he's more than quick enough. He has both of the buffs, so in terms of efficiency, he's able to kind of ensure that he gets it. And gold sharing right in this mid lane here.
Just very efficient stuff coming in from AG.AL. Every single goal is always mid, roam, jungle, mid, roam, clash lane. You know, pop the frenzy just to push the members for a set of Blacklist International back off.
He was pretending to fight because he knew that the reinforcements were on the way. He was trying to bait them out a little bit. He was kind of playing around a bit, going 1 versus 2. It was a little aggressive, and they, Blacklist International got a little suspicious on this one. But the flash away, Shuai though with that Cannon Blast, they have a nice control with that Honey Sweet Breeze, but he's low, but not going to be taken down.
Not enough damage coming in for a set of Blacklist International. It was a good attempt because Shuai has already expended the flash prior to this play, so a bit of a unfortunate turns of events coming in from Blacklist.
Yeah, and also this Unuo is going to be a problem for HmiejNN. I mean, we talked about this lane swap already, but now HmiejNN, he just wanted to be left alone with Ron, not able to do so. In the bottom lane, though, I would assume that Golden Kite would be kind of exerting pressure onto the Ron here.
Well, Ron is just having a field day, right? He's like, okay, let me just shove the wave, move to jungle camps, and Golden Kite, he can't potentially solo kill me because Long works on skill rotation basis, and with the Dharma, you get to farm pretty safely with your spell to healing.
Yeah, and Golden Kite was left alone, so he's already level 4 at this point, so in case they do jump him and they're not able to stack the stuns, he will be able to get on his dragon. But it looks like the Pheasant right now was stolen away, so again, the rotations, yeah, they're not getting kills, but they're getting value.
Okay, my question to you. Blacklist, yes. Poke, prod, find opportunities, then maybe we can win the team fight. What about AG.AL?
I think you just play your game. You just put forward pressure on, make them rotate to you, take everything. Like, it looks like HmiejNN can't even get into the lane. They've quickly taken that out with the gold sharing, and now they're going to move around.
Very efficient gameplay,
Very
right?
efficient.
Yeah,
Very
just
fast,
making sure that we get gold. It's like, no. I don't want anything with HmiejNN. I just want to farm here, find Honey Sweet Breeze.
Yeah, Honey Sweet Breeze only on the 1. They don't want to dive into that because especially XUİT as well as Zoe were just waiting for like, hey, you want to go on him? Let's go.
I'm interested to see what's the planning coming in from both teams prior to the 4th minute mark. Yet to have any explosive trades coming in from both teams. It's just farm and go, farm and go. Look for farm, look for gold sharing, and then we look to find the next place that has gold.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're trying to counter-rotate on this one. If you're looking at the other side, AG, stick it together, right? And this is very efficient, opening it up, of course, for this 4-minute tyrant here as they quickly look to burn it around. Jussie does spot it out. Does he go for the steal? No, he's not able to get there in time. HmiejNN gets that one.
It's too quick coming in from AG.AL. By the time it's 3:58, they're already full squad stacked up, and you can't really contest a objective secure against a double smite Jing that is still available in this patch.
Yeah, and actually that's the thing also where you're like, hey, if you're a second late, you are way too late. And now with that pushback, HmiejNN has to flash, and now the little bit of action in the other side, but HmiejNN still did fall in the end.
Oh, it was a 1-for-1 trade, right? And towards the top side for HmiejNN. In bottom side, nice ultimate coming in from Shy, but Unuo getting dive on.
Oh, Golden Kite wants to go for the Flaming Palm, and it looks like Unuo dodging around. He gets on his dragon, but Unuo will fall. Shy is still there under the tower. Golden Kite is low himself, but it doesn't look like Shy has enough to do anything.
Good trade thus far. Blacklist International, they know what they're coming for, but in terms of the farm, Cammy is losing a lot due to that death that he suffered towards that mid lane just now.
Yeah, definitely struggling, right? He's not going to be his traditional HmiejNN style where he's able to control the game. He's already a level behind Ron. He's been zoned away, loses the top T1 as well.
He's on a much more stressful role. Usually in the draft, it's about giving HmiejNN the counter pick and a good lane matchup, but this time around, Ron comes in as the teacher and seizes HmiejNN in that laning phase so that they change up their minds. Like, okay, Chammy, we need you to take up more pressure, be the tank for the team, and open up map for us and allow the mid and roam to play comfortably.
Yeah, but it's also that he's on the fire rate. It's more of an execution as they find him. HmiejNN tries to go for Unuo, but it looks like Rod is going to be there with that Storm Strike, and now with the control on Zoe, the box is going to be used. Chaz is in the heart of everything, but he's going to fall. Zoe doing some work as they find HmiejNN as well.
It was looking good in the first initial engage here, but Chaz, he misplayed the combo. He wanted to ult and then flash forward, but he flashed forward and he caught no one. He didn't register the ultimate in that combo changer, and that went so wrong for the side of Blacklist International, leading to a quick and easy 2 kills for the side of AG.
Yeah, as a Moats player myself, I've done that myself, where you flash and you box yourself in, and you're like, oh my gosh, I wish this was my own prison cell, and I could just hide away and sulk, because that was very depressing.
Painful loss, losing back-to-back 2 buffs, and potentially even the mid tower right now. Good defense coming from the side of Blacklist International, but at the very least, AG, they came what they're coming for. 6 minutes, 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, 3,000 gold. It's not the worst thing in the world, but I mean, it's only 6 minutes and 30 seconds. If anything, they have a decent amount of wave clear. They need to find some sort of pickoff. They've been unlucky thus far.
Oh, Zoe pops a mirror domain. Wants to go for the potential steal here. Has the double smite. Just he secures it with his own.
Yeah, he's going to take that one away. But AG.AL, like, contesting everything. It's so uncomfortable if you're Blacklist International.
And I find it really interesting that, it's not interesting, but amazing that every time AG is like, oh, I'm just going to try to steal this, and then, you know, you don't have to come. Go split push, put more damage on the towers here, and then if I steal it, it's good. But if I don't steal it, you get free damage on the turrets.
Yeah, and actually that's how they've been spacing it out. Zoe almost with the jump in, forcing out the dragon of Golden Kite. So that's a huge ult. And now with the pushback, finding Ron on the side. But again, Blacklist International are dealing with the minion waves, but they're not able to find somebody that they can get the kill on.
Look at the side lanes. It's just being pressure coming in by both sides. And if AG.AL is confident with 4v4, they could potentially take this on the top side.
Yeah, I love it. Shuai was actually taking the mid T1 as well, just so that they had enough for Zoe to take that one down. And now AG.AL, all 5 members in the Blacklist International jungle, and they, again, taking everything on their way out.
Yes. Grab the minion wave turret.
Oh, the truth! He goes right in. Jazz is gonna get blown up. Chammy1 has his shields though, but that's all they can do is watch.
Yeah, they take the roamer, and that's just the consolation prize. They came for the main prize, which is the Azure Gold. And after this,
oh, they flash on forward. They actually find Golden Kite in a bad spot. They're trying to take him down, but Chammy1 is gonna be killed first. The Mirror Domain doing some serious work as they find Justy as well.
The numbers advantage leading to an instant trigger pull coming from AG.AL. They're like, wait. You are 1 member down. You're not supposed to come up. And they're like, let's just go. And they immediately eliminated 2 extra members coming from Blacklist, leading to more jungle being relinquished to Zoe's pocket.
Yeah, it was that man advantage that they were like, actually, we're still very strong. AG.AL, let's continue to dive. Let's just dive the T2. We don't care because we have a huge lead. And again, now they're going to take the Tyrant as well.
Control is just slipping over to the side of AG.AL. Take a look at this replay here. Yes, it's only a roam, but this kill converts into an Azure Golem play. And after this one, they're like, you guys are still defending a tier 2?
Yeah.
Let me just tell you that you aren't supposed to do so. And they just dive in, pick up and swoop out 2 quick kills, and then the Crimson Golem. And this is all before the 10th minute mark. And if the 10th minute mark arrives, there's no fighting chance for Blacklist International again.
Yeah, I'm scared, boss.
I'm scared too.
Right? I mean, Blacklist International with just 1 member down, they were like, okay, let's just stick around that mid T2. But no place is safe against AG.AL. They have way too much mobility, and now they're going to see high ground.
3 waves all simultaneously crushing in. There's still sufficient wave clear coming in from the side of Blacklist here. Zoe pops a Mirror Domain, gets some damage on the turret here, successfully gets it taken down. Now they might back off here, but Zoe going on the fancy feet.
Oh, fancy feet. I mean, just dancing around. You can't even catch him. Blacklist International, yeah, they have stuns, but it's so hard to find somebody that, like, and not to get the stun on somebody as elusive as Zoe here.
Domino effect, snowball effect, whatever you want to call it. Towers into buffs, buffs into towers. Rinse and repeat. How does Blacklist International break this cycle if they want to make a comeback?
Maybe they get some sort of jump in, right? Maybe they find, I mean, he's light stepping back. There's no real way. Zoe, he's going to take the top T3 for free. The chase is on. Chammy1 Storm Strike, but Zoe is on the other side of the wall, and it looks like they're going to take the mid one as well.
They're not giving them any sort of chance to actually pull up any miracle play. They're just like, okay, tower's done. Off work, get the buff. Now, 10 minutes has arrived, potentially get the double objective, and then we go for that final push.
Yeah, and at that 10 minutes, you're so far up, might as well, but they're going to kind of just go slow and steady. They're going to take the Shadow Tyrant instead just by itself. But again, with the top lane pushing with Ron, it doesn't look like Blacklist can really even leave their base.
They need to find a miracle moment here. Maybe a Honey Sweet Breeze landing on towards 5 members, but it's a miracle moment, but it's good to think about potential comeback styles.
I mean, you have to think about it. You have to play to your outs, right? And I think Blacklist International are like, okay, we need to have them grouped up. But AG.AL are so disciplined. They're not sticking where they're on top of one another, and they're not stacking, if you will. So now they're going to go in. Now that's a 2-man stun. That will start things off, but Dragon is going to be killed first. Ron with the truth, sending him back to the Crystal, but Justy's going to be killed. The Unending Sorrow tries to go for Chaz, and they do find that pickup. But Chammy1 will also fall. The Infinite Passes. Golden Kite trying to go against the world. Not going to happen. And it looks like AG.AL are going to be in the playoffs.
Welcome to the playoffs, AG.AL. They top their group and they soft secure top 8, and they will advance to the knockout stage.
I mean, AG.AL, it was just all them this game. They have complete control. Blacklist International, I mean, they put up a valiant effort, but unfortunately, AG.AL just too strong in the end.
They're too strong. This is the championship standard that we're looking forward to see, and they played multiple team composition in the span of 4 games. We've seen the traditional rotation style, less kills, less of the offensive style. They farm, they find those big timers. Then game 2, they play the Bai Chi, and now they play different styles with Clash Lane carries.
AG.AL, the winners of this match, they're moving into the playoffs, they're moving into the top 8. No surprises out there, no?
No surprises. I mean, if you've been paying attention to any of the Honor of Kings esports scene, you know that AG.AL, reigning champions from last year and going in, this is a very formidable squad. I think that, how teams will end up taking them down, we have still yet to see.
Formidable is the word that I want to use with Blacklist International's presentation right now. They went to the boot camp, they learned things, they started applying them, and against AG.AL, the only thing that you can do is to try your very best. Their very best was actually not bad.
I think it's pretty good, right? Like, we expect some comments coming in from, he did mention that, previous years, the international team didn't look that good, but as they pace into 2025, 2026, they started improving, and we see signs of success coming in from global teams. Maybe not until the KPL level, but at the very least, we are slowly getting there, slowly
but surely, right?
Yes.
At the end of the day, we are essentially the tortoise in this race, right? They still have a chance. The kill score doesn't look great, but I think that if you're actually dissecting the first 5-10 minutes of a game, they were in it.
I think the key takeaway that we've seen so far from KSG versus VP, Blacklist International versus AG.AL, it's about how you maintain the game state into a equal 10-10 at 10-minute mark, and then you fight for the Shadow Tyrant. Yet to see that sort of moment, because something about the KPL teams, they always find a mark to disturb that tempo.
And that's the thing, right? In this game, it just started just falling apart a lot earlier, and that's something that we cannot let happen. Blacklist International came in with the aggression. They understood that they needed to just go for the tempo, try to move fast. But when you have Zoe on that Jing in front of you, how do you even try to invade?
Yeah, and over the past 4 days, we've seen Blacklist International many a times, but it didn't seem like the team that we've been watching them, right? It seemed like that they were completely shaken up. The confidence was definitely not as high as normal. It seemed like, again, Chammy1 wasn't playing his normal game here too.
I agree, but there are still signs of aggression here. They're like, okay, we found you, we punished you.
That one.
They, at the very least, they are trading aggressively in the crossmap, but these are the moments that says the micro comes in towards mine here. Chammy finding a beautiful two-man knockup, but Ron flashes away towards safety, and then Chaz with a crucial misplay. That could have been a game changer if he found the ultimate flash.
But I don't know if it was definitely a mistake in the end because he whiffed. But it was like AG.AL knew it was coming and they just dispersed. Like they were like, okay, social distancing, let's go. And everybody was on the same page with that.
And this was the crazy part. They're like, hey, you're 4 people. I'm coming in.
Yeah, and I mean, Blacklist, this is that one attempt. We gotta hold, we gotta get in, but Dragon going down early made it very difficult, and you could tell Zoe was just on another level in terms of net worth, and his damage just clean in house.
He's just flexing his EPM on that Jing, right? Just dashing back and forth, resetting the spell, utilizing the mirror domain, and in the end, it was an 11,000 gold lead at the 11-minute mark. GG goes over to side of AG.AL as they qualify into the playoffs.
AG.AL, amazing performance by them. Mara is right over there with HOK, the mid laner from AG.AL. He's going to share with us a little bit of his thoughts.
HOK, congratulations. Another strong performance. Now, for other teams, a win is just enough. It doesn't matter how, as long as they win. But for a title defender like you, a championship team expected to dominate all the other regions, what does a satisfying performance actually look like? The world wants to know what is the standard expectations for AG.AL against everyone else.
那场上对于其他战队来说呢，可能获得一场胜利就是一件很好的事情了。但是对你们来说，因为你们是卫冕冠军，也算是夺冠热门，对你们来说，可能你们的要求会更高一点。那能不能给我们讲解一下，对于你们战队而言？ 就是一个合格的一个发挥是什么样的一种标准呢？
合格的发挥就是这把可能没有什么失误就拿下比赛了吧，然后会比较顺畅的打完这一把游戏。
I'll say the standard that we hold ourselves at is to not make any mistakes in the game. So if we're able to win it without committing any mistakes, any errors, then that would be like the gold standard for us that we can easily clinch the victory.
Not making any mistakes. Now, KWC is a familiar territory. You've been here before, you were here last year. What makes this year so special and so different for AG.AL?
那电竞世俱杯 KWC 这也是你第2次来到这个舞台上了，能不能跟我们说一下今年这舞台有什么样的不同，有哪一点特别特殊，让你给你留下特别深刻的印象呢？
首先就是地方不一样嘛，因为这次是在法国巴黎，然后没有来过，感受了一下当地的本土人情，就觉得这边的人还是比较热情的。
I mean, this year is in Paris, and I've never been here before. So, just the location is different, and just being here in Paris, seeing the sights and sounds and all the people here, I think, you know, the people here are especially heartwarming and loving, and I'm definitely enjoying myself here.
It's definitely nice to be in one of the most iconic cities in the world. Now your fans are watching. What would you like to say to everybody?
有什么话给所有现在在场看你们的观众来，就是有什么话跟你们粉丝们说吗？
感谢大家不远万里来支持我们吧，然后注意安全，谢谢大家。
Thank you everyone for coming all this way to support us, and make sure to stay safe.
Once again, congratulations for making it to the playoffs. We're going to talk about that just a little bit more and head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Standards are not something that other people impose on you, it's something that you ask of yourself. Winning was a standard once upon a time for AG.AL. Right now, no mistakes, taking the result, that's going to become the new norm. Can the other teams learn from this and ask of themselves exactly the same?
I think that they can, you know, be emboldened a bit. I think that, you know, they had their moments, Blacklist International that is, and they can actually fight them, right? It's getting past that first hurdle, the 5 to 10 minutes, how we can transition better. I think teams, though, will look at this and be like, okay, there are definitely opportunities.
I mean, if we were to come back to 2025, I know I repeated myself, but 2025 and 2026 just feels different. It feels different. Teams has been catching up.
True.
And then teams has been going towards boot camps that's set up by HOK Esports, and that just shows how much teams are actually willing to actively grow in the HOK Esports scene.
If you love something, you're gonna work hard to be the best at it. Exactly what the other teams are just looking at it right now. They look at AG.AL, they see how good they are, and they're like, you know what? Let's try to apply some of those things, some of those characteristics into our daily job. What about if we look at the bracket so we know exactly how the tournament is moving forward? The group stages right now, the first rounds are all done. All of the upper brackets have finished. And then there, the Group A, AG.AL is going to be the first team advancing to the playoffs.
Yeah, what a great day. I mean, for Group A, I mean, we just saw AG.AL steamroll. There were definitely some moments. It was a little bit close, as we talked about here, but congratulations to AG.AL as they move on. But now we go into the elimination matches.
Yeah.
It's going to be Team Vitality, MIBR, and Loss.
And this is always an interesting one to look out for because MIBR Loss and Team Vitality or the IKL Chalk BR teams, they don't have much of beef against each other, but it's just so that every KWC, you see one IKL team and one Chalk BR team fighting for their lives.
Yeah, always, right? It's always about that drama. I mean, normally these two teams don't have that, but I feel like we need to engineer it as we go into Group B here.
Those matches are going to happen on the next days. Group B, on the other hand, well, ROK Esports yesterday already took their ticket to the playoffs. It's going to be one of the teams that they're going to make it into the top 8.
Yeah, and this is the interesting part, right? We all thought that Aurora Gaming was gonna win it clean 2-1 and then advance as the first seed. But now you have ROC Esports as the first seed. Aurora Gaming, if they do win in that decider match in that bottom bracket, they are in Pool 2, and Pool 2, the Pool 1 teams have to select them.
Exactly, so one of the teams from Pool 1, one of the top 4 teams is gonna have to play against Aurora if Aurora makes it in the second place. Group C, KWC Gaming 2-0 against Revenant X Spark. Then they took a 2-0 against Virtus Pro. And right now, they're already on their way to go and start doing some prep for the top 8.
Yeah, and actually, Virtus Pro losing to KWC Gaming, I think that this was, you know, a closer series than what shown here by being 0-2. They had their moments, and I think that KWC Gaming, I mean, I don't know if it's the nerves, it just seemed like it took them a little bit to really get warmed up here.
But I'm telling you, like in there, even the KWC Gaming players, they said, you know what? If there is a team that we need to be prepared for, it is Virtus Pro. They were the ones who said like, okay, who's the one that is the closest? It's gonna have to be them.
And it shows from the gameplay, right? Game 2, Jiabao on that Jing had some amazing moments here. But coming in towards Group D, we also saw this from yesterday. One of the tournament's longest games, 28 minutes between GK Esports and Team Nemesis, just for GK Esports to clinch that spot into the playoffs. So right now, we have 4 teams in the playoffs here. GK Esports, KWC Gaming, ROK Esports, and finally AG.AL. And for tomorrow, that's going to be even more interesting.
Yeah, to find out who's going to survive, who's going to be seed number 2 throughout. But I do think that, I mean, we're talking about Team Nemesis playing in that 28-minute game against GK Esports. Exciting, competitive, and I think that this team is still very strong and has a good chance to make some waves here.
All of the Sage's Sanctuary have already been gone. So starting tomorrow, you lose, you're going home. Just that simple. It is just going to be that next step of the tournament. Last thoughts before we move forward?
No, I'm super excited to see exactly who's going to be moving on. I think a lot of these teams deserve it. And again, it's all back to whoever can play these games.
All right. The group stages are moving forward in here. We have to go and start preparing for tomorrow. That is going to have 4 amazing matches. I am Isaac Peña. Thank you very much for being in here. We're going to leave you with the Qiddiya top plays of the day.
Shut down.